the new world order. Ready for the new world order. World Economic Forum 2023. Are you ready for the new world order? You will own nothing and be happy. Are you ready for the new world order? You have given all of your power to me. Are you ready for the new world order? Because you are too afraid to live free. This is Klaus Schwab, and I'm here to say you must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare an angrier world as Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bugs in the metaverse. You will comply and it will get worse. Are you ready for the new world order? You can have the sort of order we own you. Your thumbs on your hearts when we fight you. Order, feeling your problems, then blame you. Darkness for everything we do. We can feel what we feel is coming through. And if you don't stop us, we're screwed. Novos, we are here. The agenda is right here. We will make it in fear. You are the puppets, when I'm the puppeteer.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. I'm late, and I also have a lot going on in my world that actually make me not so happy. But I will tell you exactly why you should be happy regardless, no matter what happens. All right. And that's precisely what I'm going to do, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. The truth and nothing but the truth. And let me tell you, a lot has taken place in my life. I watched 2 more episodes of White Lotus. I have 2 episodes remaining on White Lotus. I haven't caught up yet, but there's a lot of incest. Oh my God. It was so heavy-handed. As heavy-handed as a hand job. An incestuous hand job. Absolutely ridiculous stuff on that show. It's like so HBO to be like, you have to have incest. You have to have incest no matter what happens. Like, you have to have incest. So no spoilerinos. It's fine. Don't give me the spoileroonies. I am going to catch up. I'm going to finish it. I finished Kingdom Come Deliverance. I didn't even bring that up yesterday. I finished it. But I have the gay sex save file saved so I can play it on stream. So don't worry. I'm going to do that probably today if I have some time. I'm going to have some gay sex on the stream, Kingdom Comeys. So don't worry. But yeah, I have it bookmarked so I can have gay sex on camera. Other than that, I went to bed, woke up early, went out, took Kai to the park with my dad, with my pop, and I got absolutely destroyed. Chat, I got absolutely destroyed. Dumpstered, dookied on. I'm doo-doo. Causing me to reconsider my life choices, causing me to reconsider how I got here. I'll be honest with you. It wasn't good. It was not good. I played 3 games of King of the Hill, got absolutely destroyed. Basically, barely got 1 shot off. Missed every single shot. But what do I always say? The beauty of physical sport and physical competition is that even if you get washed and get destroyed, what do I always say? You're still working out. So I got some cardio out. Bro, please change sports to Beyblade or something. You taking mostly jumpers or what? I just kept missing. It's a day. It happens, you know? I was laying bricks out. HasanAbi. My point is, it happens like that sometimes, but ultimately you're still getting cardio out of it. It's still good. It's still a positive. And that's why it's never bad to work out. Even if you love competition like I do and hate losing, ultimately it does not matter. Ultimately, you still worked out and you got better. You learn from your lessons, you know? So yeah, there's that. It's okay to have an off day, my dude. It's never okay to have an off day. All right. Speaking of no off days, we're back. We're here. The agenda is quite clear. You are the puppet and I'm the puppeteer. Are you ready for the new world order? So, I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, we're gonna do Phineas Spud Day one of these fucking days. All right. I'm working with Bernard and AOC and their teams right now on putting something together. They have a massive rally on Saturday. Spud Day is Tuesday. We'll do Spud Day one of these fucking days, yeah. But we got all that. We got all that and more. Youngest HasanAbi meetup. Yeah, true. No stud bros today. No stud today. But there will come a day in this week where we have the fucking spud. Will I do it with Bernie? Absolutely not. One fucking spud would take the man out. Proper. I'm not making Bernie eat a fucking spud. I don't want the old man. I don't want the old man to get taken out by the fucking spud. Potato jackets. He's never seen beans on a fucking spud, yeah? Give him an aneurysm. Anyway, yeah. What was I saying? Other than that, there's not much else going on in the world, like I said. In my world, at least, just got destroyed. I got absolutely destroyed. You know? The Lazarus anime episode 1 by Watanabe is out. Oh my god. There's so much stuff coming out. Turkey versus Israel, they're getting petty now. Yeah. I know. We'll talk about that too. Musk versus Navarro boxing, get into that. I know, there's drama. The girlies are fighting. We got a lot to talk about, so let's do it. Musk x Navarro over tariffs. Turkey versus Israel over Syria. Market rebounds. SCOTUS gives Trump fascist victories. Have you seen Saga video on China on BP? He has become a full CPC supporter. Let's go. Market rebounds and tanks. Market is just red. It's just red. It's just red and then green and then red again and dead again. It is what it is. That's just what markets do. That's just what markets do. Markets only do this when they're distressed, and it's fine. Markets have not rebounded. I know it's more so a meme, chat. I know markets have not rebounded. I don't really care about the fucking markets anyway. Obviously, this is a anti-capitalist stream. Markets are only indicative as far as like what the economic impact will be on the working class. That's the only thing I care about. Something that I stress routinely with regular frequency, as a matter of fact. So, you know, some for everybody to consider when we have these conversations. Here, I'll do rebounds and tanks again. All right. What was I gonna say? Your blast off tweet just made the stock market jump 2 points. Let's go. Misinformation works, dude. Possible China troops in Ukraine. Oh, Jesus. I fucking don't care about that. But we'll talk about that too. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to have Joe Weisenthal on, actually, as a matter of fact, hopefully, if he has time. I don't know if he replied to me at all. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I need to have a freaking nerd. Okay. I need to have a freaking nerd come on so that they can describe the nerdy shit that's happening. You know what I mean? I got the playlist at the Macy's. Don't worry. Market rebounds and tanks. SCOTUS gives Trump fast victories. Musk Navarro over tariffs. Turkey versus Israel. Israel over Syria. What else? There's just so much happening, dude. I just I have a hard time keeping up with every dang thing. China vows tariff fight and more. Get in now. Yeah, IRS agrees to give ICE all of the data readily available for migrants, which is incredibly disgusting. Libs of TikTok went on an ICE raid. I saw that. Listen, let me tell you, I see everything. I see everything that you see. Okay. Yeah. Everyone is also talking about the recession or not. The Oval Office has reached a gilded age. Like, yeah, I know. He's gaudy. He's gaudy as shit. He loves his gold. Okay. He's Mr. Gaudy. He's Mr. Nouveau Riche. He just doesn't. He sucks. Ukraine arrests Chinese Russian fighters at the front. Yeah, I saw. Gilded Age is the poorest era in American history. 90% of people are poor. Yeah, well, guess what, dude? The top 1% of wealth, on the other hand, was caken. And that's what's important. Those are the jobs producers. Those are the jobs providers. Those are the most innovative, most brilliant, the heaven ordained amongst us. You should be excited at the prospect that you get to live in an era where so many phenomenal men and women exist. And instead of feeling excited at the prospect of being around all of these people with unimaginable levels of wealth, you sit around and you say, oh, me lord, I'm poor. I don't have enough gruel, me lordship. What you should be saying is, me lordship, please, can I have some more? That's what you should be saying, okay? What you should be doing right now is training your children, the next generation, to become chimney sweeps, okay? But you're not. You're not doing that because you're not innovative. You don't know about the Sigma Grindset lifestyle, and you're not going to make the cut, okay? We're going to melt you for biomatter, and that is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. You feel me? This must be another reason why he loves Erdogan. Yeah, Erdogan is all about that gaudy shit too, of course. He thinks he's a padishah, bro. He thinks he's Sultan, okay? He thinks he's Mr. Sultan. Mr. Reis Tayyip Erdogan turned into Sultan over here. So yeah. Mahmoud's immigration court hearing in process right now. We'll share any updates in chat as I receive them. Hell yeah, thank you. We have our wherever people in the front lines. It has been revealed that the rapist minister is Orit Strock, the minister of settlements and a member of the party of Smotrich and one of the leaders of the settlers in Hebron. First publication. What? Daughter of coalition minister claims she was raped by both her parents and filed a police complaint against them. First publication, Daniel Amram, without censorship at this stage. We can only publish the following details. The daughter of a minister who currently serves in the government published on her Facebook account that she was raped by her parents and even filed a police complaint against them. Dude, just Israel stuff, you know? Just Israel things, baby. Just Israel things, you know? Maybe they'll put them on TV to be like, you don't understand. This Daniel Amram is really sketchy overall. Yeah, I don't know. This Daniel Amram is the second time I've seen info coming out that was a little off base, but we'll see. I'll dive into it a little bit further. No, they're not going to do pro rape riots. But Daniel Amram was the one that broke the story about the hostage that was also. I'm pretty sure he was the one who broke the story about the Israeli hostage that literally came back to Israel and was raped by her fitness instructor. But yeah, he is a little bit of a. I'll keep it a $150. He's a little bit of a. What's the term? Should I say fabulist? From stuff that I've seen, like you know, there are instances where he's on the money. His whole shtick is public shaming. Sometimes it's valid. Most times it's haphazard and off base. He's also outside of Israel for legal reasons, apparently. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. We're talking about Daniel Amram, the journalist who the investigative reporter who broke the story of the Israeli minister of the Knesset who may or may not have raped his daughter, like the daughter of the Knesset. Okay, we'll get to that story later. Okay, there's so much to cover. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later today. Okay, are you going to cover what seems to be strikes in Iran soon, dude? I'm going to cover it all. Okay, the American government is revitalizing. The American government is revitalizing its military. We're going to be the $1 trillion military, baby. That's right. 700 billion is not enough. We need more billions. We need more bees. We need 300 extra bees, baby. 200 extra bees. Fuck it. We are now moving from the B to the T. That's right. Remember when the Trump administration was like, I'm a peaceful dove. I'm a peaceful dove. We're gonna cut down on this wasteful spending. So much wasteful expenditure out here. We gotta cut that down. Yeah, thank God. Thank God my goat is doing that. Of course, if you believe that even for a brief moment, as many people that are my naysayers in the MAGA Communist Coalition were constantly yelling at me over, well, you're a fucking moron, okay? What did I tell you? American foreign policy is uniparty. American foreign policy is uniparty. Yes, the Trump administration or the Republicans will maybe move the needle further, but as I have demonstrated time and time again, even the trade policy that Trump is talking about is put together in a haphazard fashion, obviously undermining the global economy and destabilizing it in dramatic ways. Having said that, the goal and the direction was set forth by one man. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. All of the undermining of the World Trade Organization and the deliberate efforts of trying to decouple global trade from China, that started under the Obama administration. Donald Trump follows through on a lot of Obama's agenda. Donald Trump also followed through on Obama's agenda when it came to making European leaders spend a higher percentage of their GDP on their own defense in NATO. That was Obama. He's the one who actually started this process. Donald Trump actually pushed it. Remember, these things matter. All right. Our extraction, our not extraction, sorry, our extortion protection racket, NATO. Donald Trump did the damn thing, and that's precisely why Biden didn't reverse it. Biden did not reverse those decisions. So that's important to recognize. However, there are still plenty of things that the Trump administration has done and will continue to do that is haphazard, silly, belligerent, for seemingly no discernible reason. Even directionally, it might be it might be in line. Directionally, it might be in line with the agenda of previous administrations in terms of global trade, in terms of undermining China at the global stage, for a multitude of different reasons. Having said that, however, the way that they're going about it is obviously fucking crazy. Are you reading a PowerPoint? No, I am going off the top dome, chatter. But thank you for thinking I'm reading a PowerPoint, because I am just demonstrating excellent recall. Let's continue. Trump stands firm on tariffs amid the stock market turmoil. Let's take a look.
Trump is holding firm on his tariffs, rejecting calls for a pause. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce tracking that debate. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, with his sweeping so-called reciprocal tariffs set to take effect at midnight tonight, the president is not backing down, but his administration is sending some mixed messages about this trade war. The president speaking of these tariffs as permanent policy while also opening the door to bargaining. This morning, in the face of turmoil on Wall Street, President Trump remains defiant.
I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end.
He's showing no signs of budging, despite growing fear among economists that a recession is on the horizon. Top investors, even Trump supporters, now urging him to hit the brakes. I asked the president, would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Well, we're not looking at that. We have many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals.
The White House says almost 70 countries have come calling, but so far only Japan appears engaged in any kind of active negotiations before Trump's 24% tariff takes effect. We pressed the Treasury Secretary. You're starting to negotiate. How soon do you think we could see some deals be made?
Well, we have one of the Vietnamese officials coming in.
I thought Scott Bessent would have backed away from this by now. I really thought that he would have backed out of this. Like it would have been forced to just retire, leave the administration. You know what I mean? I truly thought he would have quit by now. It is kind of interesting that he is he's still holding on. You know, he's still holding on. He looks scared. He has the attitude of a man who is not. It feels like he's not happy about what the things that he has to defend, but we'll see.
The Japanese are very eager to get over, and I think you're going to see a couple of big trading partners do deals very quickly.
The president pressed on the purpose of his tariffs as his administration sends mixed messages, asked if they're a permanent strategy or a short-term negotiating tactic.
Well, they can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations, because there are things that we need beyond tariffs.
The president appearing.
Yeah, his message is now the White House message. Talk about negotiations, but keep the tariffs. The reason why they're doing that is because they want the markets to scream a little less. Because it's not just about like a consolidation of wealth in the way that like even Robert Reich and Sam Cedar and many other people whose opinion I trust on a lot of this stuff have indicated. Because there's a lot of people who think like, oh, Trump is purposely tanking the market so that his buddies can just like pick apart the pieces for pennies on the dollar. I don't think that that is the primary purpose. I think that that is a secondary purpose that happens regardless, right? No matter what happens, that is what is going to happen. That's just the normal capitalist imperative. Having said that, that is not the reason why he's doing this. The tariffs are, I think, the most instructive thing that we have seen thus far. If you are confused about the tariffs, is the 5 points that one random guy delivered in front of, what was it? There was another press conference of a low-level dude who got up and said, here are the 5 things that we want from these other countries, including purchasing more weapons, including purchasing more of our shit. And I think that is the major, those are the real reasons why he's implementing these destructive tariff initiatives. Do you think the primary purpose is to essentially strong arm other countries into purchasing American goods? Yes. That is one of the major reasons why he's doing this. There's a couple reasons why he's doing this. Okay? There's a couple reasons why he's doing this. The number one most important reason why he's doing this is because China has cleaned up over the course of, after being forced into the World Trade Organization. Okay? China, utilizing state subsidies and its command economy, has absolutely dominated the rest of the planet in terms of trade. And other countries don't look to that and go, wait, why don't we also have a higher degree of socialization and try to implement a command economy? Instead of doing that, other countries decided you're cheating. That's basically what this is. This is called cheating. There is a finite amount of subsidies that you can offer your agricultural producers. If you're America, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't really matter. But ultimately, if you are using capitalism as a sleeve, right, and you're not actually capitalist minded, and you are instead utilizing your supposedly capitalist corporations to dominate global trade by offering complete state control to your production that makes it impossible to compete against, then that's really fucked up. That's called cheating. That is unironically the argument, okay? They say Chinese meta too strong. Chinese meta is too strong. Please nerf. This is OP. At no point does anybody go, why don't we also chase the Chinese meta? Not a single person has decided that perhaps that could be the next evolution of capitalism, okay? So that's a big gripe that obviously Ursula von der Leyen has, the European markets have. That's a big gripe that America has. And Donald Trump wants to decouple the rest of the world from Chinese manufacturing by force. Okay? White House aide Stephen Moran outlines 5 potential responses. This is, ironically enough, one of the most instructive things I have read, knowing what I know about the Trump administration, knowing what I know about Project 2025, knowing what I know about previous administrations and their overarching goals of undermining Chinese dominance of the global stage for global trade. Okay? This is, I'm telling you right now, the greatest summarization of what their administration's goals are. Don't listen to anything else, just this. Number 1, foreign countries can accept tariffs without retaliation, giving U.S. revenue. Number 2, they can stop the unfair/harmful trade practices and buying more from the U.S. This is the major part. This is what they want to do. They want to forcibly sell our hormone-induced beef to other countries at the higher price points that they can't even fucking purchase at. Or they want our salmonella chicken by force to dominate their marketplaces, okay? Or they want our cars that they cannot drive in their fucking roads to dominate their roads. This is what it is, because other than that, what else do we sell? Weapons. And also, of course, services. We sell a lot of services. The entire global economy revolves around services. Financial services, tech services, things of that nature, okay? Those are the things that we sell, and we already dominate on that front regardless. Boost defense spending and procurement from U.S. And ding, 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 there it is. This is the third and perhaps also incredibly important point. They want other countries to make up for the trade deficit by buying more of our weapons, okay? Buy more of our arms. Please buy more of our arms. That's the only thing we have. There is nothing else that we have. We don't make shit. We make weapons. So you have to buy these weapons. And then, last but not least, they want foreign nations to invest and install factories in the United States and also directly write checks to the U.S. Treasury. That last one is really funny. So this right here, in my opinion, is the most instructive 5-point goal that I have seen so far from the administration. Pay no attention to what like Navarro says versus what Lutnick says versus what Bessent says versus what Donald Trump says. They have their own personal goals, but I think overall this is the greatest summary I have seen of the actual goals that the administration has beyond what I just described to you about like forcing China to no longer have this dominant position in global trade because their subsidy-backed commodity production methods are unfortunately for the rest of the world impossible to compete with. Now, let's just say I'm very familiar with the neoliberal argument here. I'm very familiar with the pro-capitalist argument. I'm very familiar with the Fukuyama guided argument that many people have. I talk to people all the time who I disagree with, who understand global trade, who have a very different attitude around the world. And I genuinely keep explaining to them that the major advantage that I have over them is that I do not have the capitalist dogmatic framework when analyzing the situation. Okay? They do. I have identified two things that I think cause a lot of the experts, because I do talk to some experts, a lot of the experts, I think, have horse blinders on. They operate within the capitalist dogmatic framework, and therefore they can't make sense of what China is doing, or rather, sometimes they analyze what China is doing and consider it to be cheating. Okay? The two issues are, number one, assuming, and this will always lead you astray, assuming that China is operating with the profit motive, with the capitalist framework, okay? That their goals overall are to make sure that their corporations have higher profit margins year over year. That's the only thing that China cares about. If you think that that's how China operates, just like Western liberal democracies do, you're going to be wrong every single time. You're going to be wrong in a very public and in a very spectacular way. You're going to think, ghost cities, greatest example, right? You're going to go, look at these ghost cities. They're empty. Nobody wants them. Why are they building them? Oh, just for jobs, right? In the short term, haha, how stupid. Guess what? They're no longer ghost cities because they were doing planning ahead of time, okay? That's number one. The assumption that China is operating with the same capitalist framework and not simply using capitalism as a weapon to dominate global trade for their own personal desires of having more political power on the global stage, that's always going to lead you astray. Whether you are looking at Chinese domestic affairs or whether you're looking at Chinese foreign policy, you will always be wrong if you assume they're simply operating in the same framework that the Western liberal capitalist democracies are operating on. The second problem is the notion, the false notion that there is a method to the madness, that this system that we have designed, the world order that we have taken for granted for the past 60 years, and especially accelerated in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, which is analogous to what is happening in the United States of America right now as well, but I'm not going to get into that currently. That system is infallible, so whenever something like Donald Trump happens within that structure, the system has safeguards to bring everything back to normalcy. The nothing ever happens mentality, the Zoomer attitude of Fukuyama thought, the end of history. This is also wrong. If you think that this structure is infallible, if you think that the structure will always fix itself somehow by force, markets will rebound no matter what, because the profit incentive that is the underpinning of everything that we do, the design of this society. If you think that influence, that attitude, that motivation will inevitably cause people to come to their senses, you will be led astray as well. Because sometimes there are a lot of fucking dumb mistakes that these guys make. This is one of them. Directionally, Donald Trump is accelerating the war against China, the trade war against China, in the same ways that Barack Obama and Biden also tried to do. But the way he's doing this is stupid. So if you think there's some sort of 5D chess move that's taking place here, you will be led astray. It's that simple. That's it. So remember, if you think China is operating within the same capitalist mentality that our country is operating under, our liberal democracy is operating under, you will always be wrong. You will always be wrong. Okay, this isn't to say that like the Chinese government can't make mistakes or can't have issues that they can't tackle, especially when it comes to foreign policy, right? There certainly will be moments like that. Having said that, if the underlying attitude that you have is that they also have corporations and corporate interests that they put in front of their actual national interests, whether it be domestic policy, in their domestic affairs or foreign policy when it comes to foreign trade. If you think that they care about the corporate structure, they care about the corporate interests, you will always be led astray. Okay? Remember that. U.S. is, by the way, speaking of which, U.S. to impose 104% tariff on Chinese imports from April 9th after Beijing misses deadline, says White House. Fantastic stuff. Let's see how the markets perform after that. I wish China was more like the USSR when it comes to foreign policy. I will not say that, because while China is only invested in China and nothing else, seemingly they are more resilient than the USSR. This is one of the examples. Okay, Chinese foreign policy revolves around making China undeniable, an undeniable force in global trade, an undeniable necessity for global manufacturing. They look at the markets, they looked at the neoliberal design, they looked at free trade, and they said, we will use this to our benefit. That is the reason why it is incredibly costly at the domestic level for an American president to try to detangle our complex, interwoven trade relationship with China. Do you understand? That is, in my opinion, China learning from the USSR's mistakes, or rather, I wouldn't even say USSR's mistakes at that point. It's just like, it was a very different time, very different technology, very different tech availabilities for the USSR, and also very different material circumstances post World War II for the USSR. So for me, I think they see it, they recognize it, and they are moving in a way where they become impossible to avoid, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is very possible to avoid by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. No tariffs here. It's still $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub. That's also a double ad break debate, because I'm not actually serving ads. Once again, that's a double ad break debate. No ad will be served. That's right. I wanted to fucking break your brain a little bit. Yes. $6 for now. You can also get gifted a sub. This is the best way to support the broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the members, the subscribers. Subscriptions will give you access to wonderful emails that you can use all around the platform, and also maintain my editorial independence, and also simultaneously cool badges that you can show in the chat, and a way to avoid other restrictions, like sometimes subscription only chats. All right. Also, where is it? Thank you, John Brown's Holy Ghost, for the 15 community gift subs, and Sale Cap for the 15 community sub gifts. I'm manufacturing because ever future ad breaks is true. I am doing that. Yeah, boy Mills. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, but China's still trading with Israel. Would you rather have imperialism disguised as sustainability or an anti-imperialist regime? Yeah, no, I think it's also fucking bullshit that China is doing that. I mean, I talk about that all the time. That's why I say China is only interested in China and nothing else. And even then, of course, like, one country is trading with Israel, the other country is giving Israel nonstop, endless supply of weapons and political capital, social capital, and defending Israel. So China is anti-Zionist in comparison to America, okay? Having said that, of course, they are not anti-Zionist, and they absolutely do collaborate with Israel. They have given Israel surveillance technology that Israel uses against the Palestinians in the West Bank. So does America, of course. But this is something that I recognize, openly criticize, but let's continue.
Alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whose own country is being slapped with a 17% tariff despite being America's closest ally in the Middle East. Netanyahu seeming to give Trump what he wants, promising to lower Israel's tariff rate on the U.S. to 0.
What is this? Given the unique land public finance scheme in China, city leaders have strong incentives to build new towns near HSR stations as a strategy to expand the urban buildup area and increase local government revenue and land auctions. You're wrong, lol. Bro, I'm telling you right now, you're doing it. Capitalist dogma is so powerful. It is so powerful that in the process of me explaining, if you think that China is operating within the capitalist boundaries, within the capitalist framework, okay, you will be led astray. And you can't, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the chatter was wrong. Please stop with the assumption that China is doing these sorts of initiatives with the profit motive of corporations in mind. If you think that that is the case, if you think that that is the case in and of itself, you will be led astray. This isn't to say, I'm not saying it's the same framework, not capitalistic. They have a scheme that promotes politicians for increased artificial performance. All of that still comes from a top-down directive for rapid urbanization. Okay? This does not mean that China does not use capitalist incentivization structures or wear capitalism as a sleeve. That's what I'm trying to explain. They will present themselves as a capitalist nation. They do. They do all the time. And this is beneficial for them. This has been beneficial for them, especially for foreign capital coming into the country, despite the major government hurdles that they place upon foreign capital. So within the incentive structure, within the incentive, you can't present yourself as capitalist. What, Lamau, you either are or aren't? Well, it seems like there is a country that's doing just that. A country that has billionaires within the party structure, a country that has corporations, a country that has a stock market, and yet the underlying fundamentals have nothing to do with boosting the profit motive. And beyond that, they very quickly they'll very quickly shut that shit down if necessary. That's the whole point. It's a great example. Subsuming private interest to the state is just fascism, dog. Okay, China is fascist, dude. You're right. That's what it is. Yes, they're a fascist country. America is not a fascist country. America is a capitalist liberal democracy. China is a fascist country. You got it. Words actually don't mean anything. By that logic, USSR was fascist. I mean, yeah, liberal capitalists do unironically make this argument. They think that. Yes, they do think that. Look, I'm not gonna keep talking about this. It's okay. You can think whatever you want to think. But there will come a day, and I think for a lot of people, they are coming to that recognition right now. If you have pumped your brain full of China is going to evaporate any day now style videos over and over again, China is the worst country on the planet, blah, 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 all these videos over and over again, you probably will find yourself a little confused in this process. I don't. And that's the reason why I'm trying to help you develop a different perspective on the way that China operates to the best of my ability. I'm not the most knowledgeable either on this matter. Do you see what I'm saying?
We will eliminate the trade deficit.
USSR was fascist? What do you mean?
But
okay,
even
bro,
with that
on,
assurance,
stop,
Trump's
stop.
still not committing to reducing the tariffs on Israel.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget, we help Israel a lot.
On Capitol Hill, Republican leaders publicly shrugging off concerns, arguing the president's plan will take time.
We have to give the president space.
But among some rank-and-file members, dissent is growing. 7 Republican senators now joining with Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell to introduce a long-shot bill that would require the president to notify Congress of new tariffs that Congress would need to approve within 60 days. A similar bill in the House brought by moderate Nebraska Republican Don Bacon, but neither likely to.
People understand communism is an evolution of capitalism, but not understand that a transitional state might use a global capital structure to transition away from it. Yeah, but the problem is people don't understand that communism is an evolution of capitalism. They don't. They think it's a totally separate thing that is very scary and bad. Like communism means no toothbrush or whatever the fuck. So they don't.
To pass, Trump already threatening to veto.
Congress must immediately take back power from Donald Trump before he causes more damage to the economy.
Now, all of this will play out on the Hill today when Trump's top trade rep.
You're over-exaggerating. China's top-down initiatives aren't the result of nothing but pure intentions for all the Chinese people. The most powerful and wealthy have as much sway as in the West. Xi can kill some of his opponents, but he can't kill all of them. So the profit motive is still very important. People are sacrificing the process just like here. Yeah, I am also not I don't have delusions about this either. That's why I always talk about how like the anti-corruption initiatives that Xi Jinping implemented have also been implemented towards people who were outside of the scope of the regime or sometimes spoke out of turn. This is something that I also mention all the fucking time. But ultimately, any kind of anti-capitalist initiative, first of all, by the way, when he says kill, I don't think he means literally kill, right? I don't think you meant literally kill, right? You're not Because you can't say I'm over exaggerating and then say Xi Jinping murders his billionaire opponents, because that is insane. My friend is a former Trot turned ML. He's talked to CCP people before, and they literally do seriously believe that they are a transitional socialist state. No, I think so too. I think that they do believe it. Yes. What is the shaking meme? I'm lost. It's when I pull someone to the public square and then shake them like a baby to shake some sense into them. All right, let's keep going.
Testifies before the Senate Finance Committee. He's expected to defend the president's trade agenda and be pressed on the fallout. George.
Okay, Mary, thanks.
Yeah, I think Eamon Javers has some more color from the White House on this brewing rivalry. Amen.
What do you mean, shake them like a baby? That's not a thing. It's a joke, chatters. Oh, my God. Goddamn.
Yeah, Sarah, that's right. This is a behind-the-scenes rivalry that's now exploding into public view between Elon Musk and Peter Navarro, two very different wings of the Trump administration internally.
Yeah, Elon Musk is calling Navarro a moron, dumber than a sack of bricks. The girlies are fighting, but Elon is already out of favor in the Trump White House, so good luck to him. Good luck to Elon. Oh, God, it's amazing. It's amazing that it's like falling away. It's falling apart in spectacular fashion.
To now have a reaction to all this from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. I just spoke to her a couple of moments ago. Her reaction to the statement from Elon Musk calling Peter Navarro truly a moron and dumber than a sack of bricks is whatever. We are the most
For the record, like, I'm not doing the China is going to collapse tomorrow memes, but for America. Like, that's not what I'm saying either. This is going to be a long and drawn out process. Okay? That's not the argument here either. Like, I'm not doing the fucking America is collapsing tomorrow memes. Like the reverse USAID funded YouTuber pipeline. I do, however, think that there is some comparisons between the USSR and the collapse of the USSR and the collapse of American empire a little bit. It is also a self-inflicted wound, accelerated by outside forces, certainly in the case of USSR. And in our circumstance, the outside forces are not outside forces at all, but internal forces, something that we have actually worked at the behest of, our government has worked at the behest of, which is capital interests. Unchecked power for capital owners have caused unlimited greed, has destroyed American manufacturing capabilities and labor power. Labor power is supposed to breathe life back into the welfare state that breathes life back into the capitalist system and offers it a lifeline. The contradictions become too severe to ignore, and America starts recognizing that they've lost the plot over the course of the past couple of decades, where a command economy can come in and absolutely dominate them in the global marketplace, develop themselves, and become a competent, competitive superpower. And now they are trying to stop the bleeding to the best of their ability. But because of our endless greed and because of our defense of capitalism and our interest in the maintenance of capitalism, we do not have the tools to actually fight back against this. We do not have the tools to rather rebuild the system. Because if America turned into China overnight, in terms of his policies, in terms of his interests, and America, let's say, started using its corporate structure and make corporations work at the behest of the government and at the behest of the citizenry, rather than the corporations dominating the government, where the government serves the corporations, as is the case here in the United States of America. Maybe then, in the next decade, America could become a more competitive country and potentially put like 50 to 100 extra years on its global dominance, right? But they're not doing that because the only tool we have is a hammer. And if the only tool you have is a hammer, you're going to break stuff. And that's precisely what Donald Trump is doing right now.
Transparent administration.
You'd get more views if you were more racist. More racist implies I'm decently racist, but I need to increase the racism dial more.
In history, expressing our disagreements in public. So clearly the attitude from the president and from the White House more broadly is, sort of a boys will be boys attitude here that you get from that particular statement from Caroline Leavitt, that these two people disagree, they're disagreeing in public, and the president is getting a range of views in terms of all the inputs as he considers where to go with this trade war, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, to David's point, like Navarro took a shot at Musk on the air in response to a shot, I think, that was taken at him. One of them is a CEO that operates a business that does a lot of business in China and around the world. And the other is a hawk on trade. So right. I think it represents, how a lot of CEOs are feeling what Musk is channeling.
And the question is, from Trump's perspective, is which of these two people does Donald Trump trust more? Is going to be a longer-term player in the Trump orbit, has been a longer-term player in the Trump orbit. And I would just point out to you that Peter Navarro literally went to jail last year to politically protect Donald Trump.
That's his guy, bro. That is his guy. He is the Fedayeen, okay? Trump, what? Aren't you avidly anti-Semite? Is that not enough for chatters? It's funny. Let me tell you something. Peter Navarro is a loyal soldier. And Trump also agrees with him. Trump agrees with him on the tariff shit. He thinks Peter Navarro is bold, brave, and a future-minded person. Have you seen the market rebound? Yeah, it rebound from this. Let me tell you, okay? It's deep red again.
Elon Musk hasn't done that. Elon Musk has been here for a couple of months. He's been very close to the president over those couple of months. But the Navarro relationship with Trump is longer standing.
Yeah, I know. This is what caused him. This is why Elon called Peter Navarro a moron. The girlies are fighting. This is what Navarro said. Also known as Peter Navarro, also known by the anagram fake name, what was it? Ron Vera. Okay, that's right. Peter Navarro, also known as Ron Vera. Very famous analyst Ron Vera. Okay, heavily featured in all of Peter Navarro's books as a China expert. I'm, of course, referencing Elon called Navarro R-wordo. Wait, what? R-wordo?
When it comes to tariffs and trade, we all understand in the White House, and the American people understand that Elon's...
He called him, what, retardo? What the fuck? He said Peter retardo? What the? You're 60 years old. What are you doing? This is the wealthiest man, one of the most powerful individuals on the planet, dude. Holy moly. Holy Toledo. Yeah. Dog shit 3 and retardio has hit the timeline. A new retardio coin is coming out, okay? A new cryptocurrency. This time Peter Retardio, Retordo, or whatever the fuck is called. This is so ridiculous, dude.
A car manufacturer, but he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler in many cases. If you go to his Texas plant, a good part of the engines that he gets, which in the EV case is the batteries, come from Japan and come from China. The electronics.
I'm not going to lie. This is the first time it's been kind of funny, but because of how stupid it is, okay? Like just so deeply unserious that a 60-year-old man is saying this. That's crazy. That's like, what are we doing? This is so insanely childish, dude. Oh my God. The most powerful man in the world who can't get past Act 1 in Path of Exile 2 and must pay a Chinese peasant. Also, before people get mad at Elon, I mean, he literally is neurodivergent, okay? It's his word. He likes to use it a little too much, but it is his word, okay? What am I supposed to do as an outsider looking in? What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? This guy, I can't tell him not to say it. He has the pass, okay?
Come from Taiwan. The tires come. What we want, and the difference is in our thinking and Elon's on this, is that we want the tires made in Akron. We want the transmissions made in Indianapolis. We want the engines made in Flint and Saginaw, and we want the cars manufactured here. It's like this business model where...
Bro, if I hit 127 on the autism test, Elon probably broke the fucking scale, okay? Calm down.
BMW and Mercedes come in to Spartanburg, South Carolina, and have us assemble German engines and Austrian transmissions. That doesn't work for America. It's bad for our economics. It's bad for our national security. We want them to come here. And with Elon, it's fine. He's a car man. He's a car person. That's what he does. And he wants the cheap foreign parts, and we understand that. But we want him home. We want him home.
Peter, you
for our national security and economic security.
You just said He's never been actually diagnosed. His mother just said he was autistic and everyone believes her. Brother, come on. Are we really doing this right now? Like you're disputing whether or not Elon Musk is autistic. This is the level that we got to. Like, I get it. A lot of chatters are neurodivergent, autistic themselves. They don't want to have that brand association with Elon Musk. I get it. Okay. Totally understand why you would be fighting this battle, but this is a lost battle. Okay. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not, you can keep trying to fight on that hill, but it's not worth dying on that hill. My man is omega autistic. Okay. He is very, very neurodivergent. Like you can't act in that way. Like he's not Sheldon. Okay. He is not capable of behaving in that way as in a fake fashion.
And everything's good with Elon.
Yeah. He's also sociopathic on top of that, certainly, but he's to say that he's not like neurodivergent is crazy. All right, let's keep going.
Standing and more deeply loyal.
So that was the reason why Elon Musk said Navarro's a truly moron. What he says here is demonstrably false.
Then the Elon Musk relationship with Trump is, even though the Elon Musk relationship has been so dramatically.
I do love this, by the way, because the girlies are fighting very publicly. The economy is collapsing very publicly. And in the process, the White House will just like, they'll come up with a statement like a mean girl. They're like, whatever, we're the most transparent administration in history, expressing our disagreements in public. It's actually cool that we are an administrative state in complete disarray. It's fine. Whatever. It's actually making America great. Awesome.
Public over the past couple of months, and we've seen all these pictures of Elon and the president together. That is a relatively new relationship. So if you're Donald Trump, who do you listen to more intently there? Is it Musk or is it Navarro? Of course, Trump has enormous respect for Musk, his history of building companies, and his wealth as well.
And his wealth and the money that has obviously been contributed to both support his campaign and other Republicans around the country as well.
Yes.
Eamon, everybody I have spoken to, again, close to Musk indicates that when you see the two together, you really, not many get to fly on the helicopter to Air Force One, but Musk does. I don't know if you've heard the same, but they, because you're always looking for that. I've been asking, well, aren't they going to at some point end up fighting with each other? And the answer has been uniformly no, not if you see them together. So I'd be very curious as well. Eamon's point is a good one in terms of if there is somebody to side with, which way do you go here?
But it all is happening, of course, Eamon, at the same time, as we've been saying, where it seems as if the Navarro hardline camp is maybe in a little bit of retreat or sideline for the moment. And, yesterday he had an op-ed says no negotiations. And by the end of the day, all we're talking about is negotiations.
Yeah, exactly. And the White House saying, well, at the time Navarro wrote that statement, that was the operating principle here at the White House. And maybe that's shifted a little bit. Clearly over the past, I would say, 12, not quite 24 hours, the Navarro wing has been a little bit in retreat here at the White House. Navarro on CNBC yesterday morning saying, this is not a negotiation, laying out a vision of tariffs as more of a permanent economic state of affairs. Then you had
Trump is not very loyal to his friends. He's not known for that, but he is loyal to one thing, and that is the almighty dollar. Anybody that puts it in his pockets, he will serve, okay? He will be a servile little piggy to you, okay? He will. And Elon clearly has a lot of it and is willing to give a lot of it, okay? He is spending a lot. So I would say this is a match made in heaven. That's the only thing that's kept him around, regardless of his major L's here.
The Treasury Secretary putting out this statement that he was negotiating with the Chinese at the president's direction, indicating that it very much is a negotiation. And the president sort of waffling on all this in the Oval Office, saying, you know what, it can be both. It can be both a negotiation and a permanent state of affairs. And so I think this goes back to, this discussion last week in the market of, whether or not April 2nd would be a clearing event for the markets and we would now get certainty. Clearly this is going to be an ongoing process. There are going to be negotiations. There are going to be levers pulled by this White House. Things are going to fluctuate up and down. And that will, my guess is, just my analysis and nothing more than that, is that will last throughout the president's term because the president likes tariffs. He likes the unilateral control. He likes the ability of the tariffs to force countries and companies to come to the Oval Office and offer him deals. You heard Scott Bessent talking about, we'll see what these other countries have to offer. The president sees that as him being in the driver's seat economically and then being able to carve out a deal in each case that's best for American workers. And they're very much focused here on workers, not on markets.
Well, they are being transparent, even when they're fighting, to Levitt's point. That's happening. More palace intrigue, I guess. Thank you, Eamon. Eamon Jabbers.
You bet.
I think one of the funniest parts about this, by the way, within the conservative media sphere is that the more these guys hit this note, the more they make the economy scream, the more Fox News and all of the adjacent, like, independent right-wing content creators as well that get their notes from the admin, that try to run defense for the admin, focus on random irrelevant shit like trans people. Okay? I think it will get to a point where even the dumbest of our citizens will start recognizing that maybe it's not time to talk about trans people. Okay? Maybe it's time to talk about the economy a little bit and how much their 401ks have gotten punished in the process, or what will happen to prices due to the ways in which this administration is moving, due to the fucking tariffs that they're slapping onto everything. Okay? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because while this is what's going on, here's Joe Weisenthal dunking on David Sachs saying Black Monday hoax is over because the market rebounded. Turns out, not that much. Markets peaked exactly 20 minutes later. Jim Cramer, better watch out. There's a new anti-prophet in town, says Craig Herring. Okay. And while this is going on, what is Fox News covering, especially at the eve of the Trump administration saying they are going to put 104% tariffs on Chinese goods that are going into effect tomorrow? Here is Ari Drennan. Gender chaos. 2 trans athletes compete in women's pool final. Biological men compete for a women's championship. On Outnumbered, on Clay Travis, or on the morning show, and also on The Five. That's all they're doing. I need you to understand something, okay? If you cannot wake up to the reality that they just throw this in front of you like fucking red meat to distract you, because it's utterly irrelevant and inconsequential in your life in times where they're doing things that are very relevant and very consequential, like ruining your fucking future, ruining your retirement opportunities, ruining the goddamn global economy, and also potentially exploding the cost of living crisis. If you don't recognize that this is used as a simple distraction, you are the biggest dumbass of all time. Now, a lot of people are dum-dums. They do actually eat this shit. They do love this garbage. They're like, I need to consume more of this garbanzo. It makes me feel good. It gives me a semblance of control over my life when I can think about a trans person I can dunk on. Irrelevant. Utterly irrelevant. It is a simple distraction. When will Republicans learn? I think they will learn when they keep hitting these notes and they run out of stories and they just like make up new ones, I guess, while their fucking 401ks have evaporated and the price of an avocado is now $25. When that happens, they'll be like, nope, okay. Seems to me like I don't give a shit about this stuff. Why are you talking to me about this? Talk to me about my money. Talk to me about why my treats are more expensive. Anyway, they do not eat avocados. Republicans absolutely eat avocados. You are wrong. Yes, they do. Hogs eat avocados too. Get out of here. The idea that like that's old hat thinking. The idea that hogs aren't like millennial hipsters from 2016 now. All of the hogs have become millennial hipsters. If you don't recognize that, you are wrong. You will not understand the consciousness, the collective psychosis that hogs find themselves in. You have to understand. You must understand the hog. I love the hog. I love the hog mindset. I follow the hogs. I get my notes from the hogs. I am a hog in my heart, mind, body, and soul. Okay? This is a serious competitive advantage that I have as a commentator. I love the hogs. I love when they scream. I love when they squeal. I love following the hogs. And I think that it's important to do so. It's important to cover them. That's why I look at the Asmongold chat all the fucking time to just see what the piglets are saying. You know, I want to see what they're up to. I want to see what they're paying attention to. Anyway, yeah, I was born in the pigsty. I did not adopt it. Fox bit on how tariffs are manly and masculine. Oh, hell yeah. Could Trump's tariffs be the ultimate testosterone boost? Amazing. Greg Buttfelt with his poop coffee mug.
Trump's tariffs be the ultimate testosterone boost? The self-proclaimed MAGA lefty says yes.
We shipped jobs that gave men who work with their hands for a living and rely on brawn and physicality off to other countries to build up their middle class. And then we imported millions and millions of illegals.
I'm gonna repeat the same thing that I've repeated over and over again. These people, the people that fantasize about manufacturing jobs coming back into the United States of America, are not actually fantasizing about working in a factory floor. They're fantasizing about the benefits and the compensation packages, okay? They're fantasizing about a world where their wages are enough for one parent in a two-parent household to be able to work and take care of their 3 children, and college is affordable, upward social mobility is a reality, okay? Jobs still exist in the United States of America as it stands. A lot of them are in the service sector, certainly. Not many of them are in manufacturing. Having said that, however, if we were to bring back manufacturing to the United States of America, that is not going to magically bring up wages. It will take time, even if we built the factories, which we don't fucking have currently, okay? The reality is, without labor union participation in the economy, those wages are not going to increase either. Manufacturing is good because it is a reliable mechanism for consistent output. It's better than construction for that reason, because as long as there's a fucking factory there, as long as you got workers inside of that factory, they're constantly making shit, okay? And in that process, they are working on the assembly line. It is easier for those places to unionize. Having said that, however, it's not a universal principle, as we have found out with Amazon and their union busting tactics. Their tactics of constantly getting people and cycling people out of the distribution facility jobs, because the distribution facilities have to exist everywhere, and also simultaneously, distribution facilities are the closest in terms of the assembly line structure that already exists inside of the factory floors, and yet Amazon distribution facilities are virtually impossible to unionize, with one exception. Yo, I saw you on the news. Girl was putting you on blast. Who, where, what? Elaborate.
Harold, I guess this is based on the idea that a lot of jobs were manly, construction, manufacturing, TV host, that were then marginalized in this kind of cheap labor economy. What say you?
This idea
I saw
of
this one too.
Bringing back the Norman Rockwell vision of the American workforce, I just don't think is what we want. You look at the countries where I don't know who the young lady that was speaking there, but I think I understand her sentiment. We want jobs that come back where we build things and we make things and repair things. We want to build robots and repair robots. We want to ensure that we're building the next generation of medicines and conceptualizing and building out and thinking through. We're the most innovative, richest country the world has ever known, with the greatest and strongest.
That's not true. That's not the case. Like, that's no longer the case. If that was the case, we wouldn't be having, there wouldn't be such a big fuss over China dominating us in the global trade. Like, that's just not the case. That's copium.
Military ever. We've done pretty well. We need to keep doing well, but let's not pretend that we're not a country of strength.
Is back. Judge, so Robot Harold says that the past is dead. Forget about the good way.
Yeah, manly jobs. The robot builder. Matt Brunig had a good statement on this. I agree. There's a bit of cargo cultism in which people associate certain labor relations regimes with specific kinds of production and chase the latter, even though it's not necessary nor sufficient for the former. McDonald's workers in Denmark make more than Honda workers in Alabama. Exactly. This is something that I talked about with respect to coal miners. Okay? There's this notion in the United States of America that the coal miners are the backbone of the labor force, right? There's less coal miners than there are fucking Arby's workers in this goddamn country. Okay? We just have fantasized about the old ways in which manufacturing worked in this country. There are plenty of people that are working right now. 23% are underemployed. But there are plenty of fucking jobs in the service sector. The problem isn't necessarily that there aren't fucking jobs. The problem is the pay sucks. Okay? So even if you were to bring back manufacturing, while manufacturing in and of itself has a at least like manufacturing in general is historically resilient in terms of union participation. That in and of itself would not solve the problem anyway. And we're not even building the fucking factories to be able to do this kind of output. That's it. It's so stupid. Like, we have jobs already. This isn't to say it's bad to combat offshoring of manufacturing capabilities. I'm not saying that at all. But make no fucking mistake. Make no mistake. We already have jobs here. The problem is not what kind of jobs we have or whether they're gay jobs as opposed to straight man jobs. The problem is these are jobs that don't pay because capital owners are the problem. The way that we have designed the society is the problem. It's not China that is the problem. China is just playing the same game that everyone else is playing. They're just playing it better than we are, and now we're mad. We designed this structure, and now we're mad that our own design that has given us affordable treats for decades is actually cooking us because China has far too much power, being the manufacturing hub of the world. Friendly reminder, U.S. factory jobs only became synonymous with middle-class prosperity because of mass unionization. Exactly. Trump's mirage of reindustrialized America covers up this central fact. People forget that factory jobs in the U.S. were despotic hellholes until union drives in the 30s and 40s introduced some security, safety, and industrial democracy. Saying you're pro-factory doesn't mean you're pro-worker. The key to bringing back American prosperity is unionization, not reindustrialization per se. It is definitely good to try and bring back manufacturing plants, but we should be real. Because of automation in the U.S., we'll never again have more than 15% of its workforce in manufacturing. For all these reasons, manufacturing's share of employment has been falling in all rich countries over the past 50 years. Even in Japan, which has promoted manufacturing through protectionist trade policy and government subsidies, the percentage of workers employed in manufacturing has fallen to just over 15%. And this same trend is beginning to surface in China because Japan, regardless of the trade protectionism, is still very much susceptible to the same capitalist modes of production and the capitalist interests. Even in China, this is an issue. Okay, despite that nation's massive trade surplus, its manufacturing sector went from employing 30.3% of all workers in 2013 to 29.1% in 2023. Now, places like China, on the other hand, can at the very least make up for the lack of the labor force, or rather, places like Japan also do this to some degree. Instead of doing mass layoffs, they try to maintain people in those jobs regardless of automation, and that is the new method that should be in place, that people should still oversee the robot arms, okay? Automation should not be used as a mechanism to displace the pre-existing labor force. It should be used as a mechanism to lift the burden of the pre-existing labor force. Automation should be automation should be a thing that we are actually excited about so that people don't actually have to work, but they still collect the fucking paychecks, higher paychecks than they ever did, and in less time than they ever did. This is the problem. And if you don't actually change your strategy, if you don't actually change your fucking vision on this, you will never be able to solve the issue, because the issue in and of itself is the wealth inequality, is the income inequality. That's it. Dude, talk about self-checkout. That's the perfect example. Exactly. Self-checkout is there to displace the pre-existing cash register workers, okay? Because cash register workers have to get benefits. They can get hurt on the job, and then you have to do workers' comp. There's so much going on. Labor is the most malleable aspect of commodity production. And, of course, for that reason, it's the one that gets the downward pressure all the time from capital owners, okay? Self-checkout is fine as long as you still have a cashier working the exact same fucking self-checkout process. If you want to do self-checkout, that's all fine. If you want to do automation, that's fine. You still have to have the same labor force. And that would require capital owners to eat away at their profit margins, and they will never do that. It goes against capitalism. It goes against the way that we have designed this system. That is the problem. The system is at fault here. So if you do everything in your power to avoid addressing the real elephant in the room, which is capitalism, then you will never be able to solve these issues. You'll just engage in these cope spirals where they turn around and you fucking say, hey, guess what? We're going to bring back manufacturing to the United States of America, and everyone's going to go and sew socks in a fucking factory. It's not going to happen. No one is going to do that for 13 cents an hour or whatever the fuck, okay? According to Financial Times' Martin Wolf, were the U.S. to entirely eliminate its trade deficit in goods, manufacturing share of the U.S. employment would almost return to its level from 2 decades ago, leaving roughly 85% of U.S. workers employed in other sectors. Capital-intensive industries do tend to be more conducive to unionization because of workers' disruptive plus economic power. But because of automation, most workers won't get such jobs. The big question today is how to unionize the U.S. workforce that will remain mostly employed in services. Labor's recent revival extends beyond the revitalized United Auto Workers. It includes teachers who struck in 2018 and 2019, nurses who battled the HMOs, baristas who've unionized at Starbucks, and the millions of other service and care sector workers who fought back and won. While manufacturing logistics jobs are particularly strategic targets for unionization, we shouldn't accept Trump's contention that only blue-collar workers are real workers or his hallucination that the path to prosperity is factory jobs for all. We need unions for all. Exactly. Without labor unions, without these factory jobs coming in and unionizing, there will be no American prosperity. The same exact pressures will still exist very much in society. And it's not like these guys are sheltering you from the truth. They are very open about that. They keep saying, no, we're going to bring the fucking, what? Communism is the problem, not capitalism? No, communism is worse. You're right, dude. Communism has existed everywhere in society, in America especially. It's the communist Americans that are ruining the country. Americans are not too good to participate in global manufacturing. This is a straightforwardly imperialist attitude. Absent actual international governance, the best we can hope for is at least be able to implement controls and regulations. People really lose track of the global realities in this debate very quickly. The U.S. manufactures more than every country in the world except for China. The U.S. is responsible for 16.3% of global manufacturing output, despite having 4.2% of the globe's population. Let's say that increases, okay? Let's say that increases. The only reason why I'm an advocate for manufacturing happening here in the United States of America is not because of some spiritual or idealistic reasons or whatever, because I think like, oh, these are manly men jobs and that's going to be great. We're going to make America masculine again or whatever the fuck. The reason why I say that, the reason why I'm an advocate for it is because manufacturing jobs are more resilient in terms of the pressures against unionization. That's it. And yet there are still incredibly successful methods of not allowing unionization to happen in jobs that are similar to manufacturing, at least like in the Amazon distribution facilities. But the problem is not the lack of manufacturing jobs. We have a fuck ton of jobs in this country. The problem is a lack of labor power. The problem is a lack of union power. Remember that. Also, this is very funny here. This is the funniest thing. Weak men create hard times.
Bro, there's no way that's a real thing. Bro, we are slaving away over here. My guy's got a...
Why are you dunking on this guy? Bro, this is so dumb. I mean, this is classic fucking construction worker attitude too. It's like, oh, what a fucking pussy. He's using a thing that helps his back. Meanwhile, your back is fucked up, dumbass. For that reason, you should be advocating to get similar tools at your job site. So stupid. I know, listen, yeah, we should tell construction workers to stop wearing knee pads too. Yeah, no more hard toe boots, okay? No more steel toe boots for you. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a fucking pussy. No more steel toe boots for you, dumbass. Slaving away, a man's on his phone recording someone actually doing something. Yeah, I mean, listen. Yeah, he is more productive in that moment than these two guys are.
No way, bro. Oh, man. We're getting soft.
Yeah, why is he wearing steel toe boots? I can see it. And it's got a fucking mark on it, as in something fell. Why would you be such a pussy? I worked in construction carpentry for 5 years and I had to accept getting splinters, wood, metal under my fingernails because I wasn't allowed to wear bitch mittens. For the record, this is why OSHA is so goddamn important, okay? Because if left to their own devices, I swear to God, and I know these dudes, okay? If left to their own devices, they would fucking literally kill themselves at rates that you've never seen. Do you understand? This is why you have to have regulations. Because these motherfuckers, I'm sorry, are too stupid, okay? No disrespect, but also much disrespect. Some of you are in the chat and you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, okay? It is literally the dumbest. Oh my God. It's corner cutting every step of the fucking way where it's like, oh, shut up, dude. I know what I'm doing. I don't need this. I don't need this dumb shit. It's called confidence, you softy. No, thank God. Thank God for fucking regulations. OSHA is just paid off by the manufacturer anyways as a speeding ticket. I know. They work 70 hours a week. Safety, the last concern for these fellas. Bro, that's what I'm saying. And then they go, what the fuck happened to my back? The regulations at unions are what led you to wear safety equipment, take breaks when you need to, and otherwise deal with toxic bullshit at work. I worked road construction in the PA Turnpike. We were a union, thank fucking God. And even then, there's still plenty of issues for the record. But like, if you know anybody that works on a fucking job site like this, I'm sorry, a lot of these dudes do not like the safety regulations. God forbid, okay? But thank God they exist. Once I was on an 18-foot ladder without any help and I wobbled and my whole life flashed before my eyes. I still do it alone because I can't watch you on my phone if there are other people around. Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck? You're such a dumbass. Dude, don't do that. The fuck? Hey, man, I'm on top of a ladder right now, and I'm actually writing this in the chat as I listen to you, and let me tell you, the ladder is fucking wobbling, but it's okay. This is what I mean. They're fucking too stupid. Thank God that there is like some kind of regulation, but they don't even hold to it. They don't even hold you to it. Anyway, I just thought that this was very funny that these guys who also currently have some of those tools that fucking labor unions have fought for, some of the safety regulations that they are taking advantage of without recognizing, okay, shitting on another guy who is also a fucking worker using a tool instead of breaking their fucking back. It's so dumb. Anyway, look at this left-wing commentator talking about how building regulations are important. 45 seconds. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what this video is.
That's my point. It's like, I'm not saying these things have to be.
I know exactly what, yep, the Dave Rubin, Joe Rogan conversation where Joe's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Eliminated tomorrow. I'm not even really calling for them to be eliminated, but just generally, what problem would you, everything you're building here right now, right? Do you want the government to tell you how to do all these things and all the regulations that you got to have your electric thing this far from this and like all
the regulations like that for construction are important though. You do have to make sure that people don't do stupid shit. But make sure you don't have a power lines near a water line.
Like, if you ever worked at a job site or at least like have done anything with contractors where you have also worked on your own or have friends that are contractors, have family members that are fucking construction workers, you know how stupid they can get, okay? And I say this as someone who does, sometimes in the past at least have worked with contractors and also simultaneously have a brother who loves doing this stupid shit when he's, whatever the fuck he's building. The reality of the matter is you can be an engineer with a fucking master's and still go, it's fine that my fucking gloves have direct holes in it when I'm welding. It's all right. Who cares? Oh, that's just like, oh, I'm using a saw. There's like metal chips everywhere, but it's fine. I don't really need to wear my shoes right now. Okay. It's all right. It's a little bit, it's just,
line. There's a lot of,
but I would put most of that on the builders, though. They want to build things that are good. Now I get it.
That's not true. Listen, people
people are going to build
corners all the time. Like you have to have regulations when it comes to construction methods, or people are going to get fucked.
They cut corners when there are regulations anyway.
They do. They would cut a lot more if there weren't regulations.
That's my point. It's like
no, 100%. My brother's a union pipe fitter. He hates the union, hates OSHA. Any labor besides the labor he does is lesser than. I slowly try to radicalize him, but he's legitimately dumb. I think he has too much lead or head trauma. This is a very old interview. Joe Rogan probably has a similar attitude to Dave Rubin now on this issue. All right. Testosterone boost for Trump tariffs. These are going to be manly men jobs that are coming back. We're going to have hard dick men. Okay. We're going to have men with hard cocks working with hard hats. Anyway, Trump is live, and he is doing an executive order to open. Speaking of hard men with hard cocks, Trump is opening up coal plants.
They were all saying, "Why is he
unleashing American energy?" Let's take a look.
I liked Lee and knew Lee, and he ended up winning a seat in a massive upset. Nobody knew what happened actually, and then he was there for a long time. How many years were you there? 8 years. Was very popular, and then he almost ran. He almost won the governorship of New York, which is lost by a few points, which was an amazing run. And I said, we got to get you in with us in some form, and we did. And he's head of the environmental agency, EPA, and doing a great job. And I said, if we have a nuclear power plant, Lee, can you get it approved in less than a month? He said, what? He said, I'll do it faster. And by the way, he'll do a fast job, but he's going to do also a great job. It's going to be an important job. even smile about it. But, you know, I've been involved in the approval process for a long time, having been in real estate. And you go years and years and years for absolutely nothing. And even in those days, I used to say, you know, this whole thing could have been approved in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it would have been just as good. But they'd take you down the path, and you'd spend years waiting, and then sometimes you get rejected. I wasn't rejected too much. I was the king of zoning. I did well, but it was such nonsense. It was so terrible. The process was so terrible. But this is the big leagues now, and he's the head person in the whole country, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you doing it. And already they're respecting you very greatly. So thank you very much, Lee. Great job. So we have a lot of senators and congressmen and women, and I'm going to just introduce the ones that I see here because, you know, it's always a problem when I do this because I leave one or two out, and that's the end. I never get their vote again. I never get their vote. It takes years to recover, but we'll give it a shot because Senator John Barrasso, who's my friend and a great gentleman. Thank you very much, John, for being here. Thank you, John. Cynthia Lummis, fantastic woman who believes like I do, and she believes like I do in these people, right? She believes in them maybe even more than I do. That's pretty good from day one. Thank you, Cynthia. You're doing a fantastic job. Kevin Kramer, my friend. Where is Kevin? Because Kevin, I think he was here because he had a problem, and I just will pay my respects. He wanted to be here so badly, but he had a difficult problem that he's working through, and we all love Kevin. John Hoven. John, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Steve Daines. Thank you, Steve. And Steve is a picker of great candidates, like he picked a guy named Tim Sheehy, who's here. Where's Tim? Where is Tim? Thank you, Tim. And Tim Sheehy has turned out to be a wonderful senator, and that was your pick. And we went with it, and you were right. And we have a great one in Tim. So thank you, Tim, and thank you, Steve. Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much. West Virginia, from West Virginia, she has to like. You have no choice. Even if you didn't like it, you have to like all, right? But they were doing a number on you. They were doing a number on you with the coal stuff, and you have not only coal, but you have among the best coal anywhere in the world. So thank you very much. A friend of mine for a long time, I'm the one that got him to change his religion in a sense. He changed the party. He went from a Democrat. I said, Jim, you're not a Democrat. But he changed to Republican. He's one of the most popular Republicans and one of the most popular political leaders in the country. Jim Justice. I call him Big Jim. Big Jim Justice. Good. You look good, Jim. And he was in the business. And so am I doing the right thing? You would know better than anybody in this room. Am I doing the right thing, Jim? I think so, right? Thank you very much, Jim. Cindy Hyde Smith. Cindy, thank you, hon. Very good. Good job. People are going to be happy. And all friends of mine. Mike Lee. Mike, thank you very much. We have a lot of people from Congress, congressmen and women, representatives. Morgan Griffith. Morgan, thank you. Thank you very much.
Are you ready for a
Bruce
Boy
Westerman.
Summer? Yeah.
Bruce, thank you.
I'm locked in.
Bob Latta.
I'm ready to let it rip.
Thank you, Bob. Good job. Troy
It's time
Bolderson.
to unleash.
Troy, haven't seen you in a long time since that early race. I endorsed him before anyone knew who he was, and he ended up winning. That was another surprise, right? And that was a long time ago. Yep, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Troy. Carol Miller. Carol, thank you. Carol, West Virginia. Riley Moore. Riley. Hi, Riley. Thanks. Mike Boast. Mike, thank you very much. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Oh, he has something. What is that, coal? Is there coal in that bag? Huh? I like it. I'll take it right now. Thank you very much. Hal Rogers. Hal, thank you. Thank you, Hal. Andy Barr. Thank you, Andy. Good luck with everything. I hear good things. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Troy. Hal Rogers. Oops.
He's doing
Harriet
a roll.
Hageman.
He's doing a roll call.
Hi. How are you, Harriet? We just left Harriet. This is one of the finest attorneys you will ever see. I have seen her in action, and she is brutal. I never want her against me, that I can tell you. Dan Muser.
Present.
Dan.
Hal
Thank you,
Rogers
Dan.
is my uncle.
Thanks, Dan.
Wait,
Good
really?
job you're doing. Wesley Hunt,
My uncle.
friend,
Hal
too.
Rogers is my uncle.
Wesley, great. I love your commercial. Pete Stauber. Pete, thank you, Pete. Great hockey player he was, right? Great hockey player. And a great gentleman just broke the record of Wayne Gretzky. The great one is Wayne
I gotta
Gretzky,
pee.
but we have another great one too, huh? Just broke the record. It was great. Governor Greg Gianforte. Greg, nice seeing you. Good, Greg. Thank you very much, Greg. Bill Lee. Bill, thank you very much. Patrick Morrissey, West Virginia, just got elected. Mark Gordon. Mark, thank you. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of others, and I'm in trouble because I don't know. I got 5 or 6 others that I see quickly, but I'm just not going to do it. Don't hold it against me because we have to get back to the most important people in the room, these people. You know that, right? So the energy workers and the coal miners in the area that I'm standing on, and that's a lot of weight on this platform, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope it's structurally designed for you guys. I don't know. But we have just really well-deserving, great American patriots, and it's such an honor to be here and making such a big move, such a bold move in energy. Because, you know, for years, people would just bemoan this industry and decimate the industry for absolutely no reason, because with modern technology and all of the other things that we do, it's one of the great forms of energy. That's why other countries, leading countries, are using it, some exclusively. For 4 long years, Joe Biden and congressional Democrats tried to abolish the American coal industry. They did everything in their power while he was awake, which wasn't much, shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting thousands and thousands of coal miners out of work, destroying their lives, actually, destroying their lives. I'll never forget when I went to West Virginia, which I won by 48 points, I think, right? Big Jim, I won by 48 points. But in the first campaign where Hillary Clinton was about 4 states too early, and she was
Isn't it
talking
funny how
about
we
how
just
bad
talked
coal
about coal
was,
miners?
and how they were going to teach coal miners how
in terms of like the
widgets and
mythology
gadgets and
surrounding like
technology,
real
which they
hard
don't
hat
wanna do,
wearing,
they wanna
hard
mine.
dick
One thing I learned about the coal
workers.
miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse
Like,
on Fifth Avenue.
this is
and a
it. This
different
is
kind
the
of a
this
job,
is
and
perhaps
they'd be
one of the
unhappy.
greatest
They wanna mine
examples
coal.
of
That's what
exactly
they
what I'm
love to
talking
do.
about.
She was going to put them in a high-tech industry where you make little cell phones and things. I don't know. Do you think he'd be good at that? I don't know. You don't want to be. And
The order will direct federal agencies to remove barriers to coal leasing and mining, loosen environmental reviews of coal projects, and explore whether coal-fired electricity could help power new AI data centers, according to the White House official. The administration also plans to designate coal a critical mineral.
And he was in tears because of what they had done to him and his family. And I hope he's still around, but that man made quite an impression on the world and the public. And we ended up winning in a great election, but we ended up winning by a lot. The Democrats' Green New Scam killed jobs and sent prices soaring here in America. But meanwhile, China opened 2 coal plants every single week, and other countries likewise went very strongly back into coal. Some of them never got off. Those are the ones that didn't have the problems. The Biden energy policy was to put America last. We want to be last. We got to be last. Not a good policy. Under my administration, we're putting America first. It's very simple. America's always going to be first. On my first day in office, I terminated the Green New Scam. I declared the national energy emergency and withdrew from the unfair, one-sided, and extremely costly to the United States only Paris Climate Accord. You know, under the Paris Climate Accord, we had a terrible situation. We would have paid over $1 trillion. Think of it, over $1 trillion. And Russia was paying almost nothing. Russia had a 1992 standard. China was paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. This was 5 years ago. So they didn't kick in for many years. India had no standard whatsoever. But we had the highest standard you could imagine. And we had to start paying from day one. And we had to pay lots of money. We paid for everything. So I was not a big fan of the Paris Accord, and I let it be known, and I got out of it early. Then they went back into it, and now we get back out of it. And hopefully we can be there for a long time, okay? A long time, because it was a scam to take money away from the United States and actually hurt us very badly with coal and with other things. Now, under the executive order that I will sign in a few moments.
You guys simply don't understand. Oh, you said 2035. Okay. Trump has a vision that is future focused. That's why. He's living in 2040. You're still living in 2025. Okay? That's the problem. He thinks in centuries. You think in decades.
We will
okay?
end the government bias against coal, and we're going to unlock the sweeping authorities of Defense Production Act, the Defense Production Act, to turbocharge coal mining in America. They made
I just
it
had
impossible.
A coworker conversation, and it didn't
impossible.
go anything like how you said.
I know a friend of mine
I don't
has
know
a plant.
How am I supposed
he
to
said, it's a
fucking
shame.
imagine
I'm
what
ripping
all
it
of your
down and I'm
coworker
replacing
conversations
it
are supposed to look like?
Another form of energy. I won't tell
funny.
you because it's also very good, but it's not as powerful as this. He said, the plant I'm building, the new plant, is literally half as good.
Beijing
It's
calls Vance ignorant over
it's
Chinese
not
peasant
probably
remark.
even as good environmentally, but he said it produced half the power for more money, much more money. It'll never compete with that beautiful plant I have down the road, which was really a modernized coal plant. Well, he'll be happy to know that he can open that plant up very quickly, and it's going to produce a lot. But he was complaining. He said, this is so much better. He wasn't doing that as politicking me. He was doing that because that's what he felt. And he knew every form of energy. We talked about that. He knew every form of energy. But our government is going to do something that's very different. And I don't think even you two know about this. This was my idea from about 15 minutes before I got up here. We're going to guarantee that we have a strong business for many years to come, that your coal companies and your miners don't get all excited about their jobs, and then should a radical left liberal become president, they end the business right away, and somebody's built a plant and spent hundreds of millions of dollars in building a plant, and the plant is going to be closed because a Democrat got in or a liberal got in. They're opposed to coal, and Republicans are very much for it. Clean coal. And we're going to give a guarantee that the business will not be terminated by the ups and downs of the world of politics. So should somebody come in to this very important office and say, oh, well, you spent hundreds of millions of dollars and you guys have given up your life because you want to be in coal, and then all of a sudden you don't have a life anymore because it's what you know the best, that's not going to happen. We're going to give a guarantee that it's not going to happen, so that if somebody comes in, they cannot change it at a whim. They cannot just going to go. They're going to have to go through hell to close you up. All right, so that's pretty good. We're going to give that in the form of a guarantee that we're writing on right now structurally and from a legal standpoint. So your investments are going to also be protected, and you're going to have no reason to be concerned about your future, your life, or your investment if you're a miner, as this great governor was a miner. Actually, he was one of the larger coal miners. He could fit up here very easily, Big Jim. But he was a great success. But they were very, very tough on him, and he did a beautiful job with a beautiful product. Already under our leadership, the Department of Interior has approved the expansion of the Spring Creek mine in Montana, supporting 280 coal mining jobs and unlocking over 40 million tons of coal. And there's more to come. Spring Creek, big one. And there's more to come in the states of Wyoming, Alabama, Utah, North Dakota, and many others. West Virginia, I can't believe they didn't put West Virginia down. It's lucky I mentioned that, right? Can you imagine if I didn't mention West Virginia? I would have been in big trouble. They didn't mark it down here. It's good to have a president like that can pick that up, right? You think Joe Biden would have picked that up? I don't think so. Gee, they didn't mention West Virginia. I don't think so. I don't think he'd be standing up here either. The value of untapped coal in our country is 100 times greater than the value of all the gold at Fort Knox. And we're going to unleash it and make America rich and powerful again. Under this order, I'm also directing Secretary Wright to use billions of dollars in federal funding to invest in the next generation of coal technology, which is an amazing technology in terms of getting the full potential of coal and also doing it a very clean, environmental way. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy there is on Earth today. It's Big statement. You never hear those statements, you know. You've never heard that before from a politician, have you? Well, maybe from that politician, but not from not too many. But that's the way it is. I say it again, pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy. It's cheap, incredibly efficient, high density, and it's almost indestructible. You could drop a bomb on it, and it's going to be there for you to use the next day, which you can't say with any other form of energy. You're virtually indestructible. Most importantly, we have more of it here in America than anywhere else on earth. We have more coal than any other country. You go to Australia, they have fantastic amounts of coal. You know who they sell it to? China. They sell it to China. They're nearby. They sell a lot of it to China. But we have more than anywhere else on earth. We also have more liquid gold than anywhere on earth. So we're really an energy behemoth, but we're unleashing that also. That's going to be another part. But I didn't even want to mention that. It's not down here because I didn't want to mention today is about clean, beautiful coal. So I'm going to give this to you. This big guy. Should I give it to him? Yeah. You take that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. For example, we believe it's possible to extract enormous amounts of critical minerals and rare earths, which you know we need for technology and high technology in the process of coal mining, making in America the mineral superpower of the world, actually. In addition, I'm instructing the Department of Justice to identify and fight every single unconstitutional state or local regulation that's putting our coal miners out of business. And we are withdrawing all of those objections from our government today. It's all being withdrawn. So all of you people that have been fighting for your lives, we are withdrawing all of that today. We have excellent lawyers, excellent. Have you noticed that lots of law firms have been signing up with Trump? $100 million.
You forced them. You literally threatened them. Many of them are too pussy to fucking fight back.
Damages that they've done. But they give you $100 million, and then they announce that. But we have done nothing wrong, and I agree, they've done nothing wrong. But what the hell? They give me a lot of money, considering they've done nothing wrong. And we'll use some of those people, some of those great firms. They are great firms too. They just had a bad moment, but we're going to use some of those firms to work with you on your leasing and your other things, and they'll do a great job. I think they're going to do a fantastic job.
I mean, for his fans, they don't care. They love it.
For those of you that want to know,
they love it. They love. They love when he stands in front of hard hat guys. That's their big fan. They're big fans of that.
$2 billion a day, and we're doing very well. And we're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here. I mean, my only problem is I'm not sure I have enough. We're going to have to use those great law firms, I think, to help us with that. But we're going to probably do that, actually. We're going to use them, and we're getting them for the right price. Because we need a lot of talent. We have a lot of countries coming in. They want to make deals. If I told them about making those deals 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, they'd be laughing at us. Now they're all signing up. Mike, you know that. So it's going to be a great thing. But we're think of that, $2 billion a day. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money even in the coal business, isn't it? Huh? It's a lot of money. And America is going to be very rich again very soon. You're going to see that happening. You see it all along. And it's so that whole situation that, it was somewhat explosive. But if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit. But we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast.
We're gonna fire the bombers with coal,
and the money is pouring in.
We're gonna
at
use
a level
coal
that we've never seen before
on our on our bomber planes.
It's going to be great for other countries.
F-35. How about the F-36? F-36 will be fired. Will be coal plant backed. It will fly with coal. I will unlock the energy potential of coal in ways that you've never considered before.
Now we have tariffs on cars. We have tariffs on lumber, tariffs on Steel and aluminum.
F-36,
steel plants are going up because of it.
F-47.
All over the country. We have 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. And I think the steel workers like me even more than the coal miners like me. I'm pretty sure that that's true. We have, instead of having no steel business, I put them on originally in my first term. We wouldn't have had one steel mill in the United States if I didn't do that. And now we upped it, and we not only are we taking in a lot of money, but we're protecting our workers, our steel workers. We're protecting our steel industry. And one thing you know, that steel and things like steel you need, because you need it from a defense standpoint. You need steel
When
for
will he
your
stop yapping?
tanks
He will
and
never
your
stop
planes and your
yapping.
everything. And certain industries you can get away with not having, but others you need, and steel is one you need. So I want to let you know that's in full force and effect. And literally, as we speak, I spoke to executives in the steel industry over the last few days, and they're all coming in to build plants in the United States of America, because if you build them in the United States, you have no tariffs to pay. There are no tariffs to pay, zero. If you build them outside using outside labor and hurting our businesses, and you send your product in, you have to pay a price for that, and they will be having tariffs, as you know. It's an amazing thing. This has been something used against us for many years by other countries, China in particular, but others, not just China, others, and taken advantage of us, ripped us off, and left us for dead, frankly. And I believe if I didn't become your president, I believe that this country would have had problems like they've never had before, because it was serious damage in so many other ways. Not only the border, where people came rushing into our country from prisons and jails and mental institutions, murderers, drug dealers, and some vicious criminals. 11,088 murderers came into our country. We have to get them out. We're getting them out. 11,088. Of that number, half committed murder on more than two people. And this is what they allowed into our country with their open border policy of lunacy. And we're taking care of that, just like we're taking care of you today. We're taking care of that. I want to thank Kristi Noem and Tom Homan for doing an unbelievable job. The whole thing is, the job they're doing is incredible. It's really an unforced error. It should have never happened, that we have to be spending such time and resources, Mr. Senator, right, on getting people out of our country that shouldn't be here. I mean, literally from mental institutions, insane asylums were opened up and emptied into our country. Prisons from all over the world, not just South America. Prisons from, think of this, from Africa, the Congo, a lot of people from the Congo, prisons in the Congo, prisons from Asia, from all over were opened up. And I knew that when I heard it was an open border policy. I said, if you do that, every country is going to be dumping people that they don't want into our country, and that's what's happened. But we're cleaning it out. And the courts, we had a good decision, as you know, from the Supreme Court, allowing us to do that. We have judges that didn't want us to do it. We have judges that wanted the very evil gang members from Trendy, Iroquois, and MS-13. They didn't want them taken out of the country and put in very powerful prisons. When you look, you've all seen those clips, pretty amazing clips.
DHS revokes parole for hundreds of thousands who entered via the CBP One app. It's estimated to be over 900,000 people. The move could leave over 900,000 immigrants vulnerable to deportation unless they self-deport, DHS said.
We don't want them back. Can you imagine? You spend all of that time, energy, and money.
None of these people, these people are in the United States legally, by the way. None of these people are here illegally, regardless of how the administration considers them illegal immigrants or whatever the fuck. It does not matter. The reality is they have their paperwork. They're following through. They are actually working with the government, and the government is punishing them for working with the government and also falsely claiming them.
Like he was a member of MS-13, so they want him brought back.
Falsely claiming them illegal. Violent criminals, terrorists, everything under the sun.
Our country's got to get a lot smarter than it is, but
okay. Also, China says it is not a seeker of trouble, but make no mistake, we will never back down when challenged. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo.
And that's what they're doing, and I have great respect for those people. And they're doing it out of love. They could get a much easier job. They're doing it out of love for our country. It's so important. Just like I'm doing this with coal today for love for our country. Earlier this afternoon, I signed another executive order to strengthen our electric grid by ensuring that coal-fired power plants are always available to meet surging demand for electricity. Unlike wind and solar, coal plants can run 24 hours a day in rain, sleet, or snow, and you will not be subject to the incredible blackout situation that's taking place in California, where they have blackouts all the time. It's an amazing thing with California. They have blackouts and brownouts at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and all they want to do is keep going the way they're going, and they're doing a very poor job. As you probably heard, I released billions of gallons of water going in from upstate California, from the most northern parts of California.
Brownouts are when the providers, like the utilities companies, will deliberately shut off power to certain areas, like in wildfire season, or when there's like unprecedented or historic amounts of wind. Instead of fixing the infrastructure, of course, ahead of time and hardening it against such things, they use this as initially it was used as a mechanism of like last resort. Now it's just like normal process. But that leads to brownouts, as in electricity being, the electricity grid shutting down in certain areas for an extended period of time.
Systems in houses, a lot of these luxury houses where they had beautiful sprinkler systems, there was no water. They had no water to put out the fires. Water is very good for putting out fires, they just didn't learn it. But we now have millions of gallons, billions actually, they say, of gallons of water pouring into California from the Pacific Northwest, I guess they would say, mostly Pacific Northwest, but other parts of the northern sections of California and beyond. And it's a beautiful thing to see. I saw a picture of it this morning. The water's just flowing down there. I said, why didn't they do this? I told them to do it. My first term, I said, do it.
That's not what a brownout is? Wait, isn't it like certain areas getting electricity shut off?
When I say do it, they do it, right? And
someone said
we actually
brownouts, water is very good for putting out fires. What are you talking about?
To open it up. They had, think of this, they had all that water pouring out right
Brownout is a drop in voltage.
Valve, like a giant valve as big
That's
as
a rolling blackout. Brownout is a failure to provide enough power.
To turn it, and they face it toward the Pacific Ocean, and the water, all that was coming down, all millions and millions of gallons coming down, they put it into the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is like a drop of water. But for California, it would have been unbelievable. So we did it. I'm very proud of the fact that we did it. We did that against a lot of heat and a lot of environmental nonsense. From now on, we'll ensure that our nation's critically needed coal plants, as an example, remain online and fully operational. They're always going to be operational. And again, we're going to have guarantees that government cannot close them down, close you down, and destroy your lives. To that end, I'm also instructing Secretary Wright to save the Cholla coal plant in Arizona, big plant, which has been slated for destruction. We're going to keep those coal miners on the job. Going to tell them to just remain calm, because we're going to have that plant opening and burning the clean coal, beautiful clean coal, in a very short period of time. You know all about that, right? That's a big one. As part of our historic deregulatory efforts this afternoon, I'm also granting immediate relief to 47 companies operating 66 coal plants, very big ones all over the country, recusing and making them available for coal production almost in the immediate future. But we're going to be crushing Biden-era environmental restrictions. These are restrictions that made it impossible to do anything having to do, frankly, with energy, even beyond coal. It's really beyond even coal. We have clean air, we have clean water, and now we have clean coal. And at the same time, we're going to do other things and with other forms of technology and also energy like our country has never really seen before and never been known to do before because of all sorts of restrictions having to do with
what do you mean? What
Green
does
New
this
Scam,
mean? What
which,
does this
by the way,
mean?
was devised
What
by
is he going to
somebody
do
never even
that we've
studied,
never seen before?
You know, that they never even studied anything to do with the environment. It's a young congresswoman. She came up with the idea. And based on that, I guess we only have, well, actually, we should have all been gone because they gave us only a few years left on Earth, right? Right, Greg? We were going to be gone. We were all going to be gone. The environment, no. What they have to worry about is the nuclear heat. They don't have to worry about environmental heat. They have to worry about nuclear heat. And if we're smart, we're working on that right now with others having to do with Iran and some other countries. But that's the heat you're going to have to worry about. You don't have to worry about the air is getting warmer. The ocean will rise 1/4 of an inch within the next 500 to 600 years, giving you a little bit more waterfront property. They say this is going to, these guys can handle that. The nuclear we have a bigger problem with, right? So we're going to make sure that that's safe. We're going to make sure that that's safe. With us today are some of the amazing workers who will benefit from these policies, the policies that we're doing and so proud of doing, including Jeff Crow, a miner from West Virginia. Jeff, would you come up and say a few words? Jeff, come on up here, Jeff.
Thank you. Why are you so obsessed with coal? Because Americans have a mythology around coal because of its history
thank you for having me and my fellow miners here.
Union power.
It is an honor and a
it's
privilege to be a part of today's events. I believe this past November that America clearly spoke about what we wanted for our country. It is reassuring for Americans to have a president in office who will truly put the United States of America above all else. With putting America first, you have spoken numerous times about energy independence. I believe most don't understand the importance of that. Coal is one of the major factors in energy independence and accounts for a large portion of America's energy. Coal is one of the most reliable and cheapest forms of electricity. For too long, coal has been a dirty word that most are afraid to speak about. Most of those that would speak negatively about coal do so from an uneducated standpoint. Many are unaware of the engineering and technology that are used in today's mining to create a clean, energy-efficient product. All of this is done while using the safest practices in the industry. Speaking for West Virginia, coal provides approximately 50,000 jobs for those that work in the mines and the businesses that support them. It also accounts for over 50% of West Virginia's export product. To name a few, we employ engineers, teachers, physical therapists, accountants, truck drivers, high school and college graduates. All of these occupations and graduates have turned to the coal industry to provide a better way of life for them and their families. Everyone in our industry works long hours and days to provide a reliable energy product, and too many times it goes unnoticed. I've personally worked in the industry for 23 years. I choose to do this daily to provide my wife and children with the life that they deserve. Prior administrations have done all they could to eliminate the coal industry. Sorry, 1 second, I'm getting there. In my opinion, they have done so with an unethical and uneducated approach. But we are still strong, we are still here, and we are still needed in order to make America great again. Having a president and an administration that understands the need and importance of coal is more than appreciated. It gives the industry a form of reassurance to know that we have a president in place that supports us. From my family to the over 3,000 employees of ACNR, and for the coal companies, miners, and businesses throughout our great country that rely on the coal industry, we say thank you for your continued support. I personally thank you for what you do for our country and for our industry. It has been my pleasure to be here today to help you usher in the golden age of America. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Have you interviewed a climate scientist or reacted to stuff about climate change? I'd love to see that. It's fake. It's fake. But also, it's advantageous.
You did a good job.
It's fake. Climate science is fake and gay, just like all other sciences, believe me. But also, simultaneously, anthropogenic climate change is causing Greenland to be green again. New pathways of trade opening up. How did that happen? Nobody knows. Maybe it's a good thing.
And hopefully you can sell it tonight for a lot of money.
Sir, I'll keep that one.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeff. And also with us is Tony Campbell of the East Kentucky Power Cooperative, and Tony's quite a gentleman and very respected in the industry. Come on up, Tony. Thank you.
Popping off in the house again.
Mr. President, on behalf of East Kentucky Power Cooperative, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association,
This guy's awesome
and electric
looking.
cooperatives across this America, thank you for your leadership to restore American energy dominance. Electric co-ops keep the lights
He
on
looks exactly like I would assume a coal miner baron would look like.
of the landmass. We are owned by the communities and businesses we serve and provide electricity to growing communities, new data centers, and manufacturing plants. Mr. President, electric co-ops are powering
perfect.
America, and we are proud to partner with you.
He literally looks like one of those old anti-capitalist drawings of like a piglet capital owner. You know what I mean? Like a baron. So perfectly rotund. He needs a monocle and a top hat.
Our electric cooperatives in Kentucky understands the importance of reliable, affordable, and American-made energy, especially coal and natural gas. Coal fuels most of the electricity generated by our cooperative. America must keep coal plants open and running to ensure reliable electricity when we need it most. To meet growing demand over the next decade and ensure fuel security, America will need more always available electric generation power, such as coal. And we want to recognize the hardworking American men, women that support our mission. To all America's line workers, our coal miners, thank you for your dedicated service to our country. Affordable and reliable electricity is the cornerstone of our economy, especially American manufacturing. However, too many government leaders have pushed policies that have made our electric grid significantly less reliable and our energy too expensive. That begins to change now. Your actions today will prevent the premature closing of essential power plants and help us meet tomorrow's energy needs. And they will help us continue to deliver reliable, safe, and affordable electricity. Mr. President, thank you in particular for providing immediate, much-needed relief from the Biden EPA regulations that would force the shutdown of critical coal units. Finally, I want to say congratulations on the all-star energy team you've assembled. Electric co-ops have already been working with Secretaries Bergrum, Wright, and Rollins, and Administrator Zeldin, and we are excited for all we can accomplish together. Mr. President, thank you again for your actions today and for your support for the electric cooperatives as we work to keep the lights on in America.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate it. Every day under the Trump administration, we will continue to lower costs for American families, create jobs for American workers, and very importantly, unlock unlimited amounts of affordable American energy, including, as I said, and I'll say for the last time, beautiful, clean coal. Our country is blessed. Our country is blessed with the most abundant natural resources on earth, as nobody has what we have. And we're going to use it, too. We're going to use it in a very responsible way. Together, we're going to tap that magnificent potential to give our people the glorious future that they deserve, better than they've ever had in the past. I mean, they had a good future, a little, if you look 20 years ago, they thought they had a good future. It was ripped away from them, torn away from them with nonsense. And we're not going to let that happen. This is going to be a glorious future for them. And I want to thank everybody for being here. And I want to thank you and you and you and that whole group and our senators, by the way, and our great congressmen and women for being here in such a large number, because you've been helping us make these decisions. These are big decisions. And this is a really big one. And this is one that's going to be, I think we're going to look back and with great pride at what we've done today, not just in putting people to work, but at really reawakening our country. And thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. Thank you very much.
Okay, so coal accounted for 60% of U.S. energy in 2023. Seems like companies are willingly moving away from coal. Why don't they push better energy sources? Fucking stupid. I think it's the mythology surrounding coal as a signifier that you're pro-labor. Like, it's the same dynamic that even supposedly leftists on Twitter engage with sometimes, where they're like, oh, baristas are woke and gay and trans and not real workers. Coal miners, on the other hand, are hard hat wearing workers like Anthony Fauci right here, who apparently lost his job in the National Institute of Health and now has to work in a fucking coal mine. Okay? It's just like it's blue collar. It's the peak of like a blue collar job. That's what it is. It's a hard job. And the harder it is, the shittier the conditions are in the job, the more of a real job it actually is. Ironically enough, a big part of the reason why like coal mining jobs have become less common year over year is not necessarily because of the environmental regulations, but it is directly a consequence of automation. Automation displaces the pre-existing labor force, and it certainly has played a very... I found that those types of leftists all predictably join the ACP law. Yeah, exactly. When Donald Trump says he's like unleashing coal, he's not talking about like unleashing coal mining jobs or offering them additional benefits or whatever. He just means like, you know, we'll open up new coal mining opportunities for the coal business owners, but it's not necessarily going to help explode the capabilities or the labor power of the coal miners. Okay? And it's the same exact problem with Donald Trump talking about reshoring manufacturing. It is not about good jobs or good benefits. It is simply about fucking over China and the manufacturing power and the political power that they get off of the manufacturing power that they have with no real purpose, with no real interest of improving the pre-existing labor conditions in this country. Because the reality of the matter is, it's not like this country doesn't have any jobs. We do. We have plenty of fucking jobs. Baristas are jobs. Librarians are jobs. Government regulators working at the federal authorities are jobs. They're firing those people and also simultaneously undermining their collective bargaining agreements at the federal level as well. TSA is a job, right? The issue is not the lack of availability of jobs. The issue is that these jobs don't fucking pay well. Trump believes this stuff because he's a dim-witted asshole. What is this? Gary Cohn, the prince that was promised? Why don't we manufacture things at home, Lindsay asked. We're a manufacturing country. Of course, the United States manufactured things, but the reality did not match the vision in Trump's mind. President clung to an outdated view of America. Locomotives, factories, a huge smokestacks, workers busy on assembly lines. Cohn assembled every piece of economic data available to show that America's workers did not aspire to work in the assembly factories. It's not even that Americans don't want to work in these fucking factories either, by the way. Because, like, Americans will work anywhere. It's the same thing that I mentioned about, like, fracking. Why does Western Pennsylvania love fracking? Okay, seemingly, even though that is also in dispute. But why do the people defend fracking? Because it's a decent paying wage job in an area where there was no jobs for 30 fucking years. That's it. That's it. And it's heavily backed by subsidies by the federal government. It's not like these guys in Western Pennsylvania are like, no, my epigenetic memories require me to work in a fucking fracking field, okay? This is my genetic predetermined destiny. That's not the reason. It's because they associate that sector, that industry, with decent wages. If the government was heavily subsidizing renewable energies like, you know, the Chinese century of prosperity, okay? If we were doing the American Communist Party, the Communist Party of America style central planning, and we focused our efforts entirely on renewable energies, then those guys would be the number one dick riders and loyalists of solar. It's just entirely about what gives them an opportunity to make a living. That's why I get mad when people talk about like retraining initiatives not working. It's not even retraining. It's just training. If you are from an area where there is no jobs because industry left as a consequence of NAFTA or as a consequence of just offshoring manufacturing, and you haven't had a good paying job for 20 fucking years in your neighborhood, and then all of a sudden this new thing comes around, okay, and it's fracking, you're going to be Mr. Fracking. And you're going to get the training to do the fracking. It's not like you knew how to do fracking beforehand. It wasn't a skill set that was applicable. You got trained to do it. It's not retraining. It's just training. The point here isn't to get these guys to learn to code and make them code serfs, even though that part already happened. Everybody learned to code, and look at the coding sector now. Fracking is not a jobs provider at all, please. No, I'm just talking about the environment, the mythology surrounding fracking and where that comes from and why people think it's a way of life that cannot be taken away. Anyway, each month, Cohen brought Trump to the latest job openings and labor turnover survey called JOLTS, conducted by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He realized he was being an asshole by rubbing it in because each month was basically the same, but he didn't care. Mr. President, can I show this to you? Cohen fanned out the pages of data in front of the president. See, the biggest levers of jobs, people leaving voluntarily, was from manufacturing. I don't get it, Trump said. Cohen tried to explain. I can sit in a nice office with air conditioning and a desk and stand on my feet 8 hours a day. Which one would you do for the same pay? Cohen added, people don't want to stand in front of a 2,000-degree blast furnace. People don't want to go into coal mines and get black lung. For the same dollars or equal dollars, they're going to choose something else. Trump wasn't buying it. Several times, Cohen asked the president, why do you have these views? I just do, Trump replied. I've had these views for 30 years. That doesn't mean they're right, Cohen said. I had the view for 15 years. I could play professional football. It doesn't mean I was right. I live in Eastern Oregon. All the blue-collar conservatives around here aren't all about fracking. They're all about wind power because those are the available jobs here. Exactly. Anyway, let's get back to Leavitt. Secretary Caroline Leavitt holding a press briefing at the White House talking about Musk versus Navarro. The girlies are fighting now.
Follow-up. There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs. Musk actually referred to Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting?
Yeah. I'm from West Virginia, bro. I promise these co-workers will go work at the most lived-up coffee shop in the world if they would, like, make $100K a year, and they would admit it to you, too. Exactly. You think they prefer to work in the goddamn coal mine and get fucking black lung? They would literally get septum rings, okay? Your 45-year-old relative living in West Virginia will get a fucking septum ring and start talking about bodies in spaces if he was getting paid $100,000 to work as a fucking barista at a, queer presenting coffee shop. That's it. He'd be like, yeah, I'm bisexual now. That's right. It's just where the money is. That's all it is.
The public's understanding of these tariffs, it might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history. And I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions.
Boys will be boys when you're talking about two dudes that are 60 years old.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned the 70 countries or so.
By the way, this is hilarious because Donald Trump, for some weird reason that I simply cannot understand, because Donald Trump is like at least close to China, close enough to China, and has dealt with China in the past, thought that China would just like back down and call him. And I don't know why he thought this. And now they're going back and forth, and China's like, we're not backing down from this. You want to fucking play this game? Like, we can hold out.
So, I'm curious, though, under what conditions at this point would President Trump talk to President Xi about tariffs?
Look, I just spoke to the president about this, and he believes that China wants to make a deal with the United States. He believes China has to make a deal with the United States. It was a mistake for China to retaliate. The president, when America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight. But the president believes that Xi and China want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get that started. And the president also wanted me to tell all of you that if China reaches out to make a deal, he'll be incredibly gracious.
Oh, now he's going. Yesterday he was saying China's paranoid. Yesterday he was talking about how Xi wants to call me. He just doesn't know what my number is. Today he's like, Xi, I would be so gracious. Here's my phone number. I'm just, oopsie, did I leak my phone number? Come on, Xi. For good old time's sake, remember my granddaughter knows Mandarin. Come on. Xi Jinping. Give me a call. Give me a call. Xi, call me Xi. Xi, please, Xi. I've learned how to speak Mandarin. Come on, Xi. Tian Shang Tia Yang Hong Ya Hong Tong Tong A. Xi Shong Det Taiang Shi Mao Zedong Dowling the woman Dei Shi Feng Remin Fashion Dao Zhang Zhou Zhou Zhu Rain Xi call me Xi Yeah Xi O Yeah Xi O Remin Fashion Dang Zhang Zhou Zhou Zhu Rain Believe it, Xi.
But he's going to do what's best for the American people.
So China has to call first?
The Chinese want to make a deal. They just don't know how to do it. But the president will be implementing these 104% tariffs on China tonight.
Under what conditions?
Wait, come on, dude. Mandarin, Trump talking Mandarin is a banger, and you know it. I've had two bangers on the China stuff. The one is like the Chinese hog that hates affirmative action for the Uyghurs and the Tibetans. And the second Chinese banger now is Trump speaking Mandarin. Ni hao, Xi! Ni hao! Tensions between China and the United States continue to rise as China blasts J.D. Vance over Chinese peasants' comments and vows to fight against tariffs. As Trump threatens further tariffs, Vice President J.D. Vance stirred controversy with his comments that the U.S. was borrowing money from Chinese peasants. I like that a big part of look. I'm gonna say something that's like not technically in line with dialectical materialism. Okay, I do think that people, especially sometimes governments, can be motivated by other external factors as well or internal factors as well beyond the way that history moves. Okay, beyond certain materialist frameworks. I will say that there is. Not to get too libbed up and not to be too much of a fake socialist and blaspheme here, but I think one of the major motivators for the Chinese government is also overcoming the century of humiliation. And when you say things like Chinese peasants are who we are borrowing money from, that I think probably makes it virtually impossible for the Chinese government to look at that and go, okay, we're going to come to the table and treat you as peers. Because when you look at a country that was able to improve their material conditions over the course of a relatively short period of time, when it's at its highest point of prosperity, when they look back at their century of humiliation and look to the future as a century of prosperity, and you got a declining empire and its stupid fucking leadership being like, saying racist shit, being like, oh, these are just Chinese peasants, I feel like that probably makes it less likely that these guys will ever come to the fucking table. That's it. Like, if your goal is we will serve Europe our salmonella chicken and they will like it, they will eat it and they will like it. They will take our hormoned beef and they will eat it and they will like it. Okay? It's just not. And also simultaneously turn around and say things like, we are going to decouple trade from China. And everyone will like it after we designed global trade to constantly rely on places like China to give us cheap commodities at the cost of ruining domestic labor capabilities. It's just, it doesn't seem like a feasible plan. Here is Sean McCarthy's attitude on this that I thought was really good. He is criticizing Peter Navarro in Financial Times. Peter Navarro's words in Financial Times after reading the piece and his demands. He says, Peter Navarro in Financial Times demands that Europeans eat our hormone beef and salmonella chicken. This is something that I've also talked about quite a bit because those are like the places where we could make up for trade deficits. He says that any state-owned enterprises are cheating. This is also true. This is unironically a big part of the European anger as well. Remember Ursula von der Leyen's words a year ago, where I told you like Ursula von der Leyen, I showed you, was like very angry at the subsidies that the Chinese government was giving the electric vehicle companies. And therefore they were making EVs at a price point that made it impossible for European manufacturers to compete with. They consider that cheating. This is the basis. They are mad that a command economy will absolutely dominate global trade. And instead of looking at that and going, wait, why don't we do that? We have unimaginable amounts of wealth. Why don't we also do that? Why don't we also use this wealth to drive wages down, or not drive wages down, sorry, drive prices down while keeping wages up through subsidies? Instead of doing that, they're just saying like, no, they're just cheating. You should also do it the way we're doing it. Freudian slip, yeah. I can't even fucking entertain a hypothetical scenario where European leadership, European capitalists will ever fucking not drive wages down. That there will not be any negotiation, that the sweatshop slaves Americans exploit for cheap goods have been ripping us off the entire time. Navarro absolutely wants a full-blown trade war with China. This is true. Wall Street is not pricing this in. They're smart people. Maybe they know Navarro will lose influence and Trump will reverse himself here. Maybe they're in denial. Navarro's goal is full-scale reshoring by private capital. Because, and this part is very important, state-owned enterprises are cheating. He has no plan to manage this transition or reduce the pain it would bring to the U.S. consumers. He expects private capital to do it all himself. This is a major problem here because the enemy is not China. The enemy is capital. And the American government cannot recognize this because the American government is designed around literally combating that attitude. The American government will never, ever engage in anti-capitalist initiatives, things that actually harm the profit margins. They can't do that. They are not designed to do that. This is precisely the problem. This is also the reason why the reshoring initiative will be a spectacular fucking failure. There's no sign that Trump disagrees with any of this. Both correctly identify U.S. trade deals as a problem, but ideologically they cannot countenance any role for the government in fixing the problem, except for giving free money to connected private sector firms. In China, 9 out of the 10 largest firms are state-owned enterprises. There are state-owned banks for industry and agriculture. There are state-owned petroleum, railway, chemical, and steel companies. Maybe the Chinese system is just better. Maybe if manufacturing and industrial capacity is important to the USA, we should ensure their continued existence through our own state-owned enterprises. Of course, this cannot even be discussed here. It's socialism, and it doesn't work even though it's working fine in China every single day. So we are going to pray to God of the free market to fix this. This short-sightedness is not the stupidity of just the Trump administration alone. This short-sightedness is the reason why the maximum, the best you're going to get is the CHIPS Act, okay? It is straight up a byproduct of the duopoly that we have in the United States of America, where the most you are going to get out of the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the ostensibly left party here in this country, is going to be a neoliberal private-public sector partnership where private capital fixes the problem in a magnanimous fashion, and yet they have never done such a thing, and they will never do such a thing, okay? Of course they are not going to do that. They're just going to take the money and do exactly what they've been doing. Those short-sighted multinational firms who would rather buy back their own stock than invest in R&D are suddenly going to make long-term investments in reshoring in the middle of a massive global recession. We might as well start making human sacrifices at the altar of Milton Friedman at this point. For now, the stock losses are just numbers. In the weeks and months ahead, they will transition to layoffs and consumer price increases, stagflation. At that point, there will be a major pressure to reverse. At that point, it will probably be too late, unless we want to allow some role for the government. No, I didn't think so. I'll be arrogant enough to say I think financial markets are wrong in their belief that Trump will repeat this usual pattern of getting small concessions and dropping the issue. Navarro is in charge until he causes too much damage to be fixed by a simple reversal. If he had his way, we'd all eat shit for the next 4 years while he waited for his cargo cult private capital to solve everything without any defined government plan. Basically, buckle up, and for the love of God, let's start talking about the need for U.S. state-owned enterprises to fix this mess. That's it. That's it. Because as I've said time and time again, the notion that like, oh, reshoring manufacturing is going to fix this problem is idiotic, because the people that are talking about reshoring manufacturing are actively stating that they have no intention of improving wages, and they have every intention to automate this process so that we can keep prices low. This does not mean better jobs. This does not mean any new jobs at all. This simply means the same wealth disparity that exists and the same depressive forces on the pre-existing jobs that are available still very much exist in this country. People don't want to work in a factory for the sake of working in a factory because they're like super autistic and love being on an assembly line doing the same fucking steel press motion every day for 8 hours a goddamn day. They like it because they fantasize about the 1965 standard of working a 9 to 5, clocking in, clocking out, and then being able to take care of their children with one fucking parent in a 2-parent household, working and being able to pay for a home and being able to create some semblance of upward social mobility for the next generation because they can go to college and they can pay for college. That's what they're fucking fantasizing about, not the aspect, the menial labor aspect of such things. Okay? It's very stupid. Baba burada bağırmayın birbirinize ne olur. Kendimi duyamıyorum baba. Düşünemiyorum. While the WTO technically allows challenges, its dispute resolution system is functionally broken and the consequences have been catastrophic. This dispute resolution system is also functionally broken as a consequence of America undermining the court's power, by the way, the World Trade Organization's power. We did that. The U.S. has brought several high-profile agricultural trade disputes to the WTO, targeting foreign bans on poultry, hormone-treated beef, and genetically modified crops. In nearly every case, the U.S. prevailed, but the victories did not matter. The EU's ban on hormone-treated U.S. beef was challenged in 1996, ruled illegal in 1998, and yet the EU has not lifted it. Name one charity you have donated to that goes directly to improving the material conditions of Palestinians. Wait, what? Dog, I've raised literally multiple millions of dollars for charities that actively work on the ground. What? I effed? Is it effing? What's happening? It's not effing on my end. As someone who makes millions off yapping about the genocide in Palestine, how much of your own money have you donated? Hundreds of thousands of dollars directly to charities and causes that go directly to improving the material conditions of Palestinians via tangible aid and resource before today. And can you prove it? Or are you ever donating your time? Wait, what? Why you act like you don't see important questions? Hello? Are you okay? How did you go from Israel's allowing American to be its hegemon to this attitude in one day? In America, we have a bunch of self-proclaimed socialists and communists that still sell themselves out to capitalism when it suits them. Your complaints until you and your platform can profit from it, though, right? Chatter, most of his chat is fake woke. Oh, never mind. No, he was a hater yesterday, too. He did like my statement on Leon, though. Here, let's unban this guy. He's got great attitude. I didn't ask you nor see proof. Anyone can say he does like I knew someone would. Anyone can say he did, but I didn't ask you. Name one charity you've donated to. Wait, I'm confused. Are you gonna go back on that? Yeah, this is one of the many different fundraisers that we've engaged with. Here's $50,000 from me, just one. Now I assume that you're going to turn around and say it's not enough. That's nothing. That's like a tiny margin, right? A tiny margin of your wealth. That's what you're going to say? I unbanned you, by the way. You can respond. Yeah. Here are the funds that went to ANIRA, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Palestine Red Crescent Society, and medical aid for Palestinians. Anyway, I hope you get better, chatter. Don't take the bait. I mean, it's okay. Some people probably didn't know that. Maybe they learned about it today. It's all good. Maybe that person was just genuinely confused. These aids do not reach Palestinians anyway. That's not true. That absolutely is wrong. You're wrong about that. As a matter of fact, when an aid organization is no longer able to work directly on the ground, we change our fundraising efforts. And we work with other aid organizations, like in the Creators for Palestine charity. We did other aid organizations that were still actively working on the ground. So you're wrong about that too. Why is this guy not responding? I'm so confused. What happened? It's been 4 minutes. Did he die? Okay. That's somewhat of a satisfactory answer. Hope it motivated more people to donate. Oh, thanks. Thanks, chatter. I'm glad. Yeah, you did your part, dude. So much of this attitude unironically revolves around, I didn't know a certain thing, or rather someone lied to me about you, and that is somehow your fucking problem. But now that I know the truth, I'm still going to take this like weird ass fucking attitude. Somewhat of a satisfactory answer. I give you direct fucking receipts. What do you mean somewhat? Hey, at least he didn't double down. Well, I put my money where my mouth is and ask the important questions. No, dude, you just didn't Google the important questions. You could have Googled this important question and found the answer yourself. But instead of doing that, you came in here with a snarky ass attitude. It's all right. At least you recognize that I was, at least you recognize that you were wrong. And then he acts like this silly ass question in a pro-Palestinian community is going to urge more people to donate. Thank God. Like, it was actually for good reason. So Google is going to tell me better than you how much you donated? Yes. Unironically, yes. And how am I wrong when only asked the question? I was just simply asking a question. You didn't ask a question. The question would be, hey, how much of your time, and I know that because you know that I've done fundraisers, okay, so obviously you could have just easily Googled it, and if you couldn't find the answer, you could be like, hey, I know you're very pro-Palestine, and I was wondering, because I had an argument with a friend or whatever, that I wanted to know how much you have directly contributed to these fundraisers. I couldn't find it on Google. That's a great way to ask that question. Not, as someone who makes millions off of yapping about the genocide in Palestine, how much of your own money have you donated directly to charities and causes that go directly to improving the material conditions of Palestinians via tangible aid and resource before today? And can you prove it? Or are you only ever donating your time? That's not asking a question. You already have an answer in your mind on that question. You're just snarking. You're implying that I'm actually fake and phony. You're being rude and an asshole and engaging in bad faith and then trying to massage your way out of it and being like, I just only asked the question. We all know what you were doing. I was gracious enough to actually answer you instead of going, hey, I'm sorry. I was wrong about this. I was lied to. And I'm going to reconsider the people that have lied to me about this shit and whether they are being honest next time around. You still fucking yell at me over it. I implied it would have been fake if you hadn't. Okay, chatter. Thanks. We all know what you're doing. 38,000 people in here. Every single person knows exactly what the fuck you're doing. Absolutely no one thinks this was a genuine question. Yapping about genocide, he fucking says. This is not a negotiation. For the U.S., it's a national emergency triggered by trade deficits caused by a rigged system. President Trump is always willing to listen, but to those world leaders who, after decades of cheating, are suddenly offering lower tariffs, know this is just the beginning. It's not about tariffs, okay? It is not about tariffs. It's about trade deficits, and it's about also stopping the Chinese manufacturing dominance around the globe because it gives China too much power.
中方对中美经贸关系的立场已经讲得很清楚了。听到这位副总统说出这样无知又缺乏礼貌的话，令人诧异，也感到悲哀。美方滥施关税，严重侵犯各国的正当权益，严重违反世界贸易组织规则，严重损害以规则为基础的多边贸易体制，严重冲击全球的经济秩序稳定，是典型的单边主义。
This is a typical example of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic
保护主义、经济霸凌，遭到国际社会
and has been widely opposed by the international community. China strongly condemns and firmly opposes such actions. I would like to reiterate that there are no winners in a trade war or a tariff war.
没有赢家，保护主义没有出路。
Protectionism offers no way out.
中国人不惹事，也不怕事。
The Chinese people do not provoke trouble, but we are not afraid of it.
施压、威胁和讹诈，不是同中方打交道的正确方式。中方
China will take all necessary
必将
countermeasures
采取必要措施，坚决维护
to
自身正
resolutely
当合法
safeguard its
权益。
legitimate and lawful rights and interests.
我想美方的
The actions of the U.S.
所
side
作
have
所
not
为
demonstrated any
没有
genuine
体现
willingness
出
for
想要
serious
认真对话
dialogue.
的意愿。美方如果真的想谈，
If the U.S. truly wishes to
就应
engage
该
in
拿出
talks, it should
平
adopt
等、
an attitude of equality,
尊
mutual
重、
respect,
互
and
惠的态度。
reciprocity.
如果美方置两
If
国
it persists
和
in
国际社会
disregarding
的
the common
利益
interests of both countries and the international community and insists on escalating the trade and tariff
中
conflict,
方必将
China
奉陪到
will,
底。
as always, fight to the end. So they've signaled that they're not going to stop. On the other hand, Trump, for some weird, indecipherable purpose, thinks that he will absolutely stop. What is this? As an American from a semi-affluent upper middle class background, this video is full of knowledge I've craved and have been denied by uninformed ideologues in Western media. Thank you. This is from 4 months ago from a channel called Red Pen, a summary of Xi Jinping's governance of China. I kind of want to watch this. We might actually dive into that after this.
A tit-for-tat trade war. Markets are dreading it, and most world leaders are trying to avoid it, but not China. It's hit back with a 34% tariff of its own. It's taking the fight to Trump, and this is what escalation looks like. When Trump first came to power, US tariffs on Chinese goods weren't much higher than they were on the rest of the world. But Trump, across his 2 presidencies, has amped up the pressure. Within months of coming into power the second time round, he slapped a 10% tariff on China, then another 10% in March. And that was before Liberation Day, where he hit the country with another 34%. China hit back with 34% of its own. So Trump, well, he threatened, as you can see here, 50%. That would take the effective tariff to 124%. At that level, you're effectively shutting down trade. And this is why he's doing it. His least favourite chart. It shows the US is importing far more from China than China takes back. The deficit's been building steadily. It accelerated in the 2000s after China joined the World Trade Organization and Beijing reformed the economy, boosting exports of electronics, toys, machinery, building what we now call the world's factory. Well, Trump, he's been trying to shut it down. And his mechanism for doing that is tariffs. China is defiant, though. It says it can withstand a Trump assault. And as you can see here, it has become less dependent on the US market for its exports. This is the percentage of Chinese goods going directly to the US. But it doesn't tell us how much trade China has been diverting through other Asian countries like Vietnam, for example, to dodge US tariffs. Well, Trump has wised up to that. He's imposed crippling tariffs on countries across Asia, shutting down those routes. And for all its fighting talk, China does want to negotiate because it will feel economic pain from this, as will US exporters who sent $143 billion worth of goods to China. Prices will go up for consumers, growth will slow. And among it all, it's hard to see who the winners will be.
Mistake upon a mistake. Overnight, China hurled these new accusations at President Trump as it took action, bracing for a real trade slugfest. President Trump is now promising a new 50% tariff on China, on top of the other new tariffs, which are on top of existing tariffs. Combined, this would make U.S. tariffs on imports from China a whopping 104%. And yet, despite all this tough talk, the markets, they seem a little less agitated this morning. After days of these massive losses and trillions of dollars in value evaporated, U.S. stock futures are pointing up, for now at least. It comes, and it may be because of the fact that some members of his administration have relented on their no negotiation stance. Some members of the administration. The markets in Asia, you can see right there, most of them rebounded after their sharp sell-offs. This comes, though, as China accused the U.S. of blackmail, and China is vowing to, quote, fight to the end if the president moves ahead with all of his threats. So let's get right to CNN's Mark Stewart in Beijing here, because the rest of Asia is in a different place than China is right now, and China really seems to be gearing up for a serious fight.
Indeed, John, despite what the White House may want, China and Beijing is making it very clear that it's not going to budge. And once again today, we saw this shift from diplomatic language to something that's
China defiant after Trump threatens additional 50% tariffs. China is escalating after Donald Trump started this. China is not escalating. They're not escalating. They're reciprocating. These tariffs are reciprocal. And I think what's interesting about this process is that maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe I don't know the normies and their attitude here. But regardless of the xenophobia that they demonstrate on a regular basis, I think Trump doing this in a spectacularly belligerent manner is even causing the dumbest of Americans to go, I don't know if this is because of China that we are being harmed here. Like, I don't think, especially because he's directly undermining treats. The treatlerites themselves, I think, are looking at this and going, yeah, I think you're the one who's fucking up the bag here, not China. To use a metaphor, the Chinese economy is not a pond, but an ocean. The ocean may have its calm days. What's up, Beijing? But big winds and storms are only to be expected. Without them, the ocean wouldn't be what it is. Big winds and storms may upset a pond, but never an ocean. Having experienced numerous winds and storms, the ocean will still be there. It is the same for China after going through 5,000 years of trials and tribulations. China is still here. Looking ahead, China will always be here to stay. 5th of November 2018, opening ceremony of the first China International Import Expo. Senior research fellow at Channel 4 News being interviewed. Senior research fellow says trade wars a blessing in disguise for Xi. Time stamped. Let's take a look.
Rise up. How much will the Chinese economy be able to cope without that trade?
Well, interesting to say this.
I mean, 34% or 50%, it doesn't make much difference at all regarding the Chinese economy, because essentially what Xi Jinping wanted to do, it is want to achieve that sense of technology self-reliance. It wants to achieve that sense of economic self-reliance. So to some extent, this trade war come almost like a blessing in disguise for Xi Jinping, for him to be able to boosting domestic consumption that he's aiming to do. But however,
yeah, this was another aspect of the Chinese economy that they were trying to work on anyway, which was boosting domestic consumption of domestic goods. So this basically is a forceful way to do that.
Let's put it this way. I think in the short term, it will be extremely painful for the Chinese economy to be able to make that transition. So I think in the short term, it will be something quite disheartening for the Chinese population.
The difference here, however, is that the Chinese government is well equipped to be able to withstand these sorts of shocks because of its centralized planning structure. When all the banks are owned by the government, when all the trades are owned by the government, when all the businesses are owned by the government, they have a lot more power to restructure their economy virtually overnight. When the government, on the other hand, works at the behest of capitalist corporations in a place like the United States of America, they do not have this kind of fast-paced restructuring that China can engage in. This does not mean that there won't be impacts. This does not mean that there won't be issues in the short term, but if there is a country that is able to overcome these economic shocks, it is a country that has a central planned economy. This is precisely the reason why when a lot of the analysts in the West made a great ordeal over the real estate issues that took place, like the was it Evergreen disaster in China, the reality inside of China was Evergrande disaster. The reality internally in China was very different. Oh, Mhud, I already watched pieces of this, and then I stopped watching it because it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Greg Buttfeld talking about how the tariffs are going to be the ultimate testosterone because they're so stupid. It's only a matter of time before Trump says if countries want to avoid tariffs, they can become part of the U.S. He said that in a way that Canada can avoid tariffs. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen. Do you see what I'm saying, though? Like, America for far too long has been able to dominate countries that have less diverse industry, less diverse economies, like single resource economies like Venezuela that weren't able to quickly and rapidly diversify with the state sector coming into agriculture, for example, and suffered grave consequences as a consequence of that. I mean, suffered grave consequences with America's sanctions regime. Venezuela is a great example of this. America is able to dominate Venezuela, but I don't think America can dominate China with the same ease, because not only do they have a robust, not only do they have a central planned economy, but they also have a robust manufacturing capability where they can overcome external pressures and external shocks such as this one, even if in the short term they stand to lose. I think that its rapid urbanization, its even development and also its infrastructure will able to withstand these sorts of outside pressures.
Population as well.
As we said at the beginning of the program, it's the politics, stupid, not just the economics. How much of this is a political standoff between the United States, the existing superpower, trying to contain China, and China flexing its muscles to show to its own people and the rest of the world that it's very much arrived on the stage?
Well, absolutely. I think on the one hand, it is more to do with the domestic public opinion towards the United States. I think really throughout the last 8 years, the Chinese public opinion has really been shifted from that sense of admiration towards the United States into the very deep, strong sense of anxiety and annoyance. So Xi Jinping will have to respond to that sense of public opinion. That is to say, he cannot afford to look soft in front of President Trump. That's one layer. Now, I think the second layer in here, as we said, is all about politics. It's also about that China try to somehow upholding the international trading system that he felt, or the Chinese felt, Donald Trump have done something essentially wrong, and hence China want to continue to holding that international trading system for that. So I think there's two layers. One is for domestic reason, but the other is also for international reason as well. And obviously, other countries watching these two to tango very carefully and see how they're going to play their own cards at the same time.
Very briefly, before we move on to something else, do you think this could actually become a proper war, between China and the United States? Because often that's what happens with trade wars.
Well, interesting enough, I think for Donald Trump, he's most likely to waging a trade war against China rather than waging a real military escalation towards China. It's not really in Donald Trump's mindset that it's all about military conflict, but I think instead, what he's trying to do is trying to addressing this sense of the difficulties that the American population has suffered. And then on the other hand, I think the Chinese also would prefer to deal with this in economic terms rather than military terms.
Now, here in Washington, Donald Trump's team argue that their tariffs are a kind of shock therapy designed to reset the global economy in America's favor. But
for the record, regardless of my regardless of the fact that regardless of my advocacy against free trade, I am not in favor of trade isolationism to a degree where like every country has to do Jusha style manufacturing. Okay, every country is a Marxist-Leninist Jushaist, like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and that we have to do self-sustaining. We have to have a self-sustaining economy across the board. Okay, I think that's kind of stupid. There are I like drinking coffee. Okay, I'm a fan of drinking coffee, which means automatically that I'm not in favor of this because you can't have it. You just can't build it here. That's not a thing that you can do. I like bananas. It's like one of the few fruits that I consume. You're spot on about this being similar to the decline of the USSR. The Trump admin is even calling it shock therapy. Pretty wild that they think this is going to solve anything. Yeah.
immediate effect of chaos is already hitting people across the United States, from pensions to car prices. It's even sent Trump's bestie, Elon Musk, over the edge.
Trump's bestie, Elon Musk. All right, here. This is the maximalist cope position from Fox News, saying that could Trump's tariffs be the ultimate testosterone boost?
Well, isn't that what Obama said, that we didn't have that magic wand for all the manufacturing that's coming back? But look, just talk to Mike Rowe. You know, you don't need a college degree. You can start working with your hands. We need to support the farmers and the ranchers. And, you know, some of that is very accurate, what
Jesse,
she's saying.
You said in the green room, the crisis in masculinity began with the first male flight attendant. Can you elaborate?
It's a stewardess.
There's nothing funnier than a bunch of dudes that get paid $20 million a year to sit around and talk shit for approximately 4 hours every week total while wearing makeup, talking about the crisis of masculinity. It's like, dude, you're a fucking English major wearing makeup that get paid $20 million a year to just be like, yeah, we got to stop being woke and gay. It's like, what are you talking about? Half of the fucking comments that I see on Twitter about how, like, Americans are going to love to work in factories, half of those comments are coming from dudes who are not in a masculine industry at all. They're fucking podcasters and cryptocurrency traders. How the fuck is that the masculine industry? Like, you're not working in a goddamn factory. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, Greg,
Okay.
and they will always be stewardesses. Even if it's a male flight attendant, I say stewardess. They don't respond
They don't
usually.
answer.
That's an artificial stance.
It's also an artificial stance. Hopefully, when you sit behind a screen all day, it makes you a woman. Studies have shown this. Studies have shown this. And if you're out working, like building robots like Harold, you are around other guys. You're not around HR ladies and lawyers.
What do you
that gives
do?
you estrogen.
What do you do?
Oh, great. Oh, my God. Even Judge Janine goes, what do you do? Oh, my God. Even fucking Judge Janine clapped him. By the way, I can't have Joe Weisenthal on tonight because, unfortunately, I got bumped by NBC Nightly News, which is fucking bullshit, for the record. Yeah, Weisenthal primetime appearance equals recession indicator. Yeah, no motion. No, we were talking, and it's literally the time that I was supposed to have him on. Mainstream media sends his regards. Yeah.
Let me finish, Judge.
You sit behind a screen.
Yeah, Dana?
Just one serious thing. It reminds me of the book of Coming Apart by Charles Murray that was from several years ago.
Oh, NBC News now. Actually, he corrected it. They have less viewers than you. He wouldn't know. Yeah, it's okay. Joe doesn't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think I get higher. I think I get a higher view count than even traditional news outlets anyway. But who cares? Let's keep going.
The jobs thing is one issue for masculinity, but there are many other pieces, including education, religion, and commitment.
Fathers.
You're here.
Yes. Also, if you got a desk job, work shirtless.
Is that what?
Yeah, these guys, the cope is amazing. All right, let's get to a summary of Xi Jinping's governance of China from this channel called Red
Governance
Pen.
of China is a 4-volume collection of speeches and writings by Xi Jinping, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, which outlines the official party
We're doing it. We're diving into it.
perspective on China's development in the 21st century. The writings encompass Xi Jinping's views on economics, domestic and international politics, infrastructure, technology, environmentalism, peaceful coexistence, and military affairs.
He looks hotter now.
The Governance of China is a unique text because it is a book written from a global historical perspective by a statesman with the power to actually shape the future course of a major country. Through an extensive grasp on Chinese as well as Western history and literature, Xi Jinping not only articulates the intricacies of China's internal development, but relates China's development to its growing role in global politics. The text does not present a Western-style critique of capitalism, couched in the language of negation and idealism, but instead presents a tangible framework for concrete steps in the arduous struggle of building a communist society. With the rise of the People's Republic of China, its growing power on the global stage, as well as an emerging soft power conflict with the West, it is increasingly important that the world understands what China is doing, how it got here, where it is headed, and how nations across the world factor into this world historic transformation seen with the rise of socialist China. China's relationship to Marxism-Leninism began in the early 20th century during a time of significant social and political upheaval. The country experienced several major internal struggles for a long period of time, including the Taiping Rebellion in the mid-19th century, the Boxer Rebellion at the dawn of the 20th century, and the overthrow of the Qing dynasty in 1911. The fall of the Qing dynasty was followed by the fragmentation of China into regions controlled by warlords and the Kuomintang, leaving the country in chaos and vulnerable to foreign powers. It wasn't until the 1917 Russian Revolution that the Chinese saw a clear example of how Marxism-Leninism could be applied to overthrow a repressive regime and establish a socialist state. Inspired by the developments in Russia, Chinese intellectuals began to explore Marxism-Leninism as a solution to China's problems, which quickly led to the 1919 Democratic Revolution and the founding of the Communist Party of China in 1921. Mao Zedong, a key member of the party,
Hot. Okay, 125 is better. 15 might be too fast.
played a crucial role in adapting Marxism-Leninism to China's specific conditions and predominantly rural population. His interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, known as Mao Zedong thought, emphasized the potential of the peasantry rather than the proletariat as the revolutionary class, marking a significant departure from classical Marxism but demonstrating the flexibility of Marxist theory in different historical and social contexts. Under Mao's leadership throughout the 1930s and 40s, the Communist Party engaged in various struggles against warlords, Kuomintang nationalists, and foreign invaders, notably during the Second Sino-Japanese War. In building the People's Liberation Army, the party recognized the importance of military strength and leadership. As Xi Jinping states, while it was engaged in violent struggle, the party came to recognize the irrefutable truth that it must command the gun and build a people's military of its own. Chinese people learned that it was an imperative to send the aggressors a message they would understand. War must be fought to deter aggression. Force must be met with force, and a victory is the best way to win peace and respect. We Chinese people do not provoke others, nor do we shy away from trouble. We do not give in to fear or yield in the face of difficulties and dangers. The Chinese nation will never cower before threats or be subdued by oppressors. By 1949, the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War and the establishment of the People's Republic of China marked the triumph of Marxism-Leninism in China and validated its significance in the Chinese Revolution. Over the past 95 years, the Communist Party of China has accomplished so many tasks which were thought to be impossible by other political forces. The reason for this...
It's interesting because their response to the tariffs was literally verbatim one-to-one this statement.
...has been precisely attributed to our adoption of Marxism as our guide of action. This has allowed our party to free itself from the limitations of all previous political forces, which focused on pursuing their own special interests. Departing from or abandoning Marxism, the party would lose its soul and direction. On the issue of Marxism as the fundamental guiding thought, we should not waver under any circumstances.
And for the record, one thing that I want to mention here, we're going to talk about Xi Jinping, but of course you can't do that without establishing Maoist thought in China, and this is his opinion on Mao in his own words. Obviously, Maoism in the United States of America is not. No, that's not. Don't get mad at me, but I don't think it's going to work. You know what I mean? Although there have been a lot of successful revolutionary initiatives in the United States of America that have been motivated by Mao. The Black Panther Party comes to mind. Okay, the material conditions of the United States are not. It's just incredibly. I want to say difficult, but it's just not going to happen. It's just not a thing. We don't have that. The Iowa peasant Maoist revolution will happen. No, how dare you? One day.
Following the death of Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping rose to prominence and initiated the policy of reform and opening up in 1978. Reform and opening up recognized the dialectical necessity of adapting to changing conditions and constantly developing theory to guide necessary changes in practice. For China, the overall purpose of development is to open up to the world through globalization, cultural exchange, and knowledge sharing. The process of opening up produces outcomes that cause changes in the social structure that require reform. Reform and opening up is therefore seen by the Communist Party of China as an ongoing and holistic process that will continue on indefinitely. Deng Xiaoping designed and led the Reform and Opening Up initiative and the modernization drive with a view to improving the well-being of the Chinese people, stressing on many occasions that poverty.
You need to ask clip channels to upload to Bilibili, tons of views, lots of coins, high engagement, and the Chinese netizens glaze you like I've never seen before, calling you a wise foreign scholar who knows the real truth but is depressed that he is unable to change the course of history. That is, dude, why do netizens talk like poets? The average, is it just like a translation thing? I don't understand. Anytime I read any Chinese netizen online, they all sound like fucking scholars, dude. Amazing.
Poverty is not socialism. Socialism
means Mao Zedong thought.
Eliminating poverty. Unless you are developing the productive forces and raising people's living standards, you cannot say that you are building socialism. This policy marked a pragmatic shift towards prioritizing economic development over strict ideological purity, emphasizing the use of market mechanisms to develop the productive forces. The reforms introduced under Deng Xiaoping included decollectivizing agriculture, establishing special economic zones.
Yeah, for me, I've said the Dengus Gambit, as is demonstrated by Chinese prosperity over the last couple of decades, it worked out. You know what I mean? You can have your criticisms, but it kind of worked out demonstrably.
And encouraging foreign investment. The new theoretical and practical foundations of reform and opening up allowed the Chinese economy to achieve swift growth, which accelerated rapidly after China's entrance into the World Trade Organization in 2001.
And also, it would not have worked if they had completely kept liberalizing the economy, for the record. It would not have worked without what Xi Jinping has done as well, which is why I think it's important. It's important to recognize Xi's initiative here as well.
Many criticized the party's embrace of pro-market reforms and integration into the capitalist world economy. But Deng Xiaoping and every paramount leader after him demonstrated that the process of moving towards the lofty ideal of communism unfolds at an incremental and gradual pace. Deng Xiaoping always understood that developing the forces of production would be a lengthy process and that China had a long march down the socialist road before approaching a new stage of socialist development. Reform and opening up catalyzed Chinese economic development, lifted hundreds of millions out of absolute poverty, and laid the groundwork for the development of what would become known as socialism with Chinese characteristics. Xi Jinping explains that this concept embraces a dialectical view of socialism that integrates the universal ideals of Marxism and socialism with China's unique historical and material conditions. Socialism with Chinese characteristics represents a theory, path, and system of how China will further advance down the socialist road through the implementation of theory into the practice of statecraft. The evolving nature of the theory is based on the necessity of informing practice based on changing conditions and the needs of the people as a whole. Xi Jinping describes it as a holistic theory that conceptualizes Chinese society in its totality. Every institution, policy, campaign, and long-term plan is informed by the lofty goal of achieving communism, correcting erroneous views and decisions, and unifying all mindsets, policies, and measures to carry China beyond the primary stage of socialism. Socialism with Chinese characteristics is built on the foundation of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, which offer basic scientific principles for understanding the world through a dialectical materialist worldview. Marxism-Leninism is seen as a universally applicable theory, while Mao Zedong thought represents this theory under specifically Chinese conditions. On top of this foundation is Deng Xiaoping theory, Jiang Zemin's concept of the three represents, and Hu Jintao's scientific outlook on development. Each of these contributions to socialism with Chinese characteristics is understood to be temporally determined or specific to unique circumstances at a given historical period of China's development. For example, in 2004, as China's growing market economy intensified social inequalities, Jiang Zemin found it necessary to reiterate and solidify the party's commitment to people-centered and socialist development by introducing the 3 represents into the party constitution, ensuring the equal representation of economic, cultural, and people-centered development in governmental affairs. Lastly, the most recent contribution to socialism with Chinese characteristics has come from Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping thought marks a significant turning point in Chinese development and the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The term thought has not been used to describe the theory of any paramount leader since Mao, which signifies a deeper level of importance to the contribution. But furthermore, since achieving moderate prosperity in all respects, Xi Jinping emphasizes that China has entered a new stage of development and makes frequent reference to socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. In 1997, Jiang Zemin introduced the concept of the 2 centenary goals: to achieve a moderately prosperous society in all respects by 2021, the centenary of the Communist Party of China, and to achieve a modern socialist country that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, harmonious, and beautiful by 2049, the centenary of the People's Republic of China. The 2 centenary goals were taken up and popularized by Xi Jinping, who elevated them into a central theoretical component of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and used them as a national call for the Chinese people to continue pushing towards national rejuvenation. Working towards moderate prosperity in all respects saw remarkable progress in poverty reduction. From the end of 2012 to the end of 2017, the rural poor population decreased by 68.53 million, or about 70%. On average, 13.7 million people were lifted out of poverty annually, which was more than double the annual rate of reduction during previous poverty reduction programs. By 2020, all people in these regions were guaranteed food, clothing, compulsory education, basic medical care, and safe housing. Poverty-stricken rural areas saw increased rates of growth, family disposable income, and basic public services. China's poverty alleviation achievements are the culmination of people-centered development and economic planning. Throughout the first several decades of China's reform and opening up, means of production were used to produce means of production in order to catch up with the West. However, with the achievement of moderate prosperity in all respects, China's high-tech sector is now quickly approaching and even surpassing the West, standing at the cutting edge of scientific and technological breakthroughs in the fields of AI, quantum information, mobile communication, blockchain, synthetic biology, gene editing, regenerative medicine, cosmology, robotics, and many others. Throughout the late 20th century, Chinese workers produced goods that were exported abroad rather than consumed at home. However, the economic success experienced throughout the 21st century has allowed for greater considerations to be made regarding people's well-being, the natural environment, and social justice. China's new economic strategy emphasizes high-quality development that is innovative, coordinated, green, open, and inclusive. As Xi Jinping says, we must put...
I cannot take any of this seriously. You cannot protest in China. You will get arrested if they don't like what you have to say. Just one example of how dangerous the Chinese government is. Any claims of socialism seem like straight up propaganda. I'd rather live there than the U.S. though. Bro, given the current administration's initiatives in terms of removing due process and also destroying the First Amendment, we literally are getting all of the worst aspects that you claim China has and none of the high-speed rail. So yes, your final statement on the matter is what is perhaps most important.
Put the people's interests first. Under no circumstances can we ever alter our standpoint of breathing the same air as the people and sharing a common future with them. Nor can we forget our purpose, which is to serve the people wholeheartedly. Nor can we discard the view of historical materialism that the people are the real heroes. Serving the people wholeheartedly and always representing the fundamental interests of the greatest possible majority of the people are the important preconditions and foundation for the implementation and development of consultative democracy. According to Xi Jinping, from 2021 to 2035, China will build on the foundations created by its moderately prosperous society with 14 more years of hard work to ensure that socialist modernization is generally realized. The party's vision is that by the end of this stage, China's economic and technological strength will have increased significantly, the rights of the people will be adequately protected, social etiquette and civility will be enhanced, people will lead more comfortable lives, the size of the middle income group will have grown significantly, a modern social governance system will have taken shape, and society will be full of vitality, harmonious, and orderly. Xi Jinping emphasizes that this process represents the movement towards the higher stage of socialism. Achieving communism is the highest ideal of the communist.
I'm sorry, I do want to say, can you imagine Donald Trump writing 4 volumes on anything really? Like actually him, even getting someone to dictate his thoughts about how we will move America into a transitional phase where America will become the manufacturing hub of the world, and how he's going to make capital owners collaborate with his agenda of prosperity. Like, motherfucker's barely literate. I still don't believe he knows how to read. That's just something. Yeah, art of the deal. I know. Our art of the deal, baby. That's his 4 volumes of Donald Trump thought, expanding on how to con better, which I guess is the capitalist version. It's a perfect representation of capitalism in and of itself, you know? A watered down version of how to be a better con man, reduced to something that was ghost-written.
Party of China, and party members, particularly party officials, should maintain a firm belief in lofty communist ideals, along with the common ideal of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, and pursue them with dedication. Xi Jinping recognizes that capital still has an important role to play in China's modernization efforts, and encourages its orderly regulation rather than abolition. He says that after the launch of the reform and opening up, we broke free from a restrictive mindset on ownership and came to realize that capital, as a major factor of production, can serve as a tool for the market to allocate resources and an effective means to grow the economy. Yet we must be aware that capital is profit-driven in nature, and if unregulated and unconstrained, it will cause immeasurable damage to the economy and society. The 2008 global financial crisis has taught us that allowing capital to blindly pursue profit will result in chaos, and that
This is why I always ironically maintain a position that while it is a transitional socialist state, in its transition, this unironically is what like the social democrats in theory want, right? That's why it's so funny and nothing but pure chauvinism when European SOCDEMs will be like, China is a tanky haven. It's like fucking bullshit. It's awful. It's like, dude, they're literally currently in practice doing what you claim is what you want to do in your country. Obviously, there's additional safeguards beyond that. Their attitude towards private property is very different, and I think that is a really important distinction that turns it into a transitional socialist state potentially, rather than simply one that wants to maintain a capitalist order of the economy. But in practice, this right here is unironically what SOCDEMs claim they want, right?
global prosperity cannot be built on the shaky foundations of a market without moral constraints.
This is what I mean, for the record, when I say I want this in America, okay? I believe that America would prosper if they did this. This is what I say when I am talking about, like, China does a lot of good shit. I wish we could do them here. Why can't we do them here? This is what I'm talking about.
The growing gap between rich and poor is both unfair and unsustainable. It is important for us to use both the invisible hand and the visible hand to form synergy between market forces and government functions, and strive to achieve both efficiency and fairness. We must set up traffic lights for capital flows. Traffic on the road needs to be controlled with traffic lights. Likewise, capital also needs to be regulated. No capital of any type can be allowed to run out of control. We must prevent the unchecked growth of capital and combat monopolies, exorbitant profits, sky-high prices, destructive speculation, and unfair competition. We must reinforce effective regulation of capital in accordance with the law. The socialist market economy is law-based, and capital must operate in accordance with the law. Curbing the disorderly expansion of capital is not intended to deny its worth, but to ensure its orderly growth. To regulate capital, we should strictly enforce the relevant laws and regulations and improve those that are incomplete. We must support the healthy growth of capital through regulation and guidance. The 2021 centenary goal of achieving a moderately prosperous society in all respects was tied to achieving quantitative benchmarks in economic development, such as the elimination of absolute poverty, increasing the numbers of the middle class through elevated living standards, growing the GDP of the country through technological innovations and advancements, and closing the gap between rural and urban economies. However, after 2021, when these benchmarks had been surpassed, greater focus shifted towards qualitative standards, such as high-tech, people-oriented, and green development. Xi Jinping's vision for the future of China is of a green, environmentally sustainable, and beautiful nation, leading the world in sustainable technologies and development to move towards a model of ecological civilization. He explains the necessity of green development for China by pointing out that the total population of well-off countries in the world is about 1 billion. China has more than 1.3 billion people. If we are all to become modernized, the well-off population must more than double. If we were to consume as much energy and production in daily lives as the present well-off people do, all of the existing resources in the world would be far from enough for us. The old path seems to be a dead end. Where is the new road?
This is ironically Matt Iglesias' thought right there, but sustainable. There is already 1 billion Americans. It's China. But if there are to be 1 billion Americans, then that would be unsustainable to exist on this planet, because of the consumption, and therefore there is a necessity to use renewable energies to evolve.
It lies in scientific and technological innovation and in the accelerated transition from factor-driven and investment-driven growth to innovation-driven growth. In an overall effort of progressing towards a future that is both prosperous and sustainable, China's high-tech sector continues to develop new green technologies, such as electric vehicles, hydropower, nuclear energy, energy storage systems, smart grids, green infrastructure, solar and wind energy, as well as carbon capture technologies. We should endeavor to build a green, clean, and beautiful world. The Earth is the only shared home for humanity. Now, a few individuals are trying to find a new home in outer space, but that is still a distant dream. In the foreseeable future, human beings still need to live on this planet. This is a fact that will not change. We must defend the Earth's boundaries, both tangible and intangible, to ensure harmony between humanity and nature. We need to improve planning regarding our territorial space, implement our functional zoning strategy, and draw up red lines for ecological conservation. We should accelerate efforts to establish a system of nature reserves, improve biodiversity protection networks, and set reasonable spatial limits for economic and social activities. We will never again seek economic growth at the cost of the environment.
Bro, don't show this to fucking Republicans. They're gonna tell you that climate change is a Chinese conspiracy.
China's rule of law functions as one of the primary means of cultivating a harmonious society of internal stability and social order, where conflicts are managed in the interests of overall social cohesion. The Democratic People's Dictatorship is composed of the four classes of Chinese society: the national bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, workers, and farmers. Deng Xiaoping pointed out that although China's socialist economy and political system were imperfect, they have continued to improve and are much better than the capitalist system, based on the law of the jungle and the principle of getting ahead at the expense of others. Our system will improve more and more with the passage of time. By absorbing the progressive elements of other countries, it will become the best in the world. Capitalism can never achieve this. Elsewhere, he added, democracy in capitalist societies is bourgeois democracy. In fact, it is the democracy of monopoly capitalists. It is no more than a system of multi-party elections, separation of judicial, executive, and legislative powers, and a bicameral legislature. Ours is the system of the People's Congress and the People's Democracy, under the leadership of the Communist Party. We cannot adopt the practices of the West. The great advantage of the socialist system is that when the central leadership makes a decision, it is promptly implemented without interference from any other quarters. In contrast to the Anglo-American legal system, based on the supposed separation of legal powers, the Chinese system was created through a combination of socialist innovation and traditional Chinese practices to produce a legal system that is not only functional, but also promotes harmony and moral virtue by reflecting the democratic will of the Chinese people. According to Xi Jinping, Chinese law epitomizes the ethos and wisdom of the Chinese nation and contains many excellent ideas and concepts worth passing on. These include the governance strategy of enforcing public discipline through the application of both morality and law, the people-centered concept that the people are the foundation of the state, and only when the foundation is solid will the state be stable, the wish for social harmony without lawsuits, the idea of prudence that prioritizes moral enlightenment over legal punishment, the concept of equality that advocates passing judgment in accordance with the law and ensures that the punishment fits the crime, and the principle of leniency towards widowers.
By the way, this is the reason why, while the party does have top-down control or like final say on matters, it gets its notes from a localized structure where the initiatives that they take on are directly after consultation and demands that they hear from virtually every side of China, virtually every aspect of China. That's why you see the fucking People's Congress, where like they come in from the people wearing like indigenous garb, coming in from all over the place. Like the Cuban system has a similar, the Cuban structure has a similar. The Cuban government has a similar structure of governance. And while it's still obviously a one-party system, clearly, there's room for disagreement within the party, and the people are still locally elected.
Widows, orphans, childless couples, the elderly, children, women, and people with disabilities. All of these shed light on the wisdom of Chinese traditional legal culture. Despite the many examples of Chinese law reflecting the democratic will of the masses, Western critics insist on characterizing the Chinese system as authoritarian, framing China as desiring to expand its control outward. But Xi Jinping responds to these accusations by reiterating that China will never seek hegemony. As China continues to grow, some people start to worry. Some take a dark view of China and assume that it will inevitably become a threat as it develops further. They even portray China as being a terrifying Mephisto who will someday suck the soul of the world. Such absurdity couldn't be more ridiculous, yet some people, regrettably, never tire of preaching it. This shows that prejudice is indeed hard to overcome.
Subtweet. Call out.
In addressing the question of whether the party is above the law, Xi Jinping stated, "This question itself is problematic and is a political trap. We must leave no room for confusion."
More like Xi Jinping.
But answer the question clearly. Party leadership and law-based governance are not in conflict, but inherently coherent. Our country's laws embody the will of the party and the people, and our party acts in accordance with the law, which manifests an inseparable relationship between the two. All party members should keep in mind that the party leadership is the soul of our country's socialist rule of law and the biggest difference between Chinese and Western rule of law.
God damn it.
China is the fourth largest country in terms of geographic territory, the second most populous country with 1.4 billion people, the world's second largest national economy, and it holds a permanent seat on the UN Security Council.
Someone just said, this guy sure acts democratic but doesn't allow elections. I like that we're watching an entire video about the Xi Jinping governance of China, and there are still chatters in here being like, no, they don't have elections. Yes, they do. Instead of having a fake duopoly, they have a one-party structure, but local elections are what matters in that structure. Of course they have fucking elections. It is pretty funny to have this conversation in the United States of America. Of course, it'll never not be funny because we very clearly have a bourgeois democratic process that does not reflect the interests of the citizenry, something that many of you are aware of. And that's why I always say America is a democratic country in theory, and yet not so much in practice, and that people have very understandable, very visible demands, and yet those demands are never reflected in the legislative body. And the legislative body itself has already been like destroyed of its power regardless. Multi-party parliamentary structures also run into the same issues as well, where there are socialist parties at the end of the day in said parliamentary structures, but they're usually junior coalition partners. And also on top of that, I'm spilling everywhere. There are still bourgeois democracies, and therefore still very much reflective of the same two like power centers. Basically, you have like a left coalition, a right coalition, constantly fighting against one another. But when it comes down to representing the interests of capital, they still do the exact same thing that the American duopoly does.
However, China's economic underdevelopment has historically hindered its ability to outwardly exercise power or influence. Progress towards the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation is therefore also tied to the party's desire to restore China's pride and place on the world stage. Xi Jinping's vision for China's global role is deeply influenced by the principles of peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. China's approach to international relations is governed by the idea that all countries should pursue development that is inclusive and beneficial to all parties involved. Xi Jinping has frequently spoken of the need to build a global community of shared future, where nations work together to address common challenges and achieve mutual prosperity. China's commitment to peaceful coexistence is reflected in its opposition to protectionism and economic hegemony. Xi Jinping has made it clear that China is firmly against any form of protectionism and is willing to resolve economic and trade differences through consultation rather than confrontation. This stance is part of China's broader strategy to promote the establishment of a multilateral trade system characterized by balanced and mutually beneficial development. By advocating for a rules-based international order, China seeks to ensure that global economic governance is fair and inclusive, allowing all nations to benefit from globalization. It is important for all countries to pursue inclusive development for the benefit of all. To lead a happy life is the common aspiration of people all over the world. The progress of human society requires a continued effort from all countries to further opening up, cooperation, and win-win development, and reject isolation, confrontation, and monopoly. In a world of deeper economic globalization, the pursuit of the law of the jungle and winner takes all leads nowhere. Inclusive growth for all is surely the right way forward. Countries need to rise above differences and leverage their respective strengths to pursue inclusive growth in the face of common risks and challenges. This way, people of all countries will be able to share in the benefits of economic globalization and global growth. One of the most significant expressions of China's commitment to peaceful development and mutual benefit is the Belt and Road Initiative. Launched in 2013, the Belt and Road Initiative is a global economic development strategy that aims to enhance connectivity and cooperation between countries across Asia, Europe, and Africa. The initiative is a manifestation of Xi Jinping's vision for an open and inclusive world order, where economic cooperation is not based on ideological alignment or geopolitical considerations, but on mutual benefit. China has grown from a poor and weak country to the second largest economy, not through military expansion or colonial plunder, but through the hard work of its people and their efforts to uphold peace. China will never waver in its pursuit of peaceful development. No matter how strong its economy grows, China will never seek hegemony, expansion, or spheres of influence. History has borne this out, and will continue to do so. We will not, however, accept condescending sermons from those who feel they have the right to lecture us. China shares a common destiny with all third world countries. China will never seek hegemony or bully others, but will always side with the third world, and China will oppose any forms of hegemony and safeguard world peace. Xi Jinping has repeatedly emphasized that the Belt and Road Initiative is not a geopolitical or military alliance, but an economic initiative aimed at fostering global development. The Belt and Road Initiative was launched in response to the call for reforming the global governance system. It is an open and inclusive process that does not exclude any party. It is not designed to form an exclusive bloc or China club. Its participation is not based on ideology and is certainly not a zero-sum game. Any country that wants to participate in this initiative is welcome to do so. China's approach to international relations is also characterized by a strong commitment to the principles of non-interference and respect for sovereignty. Informed by its own historical experiences under foreign domination, China is acutely sensitive to the rights of other nations to self-determination. This sensitivity is reflected in China's adherence to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect for territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence with regard to ideological differences. We have never abused, oppressed, or subjugated the people of any other country, and we never will. By the same token, we will never allow any foreign force to abuse, oppress, or subjugate us. Anyone who would attempt to do so would find themselves on a collision course with a great wall of steel forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people. Big countries should treat smaller ones as equals instead of acting as hegemons, imposing their wills on others. A country cannot have security while others are in turmoil, as threats facing other countries are likely to haunt it too. When neighbors are in trouble, instead of strengthening one's own forces, one should extend a helping hand to them. As the saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall. All countries should pursue common, comprehensive, and sustainable security through cooperation. For all the rhetoric about a clash of civilizations or the superiority of one civilization over another, it is the diversity of civilizations that sustains human progress. Indeed, mutual learning between different cultures is a shared aspiration of all peoples. The People's Republic of China has overcome monumental tasks in liberating itself from the century of humiliation and tackling major social problems. Victory in the Korean War, eradicating widespread opium addiction, and lifting hundreds of millions out of poverty are only a few examples of the monumental achievements by China under the People's Republic. However, China still faces challenges that are deeply rooted in the past. One of the greatest and most persistent challenges facing China today is the need for national reunification with Taiwan. When China was a weak country, the Japanese invaded and occupied Taiwan, inflicting a traumatic experience on all Chinese people on both sides of the straits. While Taiwan was under Japanese occupation, many Taiwanese shed their blood and laid down their lives to fight against this encroachment on China's sovereignty, proving they were inseparable members from the extended family of the Chinese nation. The Chinese nation has an honorable tradition of opposing division and safeguarding unity. Secessionism directed towards Taiwan independence is the greatest obstacle to national reunification and a grave danger to national rejuvenation. Those who forget their roots, betray their motherland, and seek to split the country will come to no good end. They will be condemned by the people and indicted by history. Taiwan is seen by Xi Jinping as an inalienable part of China, and the Taiwan question as a wound left by history. He states that the blood of the Chinese nation flows in every Chinese person, and the bond between people on both sides of the Taiwan Straits cannot be altered by any force. We people on both sides of the Taiwan Straits are Chinese and share a natural affinity and national identity built on kinship and mutual assistance, a fact that can never be altered by any force or any people. Xi Jinping invites all Chinese on both sides of the Taiwan Straits to recognize their common history, reunite as a people, and share in China's growing prosperity. We must handle cross-straits relations on the basis of a clear understanding of the trend of history. The great renewal of the Chinese nation has never been closer thanks to the tireless efforts of all the sons and daughters of China. We should view from high ground the great trend of history with changing times and the rise of the Chinese nation, and realize...
Bro, this guy goes, this channel does so much propaganda. Dude, it is a summarization of Xi Jinping's governance of China, like his own book. He's barely adding any additional thoughts to it. Of course, it's going to be reflective of Xi Jinping's own personal thoughts about his own personal affairs. It's so funny when people just go like, oh my God, I can't believe Xi Jinping wrote his own thoughts about where he wants to take Chinese development, and he didn't talk about all of the negatives. It's so funny. Every time we talk about China, chatters forget that like they're human beings that have the capacity to also exaggerate or be biased. Like the concept of someone writing a book about themselves all of a sudden is elusive to the average chatter because it's a Chinese person that wrote a book. It's the same as like, it's the same principle behind like the New York Times writing an article about like a new Chinese museum opening up in Beijing that whitewashes Chinese history. And it's like, yeah, no shit. That's what fucking museums do. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Everyone turns into a fucking the wokest radlib anarchist when it comes to talking about our foreign adversaries. This isn't to say that it's right or appropriate, but just, you know, match it with the same energy that you have for American governance. Ugh.
That the peaceful development of cross-straits relations has become part and parcel of China's great renewal. Sooner or later, we will have to resolve the political disputes that have long existed in cross-straits relations rather than leave them to later generations. No one should underestimate the resolve, the will, and the ability of the Chinese people to defend our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. The complete reunification of our country can and will be realized. While historic challenges such as
This right here is the most significant factor of Xi Jinping thought, or rather his actions. Look, I am but a mere peasant when it comes to understanding 5,000 years of Chinese tradition, but from what I have seen with my limited capabilities as a Westerner pig, an Angloid, if you will, this aspect of Xi Jinping's governance has been perhaps one of the most consequential. A lot of people will look to this and say, oh, it's because he eradicated dissent within the party structure. But in fact, I think that the downsides of liberalization created the predictable capitalist forces gaining as much power as possible, as is the case in social democracies. When capitalist forces get more favor and more leverage and more power, they inevitably enact their own personal agendas that undermine the direction of an entire nation state like China trying to become a transitional socialist state. One of the most consequential parts of Xi Jinping's agenda was to make sure that all of the dissenters within the party that benefited from the bounties of liberalization would have to forcibly get back into the party structure. And if they did not play ball, then they would lose out on their wealth. Because unchecked greed of this sort, of course, is going to inevitably cause the same austerity principles, the undermining of the democratic agenda, the undermining of the people's will, as you have seen over and over again in social democracies in Europe.
national reunification continue to persist from the past, the new era is also giving rise to new challenges. Perhaps the greatest and most threatening problem confronting China in the new era is the threat to the Communist Party's authority amid the growing economic power of the national bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
If the economic power of the national bourgeoisie is translated into political power, it threatens to strengthen counter-revolutionary tendencies and drag the country back into factionalism, violence, and chaos. Therefore, the party keeps tight controls and regulations on the economic power of the national bourgeoisie in order to suppress its political power. This is also why Xi Jinping frames corruption as an existential threat facing the party. The biggest threat our party faces as a governing party is corruption. Facts prove that if corruption is allowed to spread, it will eventually lead to the destruction of a party and the fall of a government. In combating corruption and upholding integrity, we must also oppose ideas and practices smacking of privilege. Members of the Communist Party of China are at all times ordinary members of the working people. Party members are only entitled to some personal benefits and job-related functions and powers prescribed by law and policies, and must not seek any personal gain or privilege over and above those. Combating corruption means upholding the party's commitment to the people and the high ideals of communism. The party came to power through unwavering dedication to the people, demonstrating unparalleled sacrifices in serving their interests. And today's leaders have large shoes to fill in upholding the legacy of the party and continuing the long march down the socialist road. Through China's revolution, development, and reform, innumerable party members laid down their lives for the cause of the party and the people. What supported them was the moral strength gained from the utmost importance they attached to their revolutionary ideals. Some are skeptical about communism, considering it a fantasy that will never come true. Some do not believe in Marxism-Leninism, but in ghosts and gods, seeking spiritual solace in feudal superstitions, showing intense interest in fortune-telling, worship of Buddha, and God's advice for solving their problems. Some have little sense of principle, justice, or right and wrong, and perform their duties in a muddle-headed manner. Some even yearn for Western social systems and values, losing their confidence in the future of socialism. And others adopt an equivocal attitude towards political provocations against the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and other matters of principle. They passively avoid relevant arguments without the courage to express their opinions, or even deliberately deliver ambiguous messages. Isn't it a monstrous absurdity that party officials, especially high-ranking ones, take no position in the face of major issues of principle, political incidents, and sensitive issues? As part of its efforts to combat party corruption and promote upright public officials, party discipline is enforced from the highest to lowest ranks. All party members are mandated to learn the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Mao, Deng Xiaoping theory, the Three Represents, the scientific outlook on development, and Xi Jinping thought to grasp the history, outlook, tactics, strategies, and goals of the party. Xi Jinping emphasizes that studying these works helps ensure ideological unity, strengthen the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party, and guide future governance. Learning from past leaders and adapting Marxism to China's evolving needs helps maintain political stability, reinforce party discipline, and address modern challenges while promoting a distinct Chinese path forward. Xi Jinping asserts that communism is not as simple as a meal of goulash, and it cannot be attained easily, but we cannot dismiss it as an illusion or choose not to be loyal communists just because there is a long way to go. Our revolutionary ideals are of supreme importance. Communism is the ultimate ideal of communists, and it needs generations of strenuous effort to achieve. If we all see it as no more than an illusion, if we deem it unworthy of hard work and sacrifice, communism will never come.
Society never prospers. Society can only prosper if old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. You must always continue to push society forward in the direction where you know the outcomes will be beneficial for all people, not just the hand-selected few. Today's failures should not take away from your revolutionary optimism.
What we do today in upholding and developing Chinese socialism is the real effort towards the ultimate ideal. Revolutionary ideals are more important than anything else. The party is called the Communist Party of China because since day one, our party has made communism its highest ideal. The reason our party is able to rise again and again through hardships and adversities is because the party has always held on to this great ideal and aspiration. In addition to the Chinese classics of Marxism-Leninism, members of the Communist Party are also encouraged to gain an appreciation of the best traditions of Chinese thought, such as Confucianism. Confucian ideals of ethical leadership, moral governance, and social harmony align well with the party's focus on integrity, particularly in regards to anti-corruption efforts. Xi Jinping sees Confucianism as complementary to the larger framework of socialist governance, integrating it into a larger Marxist framework and worldview. But Xi Jinping further argues that it is necessary to study the great teachings of other cultures as well. The Communist Party of China was conceived based on a European critique of capitalism and a Russian example of revolutionary struggle. Therefore, the ideological foundation of the Communist Party of China is firmly grounded in the works of foreign cultures. Xi Jinping argues that it is necessary for China to continue learning from other cultures, but warns of the danger of becoming overly subsumed by Western influence. A number of people, even including some party members, cannot see the underlying dangers of accepting the universal values that have developed in the West over hundreds of years, along with certain Western political dogma. They argue we need not reject them since we would not suffer any significant harm by accepting them. Some even regard Western theories and discourse as the gold standard and thus unconsciously become trumpeters of Western capitalist ideology. Studying Marxist classics, the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the great works of traditional Chinese culture, as well as the worldly literature of other civilizations, is necessary for cultivating strong socialist values and practices. Xi Jinping explains that the core socialist values that we should cultivate and practice are prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendship. This not only means adhering to the constitution, direction, and strategy of the party, but going beyond what is required through a sense of patriotic and socialist duty in contributing towards national rejuvenation. The ideal party official is honest, well-read, incorruptible, pragmatic, and unwavering in his or her commitment to the lofty goal of achieving a communist society. However, only a small minority of party members approach this high standard. Some party officials have learned socialist theory by rote and don't have a firm grasp on how their role relates to the broader social totality. Some party officials
Some of y'all only learned socialism through memes. Democracy, he made himself premier for life and changes the constitution to remove term limits. Oh my God, bro. Hello? It's a one-party structure regardless. That's just not how Chinese democracy works. Confucianism is one of the few areas where the CCP loses me ideologically due to many reactionary elements that can be found in Confucian thought. I still fuck with the vision, though. I'm confused about capitalism argument. As a new watcher, I don't think communism is the answer. I would suggest something more like what Europe has, but they still maintain a capitalist economy. It is interesting how you are against imperialism but support authoritarianism. No, because I understand that every governance structure is inherently authoritarian, regardless of however many fucking parties exist within it. Because ultimately, that is what the government is, authority. Okay? Enforcing the authority. You can either do that at the behest of the dictatorship of a handful, a hand-select group of people, capital owners, or you can do that by enforcing the wishes of the large majority of the population. So one-party government is the answer? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that whether there's one party, two parties, three parties, or 100 parties, the reality of the matter is still the same. A government is going to be authoritarian. Let's say someone wants to be a pedophile. It is incredibly authoritarian for the government to say, you can't be a pedophile. That is illegal. Every rule, technically, is stopping someone from doing something that they want to do. The government is a mechanism of authority. Weird way to say it, but I think it's important. I think it's important to understand that. That is a well-established hallmark of government. So authoritarian in this sense, which, by the way, you said it's interesting you are against imperialism but support authoritarianism. How authoritarianism and imperialism, what are you talking about? These are concepts that are completely removed from one another. Technically, America is not an authoritarian nation, right? It's the beacon of liberal democracy. It also happens to be the most imperialist nation. Like you're substituting two utterly irrelevant concepts here. An authoritarian nation cannot be An authoritarian nation could very well be not imperialist, but it doesn't matter. A non-authoritarian nation can be imperialist, but it doesn't matter. There's wrongs for each form of governance and what they're doing.
Simply join the party as a means of advancing their careers in the public sector. Others have become complacent, having given up on the prospect of ever achieving a communist society and simply go through the motions. Still others seek to do the bare minimum to get by and avoid making any difficult decisions for fear of being scrutinized and pass the buck down to lower officials. In Xi Jinping's words, the main features of self-indulgence are mental laxity, resting on one's laurels, vanity, coveting pleasure, pursuing ostentation, and seeking to keep oneself amused. Some party officials have become demoralized, and their faith has been shaken. Their philosophy of life is to indulge themselves in pleasure-seeking, drinking your fill as long as you have wine to drink, and seizing the moments of contentment in life and making the most of them. Some have abandoned their ideals in favor of material comforts, vulgar amusements, revelry, drinking, and a life of luxury. Some take on easy tasks and shirk hard work because they have no taste for hardship and effort. They lack motivation and new goals because they are happy with the status quo, satisfied with their limited knowledge and understanding, and content with their past achievements. They idle through the day, flipping through newspapers, drinking.
I think you can do both. Just saying. The pursuit of revolutionary thought should not be something that overtakes every aspect of your life. After all, the entire purpose of building socialism or communism is so that one has time to focus on their own personal joy.
Drinking tea and chatting, their gaze wandering abstractly because they have no purpose.
Yeah, who's talking about party members? Yeah.
Xi Jinping's approach to governing China is also informed by the historical lessons drawn from the collapse of the Soviet Union. He cites the failure of the Soviet Union as a warning for China, emphasizing that one of the key reasons for its collapse was the detachment of the Communist Party from the people. In Xi Jinping's view, the Soviet leadership became a privileged group of bureaucrats who served their own interests rather than the broader population, leading to a loss of popular support and ultimately to the downfall of the Soviet Union. For Xi Jinping, this experience serves as a powerful reminder
alongside collaboration with Western capitalists
of the importance of maintaining a close connection between the party and the people. He insists that Chinese leadership must be vigilant in staying connected to the populace, ensuring that policies are effective and serve the broader public interest. This emphasis on connection between the party and the people is seen as crucial for avoiding the pitfalls that led to the collapse of former socialist states. As China becomes wealthier and people experience a better life, many no longer feel the need to become politically engaged. This is a major concern for the Communist Party and its connection with the people as a fundamental basis for political action. As Xi Jinping says, we must be very clear, there are still many inadequacies in our work and many difficulties and challenges to face. The main ones are as follows: unbalanced and inadequate development, public well-being, poverty alleviation, disparities in developing between rural and urban areas, income distribution, employment, education, healthcare, housing, elderly care, and civic awareness. Decisions made by the Communist Party must be informed by the people through democratic processes at the grassroots level, with active engagement in elections for local people's congresses and village committees, as well as consultative democracy. The challenge of building socialist values, political consciousness, and democratic participation is a growing concern, particularly in regard to Chinese youth. Unlike many previous generations who were required to sacrifice so much to build China's productive forces, Chinese youth today are born into a world where those sacrifices are bearing great fruit. In contrast to the life of struggle carried out by previous generations, the youth of today can expect to enjoy a much freer and more prosperous lifestyle. Under such conditions, the theories of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought are increasingly being seen as irrelevant or outdated to the quickly modernizing and prosperous Chinese society. Today's youth often seem less interested in the history of class struggle than they are in new technologies, fashion, music, travel, and Western art. Therefore, the party sees the need to continue educating itself so that it may educate the masses and the youth on the importance of committing oneself to the lofty ideals of communism. The emerging digital realm is one new area of social life that is giving rise to novel social problems. China has more netizens than any other country in the world, and the Communist Party of China encourages them to use the internet as a tool to represent Chinese culture abroad. The rapid technological development seen in the digital realm has opened new opportunities, but has also opened communication networks.
She said, I'm a poster. He said, let 1,000 flowers blossom. But this time, not as like a meme or not as a way to squash dissent. He said, for real this time. Let it blossom like for real.
Networks for terrorists and cybercriminals. The internet cannot be a lawless place. The use of the internet to advocate the toppling of the government, preach religious extremism, or incite separatism and terrorism must be resolutely prevented and punished. Under absolutely no circumstances can such activities be allowed.
Yeah, this is the aspect of Xi Jinping governance that clearly I have issues with, but who the fuck am I? I'm just a Western chauvinist pig living in a country that's black bagging political dissent currently, including my kind of political dissent. So
to go unchecked. Digital platforms have also introduced the problem of online circulation of disinformation. Despite the many historic achievements in advancing human rights and the well-being of the people, the Communist Party of China frequently...
This part, not so wrong. This aspect of it, perhaps kind of forward-thinking. You know what I mean? The misinformation side
comes under attack.
Every new day that I spend on Twitter is another day where I kind of understand the firewall. Every other country that we traffic our brain rot to by way of social media platforms is another day that I understand the Chinese firewall, for sure.
By Western powers through disinformation channels such as Radio Free Asia. With the vast growth in the number of users of microblogs, WeChat, and other social network services and instant communication tools, how to strengthen oversight within a legal framework, guide public opinion, and ensure the orderly dissemination of online information while safeguarding national security and social stability has become a pressing problem for us. A sound atmosphere for the expression of opinion online does not imply that there should be only one voice and one tune. Rather, it means that people are not permitted to conflate right and wrong, circulate rumors, cause trouble, violate the law, or commit crimes. It means that people cannot overstep the boundaries of the Constitution and other laws.
Love how it doesn't mention banning LGBT content and content creators online. Well-being of the people never applies if you're gay and want equal rights in China. I mean, there's many gay celebrities. Like the most famous woman in China is literally trans. Like you can be gay on Chinese social media. The fuck? Have you been on Xiaohongshu? They are gay as fuck over there. There are some. You're a little uninformed on this topic, buddy. I'm just saying, I'm a little uninformed on this topic. No, advocacy is something that they definitely clamp down on, for sure. But I don't think the idea that you're not allowed to be fucking gay on social media is stupid. I know that is literally not correct. Arcane China, that's so funny. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they also don't let you have blood in video games. Yeah, they have stupid fucking rules, dude. I know. We're not talking about Arcane. We're talking about whether or not you are openly allowed to be a homosexual, lesbian, trans, whatever the fuck on Chinese social media. Yes, they have very weird and, dare I say, stupid censorship rules like skeletons or blood. You can't have fucking blood in video games in China. You also cannot have, I believe it was skeletons too. There's like weird rules, for sure. But that's not what the fucking conversation was about. The conversation is whether or not you can be visibly a queer person. You absolutely can. Yeah, there's literally advertised gay cities in China. They're just aware of how LGBT rights are used by USAID and the CIA to create dissent. No, I don't think it's just that. They're also fucking conservative too. I think there's a little bit of social conservatism involved in this. It's not just like USAID uses gay advocacy, which is true. They do that for sure. Like civil society organizations in an effort to destabilize countries. They do that 100%. Women who try to speak up about abuse, especially those in power, get censored. Women try to speak up about abuse, especially those against power, get censored. They're seen as trouble. It is different. You aren't protected. Okay, that I can't speak on. But, you know, I live in America. And I feel like that is a common through line of misogyny here in the United States of America as well. Like, good luck talking about being raped. You know what I mean? I feel like that's just a universal principle of misogyny under patriarchal constructs. This isn't to say like, this isn't to shelter China from the criticism at all. I don't know enough about this, but our president is Donald Trump. He was convicted through at least he was found in a court of law through civil litigation to have actually raped someone. Yes, it's a lower standard, a lower burden of proof than criminal litigation, but come on, you know?
China's economic development has been a driving force in the creation of an emerging multipolar world. This global shift in the redistribution of economic power can be seen in the flourishing development.
Not like trans women are protected in the U.S. either. Chinese trans people can change their ID. Americans cannot. I know, as in the last Trump administration also, we reversed some of the civil liberties, the remaining civil liberties that trans people had over here, as opposed to the Chinese trans population that now unironically outflank us on that too. So that's like another incredibly sad situation for how dire things have become here in the bastion of liberal democracy. You need to start making chatters prove they are not American before they start criticizing China. What do you mean? It's not just America. This is not just an America problem. This is a fucking Western world problem. This is a Turkish problem. This is a problem everywhere. There's issues in China just as there are issues everywhere around the world, chat. This isn't to say that like these issues in China are irrelevant or that China is perfect. Far from it. No country is. My point, however, is always the same, which is that when you look at Chinese governance, and you apply an incredibly critical lens that you do not apply to your own state, it rings hollow. Some people apply that critical lens to their own state, but then apply extra critical lenses to the Chinese state. You have to match what a major power is doing around the globe to the other major power. If we're setting the standard of violence, we have to look to the United States of America. That's what I do. This is what pisses off a lot of Americans, especially American chauvinists. They think this is whataboutism. This is not whataboutism. That's why I always routinely talk about China's actions in the South China Sea. Spraying fucking Filipino boats with water cannons, right? America talks about that act as the most egregious form of violence. This is like at maximum 1,000 miles off the fucking Chinese coastline where they're literally spraying another boat with water. And America considers this to be the most violent act that a state could ever engage in, while America's boats are also in that fucking sea, tens of thousands of miles away. And on top of that, America's doing a fucking genocide in Gaza. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, they have border disputes with India. It's a laughable notion. They literally dress up in full riot gear and fight one another with fucking sticks and stones. When America has a border dispute with a country, which, doesn't usually happen, America has border disputes a world away from the United States of America. They fucking eradicate the entire population. They rape and pillage. They fucking torture people that they take prisoner unjustifiably. And we're over here being like, well, those sticks and stones border conflict they have with India is the most unacceptable form of violence. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. This is not a defense of America, and it's not a defense of China. But if the standard of violence is supposed to be universal, or our criticisms of violence is supposed to be universal, it's like yelling at your neighbor for being too loud when you are beating the fuck out of your son every night. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I can't believe you reprimanded your child. How dare you do that as I abuse my son? You know what I mean? This is unacceptable. It's just copium. Or not even abusing your child. It's like being a fucking serial killer and then getting mad at a dude doing MMA. What is this? Gay marriage acceptance by country? 43, 39, 20% support some rights. What is this? The acceptance? Ipsos more urban educated than representative? I'm confused about this. 39, 20% support some rights, 18% not sure, 56% against. This is the worst way to look at this data. I'm so confused. What a weird but understanding comparison. Yeah, I hope this is eye-opening for some people. Like, I criticize China plenty. It's just that people want me to constantly, like, if I were to talk about America, right, doing something right for once, and that doesn't happen regularly, but let's say in a hypothetical scenario where America did something correct, like Build Back Better, okay? Every conversation has to start off, if I were to talk about America like I talk about China, like the expectation of how I'm supposed to talk about China, okay, I would have to literally start talking about Build Back Better and immediately go chattel slavery, indigenous genocide, okay, Biden's crime bill. Like every single time, instead of talking about Build Back Better, I would have to consistently talk about like the execution of revolutionary leadership, the McCarthyist trials, like Japanese internment camps. I would never, see, this is it. NSA mass surveillance, Kent State, Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, May 4th, 1970 massacre, May 13th, 1985 move bombing, 1919 House Un-American Activities Committee, Trail of Tears, Jim Crow, segregation, Human Rights Citizens United, safety, high-speed rail, strong mass line, Republic of Hawaii, 13 colonies, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Edward Snowden. Some of those are hilarious. But Henry Kissinger, nukes, NSA mass surveillance. Like, it would be ridiculous. I would never be able to talk about like the comings and goings of American politics at all. This is how Americans want me to talk about China. I've covered Xinjiang plenty. I've covered the camps created, the re-education camps that are created for Uyghurs under the boundaries of, under the claimed that they were separatists. Some of them were, but that doesn't matter. Like, you can't just do dragnets and mass surveillance over an entire population of people and fucking neuter their cultural, neuter their culture. These are the types of things that I criticize when I'm talking about China. Having said that, however, if Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same way that China treated its Uyghur population, okay, where they have freedom of fucking travel and are full-blown Chinese citizens, okay, at the end of the goddamn day, regardless of the cultural genocide or the re-education or whatever the fuck, okay, the rest of the world, the Western world, will hail Israel as the most moral nation on the fucking planet. Nobel Peace Prize be given out every fucking day. They would run out of peace prizes to give to Israel. There would never be another person that ever received a peace prize because they would talk about how Israel deserves it every single fucking year. Do you understand the cruelty, that the appetite that we have for death and destruction for Western powers and Western aligned powers and an expression of Western imperialism versus like what our supposed enemies do, what our foreign adversaries do? Okay? So it feels weird for me to fucking constantly bring that shit up every single goddamn time. Like when I'm talking about high-speed rail, they'd be like, oh, the Uyghurs. That's it. We have cities that are famous for being gay as fuck, but we are not being persecuted by law. Yes, we want more rights and to be protected by law. On the other hand, the Chinese gay community is somewhat similar to the American gay community in the early 2000s. There's no law of legal marriage, but most people understand it and know that it exists. I'm not saying this is the case since you know more than me, basically all Western people, but do you think the warts of the West are more evident because you live here? Regardless, I don't think it's a matter. Since America is such a cancer on the world that they're just horrendous. Yes, of course, I don't know the comings and goings of daily Chinese existence. I can simply look from afar, talk to Chinese people, and learn about what the struggles are, okay? We'll learn what the areas of need are. And there are also other things that I've talked about, like the internal passport structures they have between tier 1 cities and villages, and how obviously not the entirety of China has not completely urbanized at this point, and how there's still a disparity there. Okay, there is plenty of issues in China as well. There are also areas of reform in those. There is a need for reform, and the Chinese government seemingly cares about reforming some of these structures. So yes, I am certainly more in tune with the death, destruction, violence, subjugation that happens in the Western world because I live in the United States of America. But another part of the reason is also because as America is the global hegemonic power, it does not have the need to justify its existence. It never has seen the need to justify its atrocities, to justify why it's doing the things that it's doing, because it's always been for a higher purpose, maintaining the liberal capitalist order. This is precisely the reason why they can be flagrantly violent, openly violent, and even flex how violent they are. This is also the same reason why America can have freedom of speech. If you recall, almost a year ago or a couple months ago, I reiterated the position that I've held for a very long time. You will see what the boundaries of free speech truly are in the United States of America when America starts recognizing that its material conditions are eroding and it is no longer the most powerful nation on the planet. America, throughout periods of struggle, like the civil rights struggle or during periods of war, have shown that they do not have any care or consideration for free speech. Look at the McCarthyist trials, for example. Look at the assassination of revolutionary black leaders, for example. So this does not mean that there isn't free speech or more expansive free speech. I'm not a free speech absolutist. There's no such thing anyway. Obviously, there's limitations to that regardless, but America seemingly has the most liberal opinion when it comes to free speech, and yet the reason why I say America has the most liberal opinion when it comes to free speech is because America is the most powerful nation on the planet. And the more they lose that grip of power, the more you will learn that free speech is not a right, but simply a privilege that the most powerful nation on the planet was able to maintain. And it's going away. It's going away already. It's going away at a rapid, alarming rate. Something that I actively fight back against.
development of Chinese projects, notably the Belt and Road Initiative and the BRICS multilateral partnership. Under Xi Jinping's leadership, China has emerged as a dominant power on the world stage, which has presented hegemonic powers with a new challenge. Many Western countries have regressed back into economic nationalism, the erection of trade barriers, sanctions, and other soft power tools mobilized to disrupt the creation of a multipolar world. But as Xi Jinping asserts, whether you like it or not, the global economy is the great ocean from which you cannot escape. Any attempt to cut off the flow of capital, technologies, products, industries, and people between economies and channel the waters into the ocean back into isolated lakes and creeks is simply not possible. Indeed, it runs counter to the historical trend. The history of humanity tells us that problems are not to be feared. What should concern us is refusing to face up to problems and not knowing what to do about them. The persistent...
You are fucking ignorant and defending fucking take. Absolutely fuck you for this take, but we aren't those people who ignore what the West does. Fucking educate or fucking take the trans hate, you piece of shit. That doesn't imply acceptance at all, and that means we should call out fucking China for trans hate. Fuck your take, showing his fucking ignorance towards trans issues. What? What is going on? Calm down. What? Hello? What? Explain what your gripe is. I am confused. We must nuke China to liberate the trans community of China. What is happening here? The Chinese nation does not like her. She talked about it often. You are wrong. You fucking can't. The trans woman you were talking about was almost thrown out. She talked about it and how it's okay to be a femboy, but not actually fucking gay or trans. You are wrong here. You are fucking playing it down, and that's a problem. Fuck you for this take. China hates trans and queer people. Like, fuck America, but don't claim China is good to queer people. I didn't say that China is good to queer people. I just said that given this current administration that I suspect you live under and its initiatives against trans people, China is now better to queer people, including trans people, than the United States of America is. I didn't say China is a bastion of queer liberation, but I also don't understand what this smoke is like. What the fuck? Yeah, you're also wrong about saying the Chinese nation does not like her. She is literally the largest television star in China. What the fuck? Like, not every country is like Thailand, all right? You know, which is objectively the gayest nation. Objectively, the most pro-queer country on the planet. It's true. Woke land. Did this chatter just like get mad and then leave? Like, what the fuck happened?
Of regional conflicts, terrorism, poverty, unemployment, economic crises, refugee waves, and widening income gaps are problems that have accelerated under the global economy shaped by unipolarity and Western universalism. But these problems are not inevitable outcomes of economic globalization. Rather, they are the consequences of excessive pursuit of profit by financial capital and the grave failure of financial regulation. War, conflict, and regional turbulence have created many problems, and their solution lies in making peace, promoting reconciliation, and restoring stability. Simply blaming economic globalization for the world's problems is neither consistent with reality nor helpful in finding solutions. Xi Jinping sees a bright future for China, enabling it to play a role on the world stage to promote peace and cooperation among multiple poles of power, rather than domination and submission to a single one. I have made it clear again and again that China's door will never be closed. It will only open even wider. China will never waver in its effort to pursue high-quality opening up. China will never falter in its efforts to pursue an open world economy, and China will never relent in its efforts to pursue a global community of shared future.
This was a great video. I didn't know this channel existed, but I like it. Look, I'm trans, so I'll weigh in. We just need to accept that there isn't anywhere that's particularly good to us right now. This is a new info. China's improving. The U.S. is receding. Many other Western countries are being reactionary against our rights as well. Thailand isn't even perfect. There's still discrimination even if their healthcare initiatives are better. Yeah. There's a big trans beauty creator who does a lot of trans-related skits, and she's openly trans to the point where she's listed out all the operations and medications she's taken and even listed the prices, Lamau. Yeah, I'm like, people bring this kind of stuff up because I think they read like a Pink magazine article or something, but they don't investigate it any further. It just doesn't match what I have seen. Maybe I don't know for sure. I'm willing to admit that, but I think that's the problem here. They read like they literally read like a USAID subsidized fucking article written by some dude from a think tank being like, China is working to kill every queer person or whatever, and then they go, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. And then they turn around and they're just like, no, you don't understand. Like, yeah, transgender woman, this is from Radio Free Asia. Transgender woman, this is literally Voice of America, okay? This is American CIA newspaper. Transgender woman wins payout in China for electroshock conversion therapy. Ling Arab wins unprecedented compensation after being incarcerated in a psychiatric facility. A transgender woman in China who won an unprecedented compensation. I feel like you can't do that in America even. The woman, known only by her nickname Ling Air for fear of reprisal, recently made headlines after winning 60,000 yuan, $8,300 in compensation in connection with illegally administered electroconvulsive therapy inside of the Qinghangdao No. 5 hospital in the northern province of Hebei. No, they do electroshock therapy in America and in other Western nations as well. I'm saying that I don't think you'd be able to win compensation against it. Japan also isn't perfect with LGBTQ rights, but they're not going to tell you to shut the fuck up whenever you glaze Japan, Lamau. Yeah, that's the other part of this puzzle as well. Like, the greatest example I can give you is iShowSpeed. Okay? I saw a very viral tweet on the timeline of what I suspected people would inevitably say. That iShowSpeed was being paid by the government, or at least like being promoted by the government to show, like, they recognize the soft power capabilities here. They recognize that he was doing great work in like cutting through all of the anti-China propaganda by just like simply existing in China. And this person says, I suspected it before, but now I'm sure of it. The speed China visit is being curated by the government to show off China to the young Westerners. No regular tourists would just show up and have all these chance meetings and opportunities to fall in their laps. Yes, there is probably some truth to this, but it is not nefarious in the way that you think it is. And the reason why it's nefarious is because this dude with 38 million subscribers also went to Peru. And when he fucking went to Peru, he became the mayor of a town in Peru for the day. And I didn't see anybody go, I can't believe the Peruvian government is doing this kind of thing for iShowSpeed. I suspected it. He fucking went to Albania and hung out with the goddamn president. And I did not hear people go, well, he's in the pocket of big Albania. He's in the pocket of Albanians. Perhaps it is because he is a massive cultural ambassador. And that is precisely the fucking reason why governments, when he comes over there, goes, oh, dude, fuck yeah, let's show him a fantastic time. This is amazing. Do you understand? It's because China, the factor here in consideration is that it's China doing this. China is the foreign adversary. China is the reason why this is nefarious and scary and bad. Okay? And that's what I mean when we talk about, this is precisely what I mean when I talk about like the way that we approach China because of Western chauvinism is incredibly critical, more so than the way we cover any other country that is within the sphere of American influence. Even if they have the exact same problems, or even if they, act out in the same exact ways. That's it. And it's not like I don't fucking criticize China. It's just that I apply the same critical lens that I do across the board. And people can't even, God forbid, entertain a moral playing field across the board that I might have, a universal morality that I might be applying in my contemporary analysis. That's what they get mad about. They expect the standards of foreign adversaries to be much higher than the standards we apply to our own selves or our own allies. I'll give you another example, not China. People fantasize about Palestinian existence being like this incredibly brutal, incredibly ruthless, Sharia law dominated, Islamist fundamentalist Salafist society. Okay? The irony, of course, is that many of America's actual fucking allies directly in that region are like that. Palestine is not like that. We just suspect that they're like that because of Islamophobia, while simultaneously never actually demand that the government not give fucking unlimited billions of dollars of weapons to a country that is exactly like that is currently doing a fucking genocide or participating in its own violent conquest in a country like Yemen, for example. This is what is so frustrating. This is at the heart of a lot of people's criticisms with someone like myself. Why are Chinese so bad? I never said that. They're not. I used to think China was this big bad enemy, but over the years of looking at China and watching you, I really changed my mind. They're still not perfect, but they're definitely doing better than us in the US. Yeah. But that's it. That's the whole point. And I think these kinds of actions will also change people's minds about both China and also contemporary American politics, American existence, America being a stain on the fucking planet. This doesn't mean that America should be destroyed. I'm not saying that. Okay, some people will say that. I'm not saying that. I think America or Americans that have engaged in war crimes should be punished. And I think America should offer reparations. Having said that, my smoke is not for the average Americans. I want to change their minds so that they also work alongside myself to make America a better place for the rest of the world and a better place to live in general. But of course, every single day we move further and further away from that. But at least in the interim, more people's eyes, I think, open to the reality that maybe China is not the big bad that was presented to them as such, and that maybe America is closer to that big bad with all of the actions that the Donald Trump administration has taken so far, both domestically and also around the planet. So let's get back to China's defiant attitude after Trump threatens additional 50% tariffs. The reason why we took a sidestep here to understand Xi Jinping thought was so that we understand how they are going to retaliate, or if it's likely that they will stay defiant or remove their counter tariffs and concede.
It's much more defiant. You brought up that phrase, mistake upon mistake. That is some of the language we heard today.
My parents are first-gen Chinese, and I've always been at odds and highly critical of China, even after going there twice in 2 separate decades. It was not until you who changed my mind and realized that China has a lot of issues, but they're not the big bad we make them out to be. That's crazy. That's how powerful American social conditioning is, where you could be like second-generation Chinese and be like, yeah, China is big bad, actually. It's really bad. They're eating fucking rats over there.
From China's Ministry of Commerce, and it's taking a very strong stance. In fact, it also went on to say that China will resolutely take countermeasures to safeguard its own rights and interests. As far as what those countermeasures could be, we heard from a state media commentator who brought up the point that we could see more tariffs targeting agriculture, things like soybeans, which we know are so important to American farmers and the broader economy, even restricting or banning American films. We heard at a press briefing just about 4 hours ago from a spokesperson from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The messaging there, very strong, very firm. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Pressure, threats, and blackmail are not the right ways to engage with China. If the U.S. disregards the interests of both countries and the international community, insists on launching a tariff or trade war, China will fight to the end.
Fight to the end. That spokesperson was also asked, would China sit down at the negotiating table with the United States? His response, China has not shown any kind of genuine willingness to have a substantive conversation. John, that's where things stand now, just past 7 o'clock in the evening here in Beijing.
Yeah, no, I know it's been a long day there in China, taking some measures to prop up its own markets. This is what you do if you're gearing up for a fight that may not end soon. Mark Stewart in Beijing, great to see you. Thank you very much.
The Chinese Commerce Ministry firmly denounced President Trump's threat to raise cumulative tariffs on China to more than 100%. That could happen as early as this week. Let's bring in CNN's Christy Lu Stout in Hong Kong for us. Christy Lu, great to have you. Trump ratcheting up, clearly, the global trade war with this new tariff threat. How's Beijing responding?
Rahel, well, Beijing is responding this way. It is calling Trump's 50% tariff threat, quote, a mistake upon a mistake, and it is vowing to fight until the very end. It was on Monday when we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump again when he ratcheted up the global trade war, lashing out at China for striking back and threatening a new 50% tariff against Beijing if Beijing doesn't remove its.
How can we think we're in the right here? Like, how can any American at this stage, when their treats are supposed to be taken away from them for no reason other than greed, narcissism? What is this news on Twitch? Twitch makes a deal to escape Elon Musk's suit, alleging ex-ad boycott conspiracy. Twitch must meet certain conditions by the end of the year to get dismissal. Twitch has struck a deal with Elon Musk to eject itself from a lawsuit over an ad boycott. In a court filing, ex-lawyers provided no details. What? Oh, no. Bro, I'm cooked. I think my days on this platform might be numbered, boys. I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Elon Musk about to be like, hey, one of my main demands is that you ban HasanAbi Piker. Hey, yo, how much you want to bet you're getting banned as part of the deal? No, I don't think so. Nah, that would not happen. That would be crazy. All right, we'll read that later. We'll read the details of that later after we're done with the Chinese century of prosperity. Listen, Listen, I have my own ways of pushing back, okay? Let's say Elon wages war against little old me. I will go to China. I will become the greatest white monkey that the Chinese government has ever seen. I will become the greatest regime-pilled propagandist of China to slowly but surely work my way as much as a non-Chinese can through the Politburo all the way to win favors in the highest office to basically destroy the Tesla facilities piece by piece. Okay? I will collaborate with Benjamin Norton, and I will do everything in my power to become the Chinese party man with one singular purpose. One, obviously, to play a formative role in Chinese prosperity, Chinese century of prosperity, you know, inshallah. But also, secondly, to ensure that Elon Musk can never produce product out of China ever again if he were to come after me in this way.
Retaliatory 34% tariff. China is holding firm and China is pushing back. We heard earlier today from the Commerce Ministry of China issued a very defiant statement with this expert. Let's bring it up for you. The expert saying this, quote, the U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which once again exposes the blackmailing nature of the U.S. China will never accept it. If the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end, unquote. The ministry also called for all tariff plans to be dropped and called for dialogue to settle differences. Earlier, we heard from the spokesman of the Chinese embassy in the United States who took a more measured tone, using language that we've heard time and time again during ongoing trade battles between U.S. and China. This is what Liu Pengyu said in a statement. He said this to CNN, quote, we have stressed more than once that pressuring or threatening China is not a right way to engage with us. China.
Look, as an Aussie viewpoint on China is a bit different and not as bad as painted for some of the internal stuff. They are imperial, though. Look at what's happening in the Philippines, in the South China Sea, etc. They have also threatened Australia even recently, basically saying that I see them just as bad as America, but not worse. No. Imaginary Nulla. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Can I talk to you? No. Why do you think gifting 50 gifted subs is a way to purchase some time on the broadcast? You can talk to me about what you want to talk here in chat. That's crazy. Thank you for the gifties though. And no, I disagree with what the Australian chatter said. Okay? It's additionally funny to say China has the same imperial conquest ambitions as America does from Australia, which is, one, not only cucked as a member of the Commonwealth still to this day, but also double cucked because there are numerous CIA bases on your soil. As far as I understand, there are no Chinese intelligence agency bases on your soil. You should be excited because of your proximity that you become a vassal state to China when the Chinese century of prosperity is imminent. It's happening. I wish I lived in Australia and could see the fantastic ways in which Australia is becoming a vassal state for China. Okay? I think that's awesome.
China will firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests, unquote. Now, China watchers are watching all this very, very closely and believe that China is going to hold firm and China is not going to budge. It's not going to give up. It's threatened retaliatory tariffs.
Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn.
34% set to kick in later this week on April the 10th. In fact, this is what Ryan Haas, a scholar at Brookings, had to say. He posted this on X just a few hours ago. It's a very interesting analysis. He said this: I am skeptical that Beijing will blink on President Trump's recent tariff escalation threats. Chinese leaders understand holding firm will be economically costly. They are preparing the public to tolerate pain. Politics may drive decisions, unquote. So, Rahel, China apparently not expecting any trade breakthroughs, not expecting any off-ramp.
This is why I said J.D. Vance calling China peasants is going to literally, in my opinion, first of all, J.D. Vance calling China peasants is going to play a big role in this. It's a major mistake in the propaganda war, okay? This causes the Chinese population to hear that and immediately shut down. They will hold steadfast and firm. Okay? So you cut away at the popular mobilization against tariffs. Also, the second issue here is business owners, right? Because tariffs are awful in the long term for all workers in general, because you know the cost of living goes up, or layoffs take place, all this stuff. But the concentrated power amongst the business owning class makes it so that their voices and their concerns are heard instantly, especially in a country like the United States of America. So when the bottom line of corporations are harmed in the process, as they will be, business owners can make a way larger fuss here in America than they can in a place like China. This is something that I don't even think the Trump administration would be able to overcome in a way that the Chinese administration absolutely would be able to overcome.
MC, not only that, China is digging in. Rahel, back to you.
Yeah, certainly if they say we're willing to fight to the end, it doesn't sound like they're willing to budge, not at this point at least. Chrissy Lou Stout in Hong Kong. Chrissy, thank you.
We're also learning new details about what's happening behind the scenes at the White House as this chaotic tariff rollout.
Because it's like if money is fake, or at least like completely controlled by the government in China, like they can move stuff around to lessen the impact of no longer being able to sell to the United States of America, which would be their largest trading partner, okay, the consumption engine of the planet. We did not threaten Australia the same way Australia did not threaten us by sailing ships across the Taiwan Strait, conducting live fire exercise with the U.S. and Japan. No matter how high the eagle soars the sky, the serene winds will always surround it. China has and always will respond to U.S. actions with calm and reason. You decide if the future is carried on by a gentle breeze or a howling storm. Brawl games, I already talked about the hukou system. Yes, it is one that is in instant need of reform. And as far as I understand, the Chinese government says that they will reform it. It's like 996 in the hukou system are some of the immediate issues in modern Chinese existence. Thank you, Maoist guy from Ohio, also known as Top G, one of my favorite chatters on this broadcast. Even though his words cut deep, because he says things that I think are utterly unconscionable. He says things about me. He says things about me and my loyalty to the People's Republic that I think are utterly unconscionable and also outright misinformation. Misinformation to such a high degree that Xi Jinping would not allow it on Chinese social media. Okay? Having said that, however, he is very funny, so I allow it. They cut deeply because they're true and truth hurts. No, it's not true.
Is about to kick into overdrive overnight. And what message some...
You calling me a white American would be like me calling you a Greek Arab. Enough with your petulance. You're definitely a white American from Iowa. Ohio, not Iowa. Iowa is a sister state to Shenzhen. I made that up. My words to you are not meant to be hurtful. They are meant to improve you. You will find them cruel only because part of you knows they are true. This is your struggle session, and it's for your own good.
Some of the people around the president think he should and should not be pushing with the American public. CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for us. Elena, this is going to be quite the day. What are you learning?
You're exactly right. It will be.
Quite
Look,
the day
we actually had some new reporting come out about how, as all of this is, of course, all of these tariffs, people are trying to figure out what exactly is the way out of this. And, markets are responding by being scattered. 401ks are shrinking. We learned that over the weekend, the president's Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, actually flew to Mar-a-Lago and to deliver a message to the president. Essentially, that message, Kate, was that they need to get his team on the same page, but also more clearly explain to the American people what the end game with these tariffs are. And of course, that is trying to get better trade deals with other countries. Now, we did actually hear the president yesterday say that he is open to negotiation. He said he had talked to the Japanese prime minister. He talked to other world leaders as well, and said that he's willing to deal. However, when I have talked to many different White House officials, Trump administration officials about this. They tell me, really, in the president's eyes, he wants to try and milk these other countries for everything they can get. And his ultimate priority is really to try and erase some of the deficits that America has with these other countries. We've heard the president say as much. Now, all of this, though, of course, comes as a lot of people have been trying to kind of read between the lines of what different top economic.
Yeah, I saw the EU, von der Leyen, saying something along the lines of like, China should not escalate against the United States of America. Keep being a lapdog to American empire, von der Leyen. Keep doing that. That surely has helped the European Union thus far. Donald Trump every day is like, fuck the European Union. It was only created to fuck us over. How dare they? How dare they? They are screwing us over. I will not stop until every European suburb is filled to the brim with F-150 pickup trucks that will mutilate and murder all of your children because the clearance is way too high. It won't fit on your roads, but you will repave all of your roads until the entirety of Barcelona is one big parking lot. And she's out here being like, yeah, it's really fucked up that China is responding in kind to the tariffs with retaliatory tariffs. Can we not do that, please? Trump's like, I will not stop until the European Union is entirely in the hands of the Russian Empire. We will make Tsar Nicholas look like a peacenik. And European leaders are like, no, you don't understand. It's just, this is actually just a mistake. And also China is the wrong party here, not the wronged party.
Advisors here at the White House are saying, there was some mixed messaging over the past several days. Even just yesterday, we heard one of the president's trade advisors, Peter Navarro, say that these tariffs are not a negotiation. Then you've heard Besson and others say they will be negotiating with some of these key trading partners. Listen to how the president responded to that.
There have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about
At what point of fucked up actions will you finally believe Trump is trying to destroy the U.S.? I mean, Trump is trying to destroy the United States in the same way that capitalists have destroyed the United States. He's just doing more of the same thing and doing it in a belligerent manner. That's why I explained before that, like, Trump directionally is not changing the trajectory of American foreign policy and America's goals in undermining China at the global stage in terms of trade. That is not new. That is literally what Obama wanted to do as well. That is what Biden wanted to do as well. Every step that American governments take, whether they are Republican or Democrat, are in that direction. The thing is, Trump absolutely is demonstrating the logical conclusion, once again, accelerating the process in a way that is belligerent. The problem for America is not China. America's enemy is not China. America's enemy is not the Chinese people. America's enemy is global capital. And global capital is the enemy of all nations, as a matter of fact. These people do not have any sort of national loyalties whatsoever. They do not have loyalties to their fellow man. They do not have loyalties to their neighbors. They only have loyalty to the profit incentive. That's it. And they will do anything and everything to continue the profit margins increasing. They will do anything and everything to continue profits growing. That's it. So Donald Trump can fucking act as though he is trying to tackle these like serious enemies at the global stage, but he will never be able to succeed because he does not know who the real enemy is.
negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the action?
Well, they can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations because there are things that we need beyond tariffs.
It's so funny. He's getting progressively browner too in the process. He got so brown, ICE is gonna fucking hold him after this. They're gonna nab him when he leaves the fucking Oval Office.
Now, Kate, one key thing as well to keep in mind, and this is something I've been picking up from officials behind the scenes, is that some people in this White House and administration do believe that the president needs to get some wins on the board, that some deals need to be made in the near term to essentially show the American people that their patience is.
Dude, there is no deal to be made. There's only simply the appearance of a deal that was made. It's the exact same thing that took place with Canada and Mexico for the past 2 months. There's nothing that genuinely changes in terms of policy internally or externally for any of the countries involved, because the problem that they're talking about is not a real issue that they want to tackle. As long as you go up to him and say, yes, Mr. President, we love what you've done. You're right. Our trade relations are unjust. We will fix it. We will build factories in your country. We will purchase American goods. We are not going to stop until everyone has a Ford F-150 pickup truck. They're just going to say that, and Trump's going to be like, see, I did it. I won. Major victory. That's it. The same thing that Claudia Sheinbaum did, where she was like, you see, you were right. We were not tackling the fentanyl crisis in the serious ways that we were supposed to. That's all you need to do. It'd be like, yep, see, here's a chart that says, since you threatened us, we have done more apprehensions.
Is worth waiting for, to have them buy in to this tariff plan. And again, as people are really worried about what is happening to the stock market, to their retirement accounts, worried about what's going on with their wallets. So all of that as we see these tariffs expected to go into effect later tonight. Kate?
It seems we are also watching an evolving definition of negotiation, and negotiating is what we seem to be seeing from the president right now. Elena, thank you so much.
Let's talk tariffs. The trade battle between the U.S. and China is ramping up, with Beijing promising to fight to the end. That is really amping up.
Yeah, that's scary. Yeah, it's scary. Oh, well, if only someone hadn't, kick-started this process. Tomorrow, the markets will find out that he was serious about the tariffs, unless he blinks and pauses some. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe J.D. Pandon will purposely destroy the American economy and start the final stage of American decline, his war with the suburban Treatlerites. Tomorrow we will know. Did you see what this HasanAbi head Redditor made? JD Pandon subreddit? Amazing.
Very sound. And today on Capitol Hill, the U.S. Trade Representative is going to testify in defense of the tariffs that have rattled global markets going on a second week.
Brooke Singman joins us now with all the details. Hey, Brooke.
Hey guys, good morning. Jameson Greer will appear before the Senate Finance Committee today to defend.
JD Pond is the joint dictatorship of the proletariat oppressed nations. Okay, it's a Maoist concept. I have been saying Donald Trump is a secret Maoist that is tasked with undermining the America empire for quite a while. I don't know where it came from. Like, I mean, I've made jokes about JD Pond like a lot throughout my streaming career, but especially in the last like year, I've been really escalating the JD Pandon memes. JD Pandon refers to memes and discussions that portray the U.S. President Donald Trump as a far left Maoist third worldist. JD Pond meaning the joint dictatorship of the proletariat of oppressed nations. Although the first instance of this meme can be traced back to 2022, it became widespread after Donald Trump was reelected in November 2024 and began rolling out a series of policy decisions, like announcing tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China that some experts believe could inadvertently benefit China and diminish global American influence. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker and artist fucking Slammer are often credited for popularizing the JD Pandon meme in 2025. In early 2025, memes about JD Pandon spread alongside memes about the Chinese century, which humorously put forth the idea that the 21st century is the time for Chinese global domination. Yeah. On November 28, 2022, ex-user Ricky P. Jones posted an image of Donald Trump edited to resemble Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin alongside the text that read, JD Pandon will usher in #MAGA communism. On February 28, 2023, ex-user fucking Slammer posted an image of showing Donald Trump wearing a red bandana with Maoist iconography. The meme received minimal engagement of 500 views in 2 years. Memes joking about Donald Trump being a secret Maoist third worldist on a quest to diminish American hegemony continued the rounds soon after Trump was president of the United States. On November 14th, fucking Slammer posted a collage depicting Donald Trump as a Maoist third worldist. The image was posted in response to a news headline that read, experts say Trump threatened China's tariffs could actually help Beijing weather an economic storm. On January 27th, user Leos Dioris posted a clip of leftist streamer Hasan Piker saying, that's why I say it's JD Pandon. Trump is a secret Maoist third worldist. He wants the global South to rise up. On March 31st, I mean, I've been saying it way before this, by the way, for the record, which, as you can tell, the video itself implies. But, yeah. JD Pandon will disrupt the America hegemony. The bullet pierced my ear, but I can still hear the voice of the party. Where do you remember first coming across it, the Slammer meme? No, I've been saying this is a leftist meme, chat. It's a universal leftist meme to say that like American capitalists are secretly JD Pawn because their endless thirst for capitalism is causing America to be destabilized. Donald Trump is not the first person I have said is JD Pawn. JD Pawn memes have been around for a decade at this point. I've simply been saying that. I've said it about Donald Trump the first term that he was in office. It's just that it's become more popular, I think, this time around because of some of his actions. Because some of his actions are so insane and so belligerent that it causes many people to go, what the fuck is he doing? Is he like the real Manchurian candidate or some shit like that? Search interest increased. Before 2025, liberals would say nothing happened, so it flew over their heads. Well, also, it's because, look at this. On the Hill just now, I asked Besant whether the tariffs going into effect tomorrow are set in stone or a negotiating tactic. They're negotiable, but not a negotiating tactic. Yeah, I used to say it about, obviously, about Henry Kissinger and the OG Satanist, the OG pro-China American president, Nixon.
Trump's tariffs, so he will say in prepared remarks, quote, our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is in the right direction. This adjustment may be challenging at times. It is a moment of drastic overdue change, but I am confident the American people will rise to the occasion as they have done before. Meanwhile, President Trump is threatening to impose a 50% tariff on imports from China starting tomorrow. That is, if Beijing fails to withdraw its 34% retaliatory tariffs by today. But China is not backing down. Its Commerce Ministry warning that, quote, the U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake and once again exposes the blackmailing nature of the U.S. China will never accept this. If the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end. If Trump follows through, the total cumulative tariff on China would be a staggering 104%. Despite the sharp sell-offs on Wall Street and global markets, President Trump, though, is calling for patience. And he's come up with a new name for tariff critics, posting on Truth Social, quote, the United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. Don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be a panickin, a new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. Guys, back to you.
Ever heard the word panicking before?
It's an invention.
Panic in.
It's a combo of weak and stupid.
Don't be one.
So the Dow futures, thank you, Brooke. The Dow futures were up 700 points. There's a sense that maybe the president's looking to do a deal. And Scott Bessent indicated yesterday, hey, I am looking to do that. And I'm going to give.
It's so funny, the hollow, silly nature of finance capital, that they are so incredibly desperate for any kind of sign of a return to norm that they will literally follow through on a fucking meme from Walter Bloomberg, a random blue checkmark account, or try to read the tea leaves that Donald Trump will, as a matter of fact, come to terms with these tariffs. Like anything that moves in that direction, everyone is hopping on to be like, oh, see? Yeah, no, nothing ever happens. I promise. Nothing ever happens. I promise nothing ever happens. Please, 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 please. A minute and a half video without ever naming the aggressor. They're such pussies. European leaders are such goddamn cowards, dude. I'm sorry. 2 million people trapped with no access to aid or assistance. Tens of thousands of dead people. The wounded orphans. This is the reality in Gaza today. Yeah, let me guess. He doesn't say Israel once in this speech.
Japan first dibs. They contacted us first. And then on top of that, the EU said, I have a great idea. Let's just make it zero tariffs. But the president said no to that. We've got too many other imbalances between cars and not taking our cows and our meat. We'll deal with that. But it shows things are going in the right direction. Maybe that's what the market thinks.
Yeah, well, it's interesting.
To be fair to him, he's just having a hard time speaking because he's got a dick in his mouth.
Yesterday, did you hear what he said about Iran? He has negotiations with Iran coming up this Saturday.
Oh, boy.
They have a high-level negotiation with Iran on a potential nuclear deal.
Well, and yesterday the markets finished flat simply because he finally sounded like he was open for a deal. Because there's been so much uncertainty ever since Liberation Day people have been trying to figure out how big are the tariffs and how long are they going to last? Are they going to be just until we make a deal, or will they be permanent? Because some on the president's team have said they're going to be permanent. But Scott Bessent yesterday said essentially it's time for Monty Hall to make a deal. Watch this.
I haven't seen anything from them, but Larry, I can tell you that there are 50, 60, maybe almost 70 countries now who have approached us. So it's going to be a busy April, May, maybe into June. And Japan is a very important military ally. They're very important.
Dog, if they keep this up until June, the American economy will go into a recession. I'm just being super honest about this, super straightforward, okay? If they keep up the tariffs regime until June, they will not be able to keep it up, but it will be far too late. There's no shot.
An economic ally, and the U.S. has a lot of history with them. So I would expect that Japan's going to get priority just because they came forward very quickly. But it's going to be very busy, and if President Trump again gave himself maximum negotiating leverage, and just when he achieved the maximum leverage, he's willing to start talking.
Well, that's going to be interesting because Japan and Israel yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu says, follow my lead. I'm down to zero. It's going to could have cost us $34 billion. Roughly, we'll take a $34 billion hit if the 17% tariff level go into effect. But Japan, Vietnam, the EU, Cambodia, Italy, individually, the UK, they're amongst the 70 countries that Bessent said have contacted us to do a deal. And if you see the market responding like this on the rumors of a deal, and then yesterday they erroneously thought that Kevin Hassett told us that he's entertaining a 60-day pause, and the market went back like 500 points for about 15 minutes, you could see how quickly everything would bounce back. And in the end, if people could see what Trump is doing now, he's holding out for the best deal possible, perhaps, even though the New York Post says in the editorial section, start doing a deal, Mr. President. He is staring them down Clint Eastwood style in order to get the maximum deal possible, knowing that China is the main focus, but he's gotten the world's attention to reconfigure trade. Everybody's paying attention now. Nobody can ignore it.
I was down in Florida over the weekend. I saw the president, and he is single-minded. He is in no mood to cave on anything he's doing right now. The problem is for all the people who are terrified to look at their...
Is Brian dying? He can't speak and he looks awful. Brian Kilmeade was one of the only Fox anchors that directly put his reputation on the line by, ironically, betting on the wrong horse. He was the Ron DeSantis guy. He was like, Ron DeSantis will save us. I'm going to take the initiative. I'm going to go out and I'm going to play baseball with him. So I think all of his fears are being realized in front of his eyes. So he's basically trying to, not criticize Donald Trump too much because you can't go after your leader like that. But also simultaneously is trying to at least be like, yeah, this doesn't seem to be too good. I think that's the conflict. Like, look at his face. Every time he's in front of the camera, this is what he looks like.
Their 401ks is they want to know. Okay, so right now you can see the Dow futures are up 643. How far is it going to go back up, and how long is it going to take? I was at a town event down in South Florida over the weekend, and I met this guy, and he's a retired banker. And I asked him about the tariffs because at that event, everybody was talking about the tariffs because everybody's on a fixed income for the most part, and they were talking about how they're impacted. He said, I'm on a pension, and the pension amount doesn't change. But I looked at my 401k, and I am so underwater now. And he had the look of a guy. He was probably in his 80s. He's hoping that this all works and it all comes back.
And imagine if it does work and it comes back.
Well, that would be great, but he's broke right now.
In a huge way. Well, he probably has other money coming in, right? Is he just relying on that?
But imagine if the market bounces back. It's going to come back in a huge way. Just imagine. Hey, I know things are looking really bad, but imagine a world where things looked good instead.
Okay. But Trump did say we need to be strong, we need to be courageous, and we need to be patient. Just let him do his thing. And he said he's not considering the pause on tariffs because remember Bill Ackman, you were talking about that yesterday, said he should consider that 90-day timeout. He said he's not going to do that. In fact, he's doubling down on China. China has these retaliatory tariffs, and he said if you don't get rid of those, then I'm going to tariff you another 50%. So that could be as much as 104%.
Right. It's Tariff Tuesday. You know what the Apple said? We're going to move a lot of our production to India.
To India, right.
That's exactly the hope. We got to pull the American companies out of that.
Well, they
country.
should move it to the United States. Much
even
easier.
better.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Oh, that's awesome. Breaking. South Korea's acting president, because, you know, some stuff happened in South Korea, which, by the way, another incredible moment for America and its care and consideration for international democracy. Bastion of liberal democracy, United States of America, under the leadership of not Donald Trump, but Joseph Robinette Biden, seemingly had nothing to say about South Korea. Our media barely covered the things that happened in South Korea. Does that kind of strike you as odd? Isn't that weird? If you know anything about what happened in South Korea, part of that is because I covered it, right? It's not like there was a lot of news about what was going on with South Korea. The Biden administration barely made a fucking peep about what was going on with South Korea. Doesn't that shock you at all that the incredibly right-wing South Korean leadership tried to do a coup and it failed? And yet, at no point in that process, the American government came out and was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? No, they briefly covered it. They did. It was all over the media, to be honest, is not correct. They covered it, but nowhere to the same degree that they would if it was like, if a similar attempt was happening in a foreign adversary. Like, think about how major of an issue that was. The real reason is because the South Korean leadership was aligned with American interests, no matter how far right they are. The more right-wing they are, the more aligned they are with American interests. That's precisely the reason why the American government did not make a big fuss about a patently undemocratic thing happening in South Korea. Biden talked about the Venezuelan election. Anytime there's any kind of instability happening in Cuba, we cover it relentlessly. American media covers it relentlessly. But it's crazy to me that the previous president, not the acting president, but the previous president tried to do a fucking coup and a martial law and failed to do so. And there was not a single peep from the American administration on the matter.
Some of the mutually satisfactory agreements can be made. I think U.S. can adjust.
Yeah, if it was happening in North Korea, it'd be on 24/7, 365 television all day, all the time. They'd have it on Nickelodeon and Sprout for Babies. They'd have it on Poob. It would be on billboards. They'd have it on Quibi. Okay, they'd have it on Apple Plus. They'd have it on Tenga. You would see it. There would never be a moment where you don't see the people's discontent with the Kim dynasty. Finally, yeah, it'd be on Schleeb. It'd be on Poob. It'd be on Quibi. It'd be on Tubi.
They already imposed the tariff, depending on the negotiations between the two countries. Then clearly the final outcome, I think, would be much better than one side impose something and the other side is actually retaliates and things like that. So we will take a very cooperative position on this, and we will promote the dialogue. And we have a lot of experience with that kind of, finding out the mutual benefit
but to be clear,
between the two countries.
If I may, to be clear, you do anticipate that this 25% tariff level will not stay. That's your anticipation.
Depending on the negotiations.
That's certainly your hope.
Yes.
Are you optimistic? How do you feel on a gut level these negotiations are going to go?
Well, now about 57.
I could be mega dumb, but what are you implying that the reason is that they aren't covering it? Because America doesn't give a fuck if South Korea is a military dictatorship or a right-wing authoritarian dictatorship that implemented martial law. They care about South Korea being an American military base and a bulwark against socialism in the region. That's the only thing they care about. I'm saying that America's values of uplifting democracy around the world is bullshit. It's never been the case in South Korea to begin with. And it certainly this is certainly another instance where like the American government was more invested in maintaining its allegiance with whoever or whatever controls South Korea than to actually bring up some semblance of like liberal democracy there.
Different countries are actually subject to that kind of tariff. So
25% though, that's pretty steep for friends for generations.
Well, it's a pity because we are evaluated in that way.
Yeah.
But I think that kind of different assessment can always happen in this kind of situations.
You think it can always happen even though South Korea and the United States have been friends for generations? I guess my point is, should friends really be treating friends like this?
Well,
CNN is trying to get the South Korean acting president to say something mean about Donald Trump, but every Asian leader knows not to do that, okay? And especially South Korean leadership. Are you kidding me? He is literally basically shoehorning the statement. He's like, come on, dude, give me something that's actionable. Give me something newsworthy. Fucking air his ass out. And he's going to be like, no, of course not. Our relationship is steadfast.
Friendship should be compensated by sometimes the mutual economic, financial, and other dimensional aspects. You can never say...
He's like, yeah, we've really been fucking over the American working class. Yeah. Yeah. Trump is right. We have, as a matter of fact, destroyed the American manufacturing personally. I loved doing it, and he's right. I need to be punished. I've been a bad boy.
That relations between the United States and Korea, because we are friends, so everything should be condoned, and we don't care what happens to that.
I understand that.
That kind of situations cannot sustainable.
Right. I understand that, friends can't be happy with each other all the time. But I guess acting President Han, when you have President Trump calling out South Korea about a month ago at the joint session to Congress, making space in the joint session to call out South Korea and then slapping a 25% tariff.
Dude, he's really daggering him. He's like, come on, bro. Come on, say something. He literally said, you ain't shit. He said, galbijim ain't that good. He said, what's up with Korean food? Why does it have cheese on it? Why does this Asian food have cheese on it? He said K-pop ain't even nothing, as a matter of fact. He went in front of Congress and said he doesn't fuck with K-pop. Say something. Anything. Hate on the motherfucker.
What was your reaction to that?
Well, for the tough negotiator.
He said, yeah, journalist says, you going to take that, bro? Listen, see, it'd be different if he was saying that about me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're you, but he's talking big shit, dude. Come on.
You don't have to have some kind of a permanent and prior perception on what the other party is doing. I think we should, Oh
my God, I just remember, you're right. Trump did criticize Parasite's Best Picture win. He did. He literally did. I would expect Trump to talk shit about BTS or something. Like, I can see that. That's not that far-fetched.
In a very cool way, assess what this kind of 25% means for us. And we should, in a very cool way, should negotiate with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month.
You better keep New Jeans out of his damn mouth. I agree.
Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada, and I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 2.
Damn, Bernie's in the pocket of Big Fed. He said, unfortunately, that's a lie. He's like, I wish they was sending in that good fentanyl, but they're not.
0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the President have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So, Senator, I would just refute that when the President is talking about the nature of the emergency we have. I mean,
can you talk a little bit closer into the mic, please?
Certainly. Senator, I would just say, I think you need to look at what the President issued in terms of the order for the legal basis for what we're doing, right? I mean, the President very rightly hit on this issue of fentanyl migration coming from northern southern borders, and it's a real emergency.
All drugs are a real emergency. 0.2%. You can then argue illegal drugs come from every country in the world. If you declare that as an emergency, you're giving the President of the United States unbelievable power. Let me go on that point. Let me mention to you what you probably know. 7 Republicans have joined a number of Democrats on legislation reasserting Congress's ability to play an active role in trade and tariffs. That, on the Republican side, was led by Senator Grassley. And he said, and I quote, "For too long, Congress has delegated its clear authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce to the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera." He wants to reassert Congress's constitutional role and ensure Congress has a voice in trade policy, end of quote. In the last 2 weeks, all we have seen is reports in the newspaper. Congress has not had 1 ounce of authority in determining tariff policy. Do you think Congress should be completely left out of the process? Or does the President have emergency power to do anything he wants with regard to tariffs?
Senator, my staff has had over 200 meetings with congressional offices in the past 2 months to consult. The President's been very transparent about what he wants to do on tariffs. Congress delegated a law to him to take this action.
Mr. Greer, you can have all the meetings you want. You and I had a nice meeting. But at the end of the day, the President did exactly what he wanted to do without any formal discussion with members of Congress. He could make recommendations to Congress, that's for sure. Do you really think that he has the power under an emergency degree to reorder the trade world, global trade policy, without any input from the United States Congress?
Sir, Congress gave him this law where if he determines a national emergency, he can take appropriate action to regulate imports. That's what he's done.
And you think it's a national emergency that 0.2% of fentanyl coming from Canada constitutes a national emergency?
Sir,
do you?
The President has determined that Canada...
I'm asking you.
You're asking me about drug policy. So I agree with the President. If you have China and Canada and Mexico putting drugs into this country at different levels, then that's an emergency. We have to deal with it.
Look, we're not going to argue about the danger of drugs. 43 pounds of fentanyl. On that basis, the President can declare an emergency with any country on earth and take unlimited...
Well, good thing he did already, He kind of did do that.
Power. That's called authoritarianism. Okay? That's not...
It looks like we've got a novel approach here in terms of an alla prima approach. I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about...
Tom's just like, I'm getting too many death threats before the tariffs came down, and now they're knocking on my door. They got chainsaws outside my house. We need to fix this problem before before they rise up and kill me and my family in the ways in which, in the violent ways in which they have detailed in my voicemails.
At the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke. In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it. And you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the alla prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach, it needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the spear?
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear for certainly.
Did you propose the alla prima approach?
So, first of all, I would push back, Senator, just a little bit on this. For now, we've excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors to take a different kind of approach.
So let me get
and
to
we've excluded
question.
USMCA.
Section 232 and 301, we know particularly Section 232 is still on aluminum. Section 301 is Chinese imports where there's no other provider. I overheard you say that maybe, or I thought I heard you say in response to another question, that for the near term there won't be any exclusions. Is that true of China, where they have said the U.S. is unilaterally bullying and completely groundless and they're going to fight to the end? Are the 232 and 301 tariffs exclusions on the shelves until we get to a reasonable agreement with China? I'm just trying to answer a question that I have several people in North Carolina asking.
So the president, again, is the final decision maker on all of these things, and he has directed that there not be exclusions or exemptions.
There will not be any exclusions on steel, aluminum, or any products that are only manufactured in China for the foreseeable future until China determines what the end is, because they said they're going to fight to the end. Again, I'm just trying to communicate questions that I've asked, so there will be no exclusions. Yes. I won't waste your time asking for them. That's the main reason I wanted to ask the question. So again, I'm just trying to get my head around the logic of an alla prima approach, and I'm waiting to be, I'm waiting to see it be successful. But it just seems like we've decided to begin a trade war on all fronts, and that's okay if the person who thought this through has an answer for why you go after partners that we have a very long story.
Steve E. the Scott, thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
Relationship with. Maybe we give some developing countries a break because we're trying to actually get their economies functioning, make them look to the West versus to Chinese investment. So it just seems like I'm getting my head around the alla prima approach. I'm not condemning it because I'm not a trade expert, but I still, at some point, and I understand that you are the trade rep. So if you own this decision, then I'll look to you to figure out if we're going to be successful. If you don't own the decision, I'm just trying to figure out whose throat I get to choke if it's wrong, and who I put up on a platform and thank them for the novel approach that was successful if they're right.
Good evening and welcome. The trade war.
He learned from the death threats. Now he's the one dishing them out.
Escalating to new heights tonight as President Trump's latest round of tariff threats are hours away from becoming reality, including the latest tit-for-tat levies on Chinese goods, which at midnight will bring tariffs on Chinese products entering the U.S. to a cumulative 104%. And with the clock also ticking down on President Trump's across-the-board tariff against dozens of other countries, the White House is signaling there are potential deals to be made, saying many of those countries are already reaching out. A wave of optimism sent markets soaring at the open before a days-long sell-off resumed. The Dow losing 320 points for the day, losses too for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, which closed below 5,000 for the first time in nearly a year. Once again, Christine Roman starts us off.
By the way, this is how I know the CIA ain't got no motion, okay? Because I feel like in its heyday, if a president did something that is like half as impactful on the global market, let alone American enterprise, the CIA would have, one, assassinated them before nighttime, and two, would have revealed like the most damaging blackmail on anyone that tried to do this or even entertained the notion of doing such a thing.
Tonight, more whiplash on Wall Street. The Dow up nearly 1,500 points before closing down 320, and the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq down too. All as we're hours away from a new round of President Trump's tariffs on imported goods.
We've been ripped off and abused by countries for many years with the tariff situation. They've used tariffs.
Wait. Amendment to reciprocal tariffs and updated duties is applied to low-value imports from People's Republic of China. Executive order regulating imports, On April 4th, the State Council Tariff Commission of the PRC announced it in response. Tariff increase. Wait, no, this is just the de minimis tariff increase. Yeah, this is just like the implementation. There isn't anything new in here. No, this is the low-value goods also being tariffed. This is just it. This is just reiterating that. CIA in its heyday was destabilizing foreign countries and assassinating presidents. What the fuck do they do now? I mean, that's what I'm saying. They don't got nothing. They got no motion. They got no motion, dude. The CIA wasn't worried, apparently. Stock market nosedive doesn't scare the CIA. What they know that we don't. He's betting big on America, yet even the stock market plunging. The joke's on us. Publicly, Burns fulfilled one of the responsibilities of top intelligence official. Scaremonger about a fragile America besieged by unseen forces from terrorism to TikTok. But in private, he's bullish on America. His investments show this. Armed, one presumes, with the best information and insight on the state of the world. And Burns knows Trump, his plans on Ukraine and the Middle East. Fear, it seems, is for the little people who must assent to forever swelling national security budgets, always to stave off the latest supported crisis. We've obtained a copy of Burns' financial disclosure, which he was required to file in January upon leaving his job. He's firmly invested in America, the disclosure reveals, with only scant investments, proportionally speaking, in foreign markets. Burns is pot committed to the United States and his continued vitality. These are his largest mutual fund holdings, each with more than $250,000 invested. Yeah, okay, that's just mutual fund holdings, though. Wait, what? I don't think that means anything. Yeah, I think that's not. I thought there was something else going on there. Like, that's
against normal. Us.
Yeah, he's a cautious. That just simply means he's a cautious investor. Am I wrong? Like, isn't that what that means? That he's like investing into relative stable funds. He's not making risky trades with potentially big benefits or major consequences.
We didn't use tariffs against them or in any way. I mean, we just didn't use them.
Though the White House says it's open to negotiation for countries looking to lower new U.S. tariffs for their products, saying 70 countries have reached out so far.
Bring us your best offers, and he will listen. Deals will only be made if they benefit American workers and address our nation's crippling trade deficits.
Now it's a global scramble to stop potentially disruptive border taxes.
We're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here.
But tonight, that trade war with China still flaring, following tariff.
Isn't Trump live right now? I saw a clip on the timeline of him wearing a bow tie. He's live somewhere. He's live and alive. Let me see if I can find it. Entire countries are flying in. They're flying
One
in.
of our trading partners running up our
here it
deficits
is.
with these
Trump speaks at the National Republican Congressional Committee dinner.
When you put a tariff on them, they sell it like with steel. They were dumping tremendous amounts of steel into our country during my term. I saved every steel mill. We only have steel mills because of what I did. I put a high tariff on them, 25 and then 50%, and it stopped. It stopped. They were dumping so much steel, we would have lost every single steel mill. The people that like me best are the people in the steel business, but I think the auto business is going to be right there. I think chips are going to be there. I think pharmaceuticals are going to be there because, you know, we don't make our own pharmaceuticals, drugs, and other things to get better. They're made in other countries, and you pay a number. I mean, the same package in our country compared to like London and other places is sometimes 10 times more. 10 times more. Something that sells for $88 in London sells for $1,300 here, made in the same factory by the same company. And that's over. I told them all that's over.
It's over.
They put all of their research and development, they put everything. But what they don't tell you is that these other countries are smart. They say you can't charge more than $88, otherwise you can't sell your product. And the drug companies listen to them, But we're going to do something that we have to do. We're going to tariff our pharmaceuticals. And once we do that, they're going to come rushing back into our country because we're the big market. The advantage we have over everybody is that we're the big market. So we're going to be announcing very
Daddy
shortly
got that shit on. He
a
does.
major tariff on pharmaceuticals.
He's looking good.
And when you
And I'm not
and when
afraid to
they
admit that.
hear
He's
that,
looking hot.
they will leave China. They will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here. And they're going to be opening up their plants all over the place in our country. We're going to be announcing that. So that's breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. That's what's going to happen. What other presidents allow China to get away with is absolutely criminal, but I'm not like the other presidents, and it's not going to happen under President Trump. It's just not going to happen. After all of the abuses they've perpetrated, China's attempting to impose additional unjustified tariffs. Just so you understand, they all got rich because of tariffs. You know, now when we do it, oh, it's so terrible what Trump is doing. It's so terrible. They got rich. And not only China, many countries. I mean, you look at Vietnam, you look at so many. I could name 50 right now. Biden couldn't do that. He couldn't name any. Name one country. Name any country. What's the name of our country? He doesn't know. That's why additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%.
I don't think
Until they make a deal
I
with
still can't believe he's doing this. I don't know if he's going to do this. Maybe they'll lie and act like China called or something, because this right here, this is a death sentence for like so many companies, dude.
Big number
is insane.
to our treasury. This is all taxes. And
I mean,
don't let them keep telling you that
We'll
this is a
see.
tax on our people. I hate that. You know, they say it's a tax. No, often much of it is paid. And hey, look what happened during my first term. We had no inflation, and yet I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China. No other president got 10 cents in tariffs or taxes from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And I still got along with them because they understood what they were doing was wrong. They understood it. It's when you explain it, they sit up, they say, I've had numerous leaders tell me, you're right, sir. I was waiting for you to bring this up. Because some of the trade deals that were made by predecessors as president were so bad, you almost wonder who did these deals. They were either crooked or stupid. They can be nothing else. They were either stupid or crooked. It's terrible, but it's all being changed. I changed a lot of it in the first 4 years, but it's all being changed. You know, in the first 4 years, we had the most successful country in history in terms of economics. We had an 88% increase in the stock markets. We had an 88% increase. There's never been any president that had an 88% increase. We had 88%, and there were a lot of happy people. And I think we're going to do much better than that this time, because this time I'm doing what I want to do with respect to the tariffs. I think we're going to do much better. And just remember the numbers. When you get up to $2 billion a day, $2 billion a day, they're saying, sir, can't be that, can it? I said, yeah, it can. It's the biggest transaction ever made. This is bigger than any deal. You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. This is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, you know.
There's also some good news coming out of Louisiana, of all places. But the Department of Homeland Security that thought that the Louisiana judge that would rubber stamp the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil and anyone really, for that matter, has stated today, and this is from Delaney Nolan at The Guardian, that the Department of Homeland Security can either provide sufficient evidence or not, said the judge, Jamie Comins, from her courtroom in Gina, Louisiana. If he's not removable, I'm going to terminate this case on Friday. So even the fucking rubber stamp reactionary judge that they went to is like, you need to give me some evidence. I can't do this without evidence.
They'd be paying no percent. We'd be paying them 104%. That's the beauties. These guys, we got to be careful. And even the concept of it hurts your negotiation. When they see a little story like that, the other side, you know, it hurts your negotiation. And then the fake news wants to build it up, and it has no chance anyway. But we have to remain united. As I defend workers from unfair trade, House Republicans have a chance this week to bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring back into America by pushing forward with the largest tax cuts in American history, which is what you're working on right now. The largest in American history. And you know, the reason we had, because we had a great first term and amazing first term, but I saw that the other day that we had the most successful, I mean, I knew it anyway, but I saw that we had 88% increase. That's a tremendous increase. Think of that. And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the Adam Shifty Shifts. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen.
What?
And the biggest head. We called him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger? How can it? It was the weirdest thing. It's a
Okay, he still got
mystery.
it. He still got it.
Nobody
he still
can
got
understand
it.
But he's one of the most dishonest human beings I've ever seen. And
With
you know
his
how we
big
can
fat
allow
head.
people like that to run
So
an office is
shifty.
a shame, but we did. He was in charge of the witch hunt. You know, he was in charge of the fake witch hunt with Russia, Russia, Russia. It was a made-up story. Made up. Think of it. They make up a story. They know it's made up. It's gone on for a year and a half, 2 years. Russia, Russia, Russia. I knew nothing about it. The only thing I knew was that I taxed the pipeline that I told you about, that I put all sorts of sanctions and everything else. They never had a problem like they had with me. But it was Russia, 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 constant, as a method of, what they did. That was the complaint about
What do you think?
why she lost an election.
What do you think?
Because crooked Hillary was expected to win the election.
What do you
But
think?
they didn't see what we saw. We saw the biggest crowds in history gathering, only superseded by the crowds we just had. But here's a guy that goes out and he goes to an intelligence hearing or whatever you might call it, and it's supposed to be secret. He'd walk out. He'd either make a call off the record, this is crooked Adam, shifty shift. He's a shifty Adam. Or he'd just go out blatantly and have a news conference. And because it had to do with me and my family, he'd go out and have a news conference. And he said, you've got to remember, he knows it's a hoax because he made it up with crooked Hillary. So he knows it's a hoax because we're dealing with human beings on the other side. He'd say, Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will spend many years in prison because of what he's done with Russia. Now, think of that statement on a human basis. I have a son, a young son, who is being told that he's going for prison on something he doesn't even know what they're talking about. He said, Dad, I don't know what's going on. They keep talking about I'm involved with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia, I swear to you, Dad. And yet, Adam Schiff goes out and makes a statement about a hoax that he made up, that he knows is false. How bad a human being do you have to be? They put my son and my family through that kind of trauma. These are bad people. These are sick degenerates. And I used to be much nicer to them. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, but I've just seen too much. They make up a story about Russia. It was a hoax. And eventually, now they've all admitted it was a hoax. On to the next one. That's Russia, Russia, Russia. But they know it's a hoax. And they say about a young man that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison because of what he's done with Russia. He knows it's a hoax. How bad do you have to be to have that happen to your son? And, it has a bad effect on a family, a bad effect. Are you okay, Don? I am, Dad, but I don't understand. They keep tying me to Russia. I don't know anything about Russia.
I love that he said his son is a young man.
It's
his
a
son is
disgraceful
fucking 50.
situation. That's why we got to kick their asses in the midterms, and we got to kick their asses again in 4 years. If we slash taxes on American workers and producers, our economy will soar, jobs will surge, manufacturing will boom, and our country will prosper like never, ever before.
Okay,
we got to
chill.
get this big, beautiful deal done. We got to get it done. And get it done now. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 2 weeks. Bad things happen. Crazy things happen in politics. Just get the damn thing done and stop showboating. A couple of people want to, sure, we got to get a little bit more. A little bit more, you know what you're going to get? You end up getting nothing. You end up getting a Democrat bill or worse. In the past 11 weeks, we've already created 350,000 jobs. It's unprecedented, including 10,000 manufacturing jobs that we haven't even started yet. Gas prices, when I came in, they said he campaigned on prices coming down and prices going up. They're not going up, they're going down. Gas prices are way down. In fact, they had something $2.50 a gallon. I saw on television a little while ago in between my watching my great friends on C-SPAN, I saw that the prices are down to $250, $260, $275. It was, when I came in office, it was $350, $375. But prices are coming down. Prices on groceries are coming down. Prices of eggs are down like 87%. 87, you know, they got me with that. I told you.
They got me
Before
with
I even
that.
got in office, they were telling me about it. They're down close to 87%. And core inflation has dropped to the lowest levels in 4 years. And as I said, we had
Futures are
no
down as
inflation
Trump announced pharma
in 4
tariffs.
years, despite the fact that I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So we hadn't even started yet. Nearly $6 trillion of new investment. And that number is now revised up to about 7. Apple, great company, is spending $500 billion because of tariffs. $500 billion, not 500 million. That's a lot. 500 million. You know, when I first heard the number, I said, you mean 500 million? You can build a lot of plants for... No, sir, 500 billion. 500 billion? TSMC, the biggest, most powerful chip maker in the world. This is without that stupid CHIP Act, where they say, here's billions of dollars to a company that doesn't need it. These chip companies are loaded. They give these companies billions of dollars to build a plant in the United States. They don't build them in the United States. They keep the money. It looks good. They give them billions. No. TSMC, I gave them no money. Great company. Most powerful in the world. Biggest chip company in the world. They're spending $200 billion in Arizona building one of the biggest plants in the world. And that's without money. All I did is say, if you don't build your plant here, you're going to pay a big tax. 25, maybe 50, maybe 75, maybe 100%. NVIDIA is investing.
Apple is sneaking in iPhones into the country, dude. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, folks. We got companies basically sneakily trying to ship as much of their product as possible, smuggling it in like they're fucking drug dealers. Apple flew 5 cargo planes of iPhones and other products from India and China to the U.S. in late March to avoid paying President Trump's baseline 10% tariff that took effect on April 5th. The emergency shipments came in over 3 days in the last week of March, meaning Apple's U.S. warehouses now have a few months' supply. The reserves that arrived at lower duty will temporarily insulate the company from higher prices that it will need to pay for new shipments under the revised tax rates. Apple sneaking in iPhones like it's the fall of Saigon. Yeah. That's amazing. Last chopper, dude. Last chopper. This is amazing. And it's, again, reminiscent of the downfall of the USSR, which is another thing that I wanted to dive into today. I have the Trauma Zone by Adam Curtis, which covers the collapse of the USSR and the aftermath from 1985 all the way to 1999. It's, did you hear Friedman's dumbass on NPR? Columnist Thomas Friedman discussed the impacts of Trump's tariffs. What is this? Fun news for later? Oh, yeah. Donald Trump's America. Stake U.S. is now facing multiple lawsuits for allegedly running an illegal gambling site. I know. I had it right here. Stake floods social media platforms with slick ads, influencer videos, and flashy visuals, making its games seem safe, fun, and harmless. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Some countries like the UK are investigating. Basically, they have a contract with a clipping agency here in the U.S., who then has all those influencers post the ads on copyrighted content. Eventually, I'll include a bigger story about it in the newsletter. This is just the advertisement schemes that they run that is getting them into potential trouble. But the reality is, given Trump's allegiance to straight up con men and charlatans, I believe personally that it's very easy to petition the Trump administration. Here, we'll watch Hakim's video on the collapse of the USSR.
There's quite a bit of mythology around the dissolution of the largest nation of the previous century. Every side of the spectrum has given their reasoning, with some being more believable than others. Here I hope to show the common arguments and hopefully help you reach your own conclusions. This video is a partial transcript based on the book Socialism Betrayed: Behind the Collapse of the Soviet Union by Roger Kieran and Thomas Kenny. I strongly recommend you pick the book up. It is by far the best study of the dissolution of the USSR that I've ever come across. Anyways, let's get into it. According to the book, these arguments can be broken down into 6 categories.
Bro put the suicide hotline on here. Or no, it's not. He didn't put it. Sorry. Fucking Google did.
Found in academic literature. Supposed flaws of socialism, popular opposition, external factors, bureaucratic counter-revolution, lack of democracy and over-centralization, and the Gorbachev factor.
The Gorbachev factor, also known as the Trumpian. Also, the modern version is the Trump factor.
Those that support the first theory think all strands of socialism, no matter how unique, are equally doomed to fail. Usually, they bring this down to the human nature argument, as flawed an argument as it may be, and appeals to the superiority of the free market. Those that support this theory, or variations thereof, include Martin Malia, Richard Pipes, and Dmitry Volkogonov. Despite the many achievements of Soviet socialism, the system did have many flaws during the 80s. Issues with consumer goods, slow penetration of computer technology, falling productivity, differing levels of corruption, and the notorious second economy. Problems extended into the political sphere as well, where overlapping party and state functions reduced local overhead and kept political initiative at the very top. Of course, many of these problems arise from a myriad of other issues like the Cold War, the relentless economic and other warfare waged by the US against the USSR, and the heavy burden of supporting allies abroad. The point, however, is that none of these problems were large enough to cause the fall of the Soviet Union. They didn't cause crisis, let alone collapse. To quote the book, the trouble with this theory is that it views Soviet history as unfolding towards an inevitable demise because of its departures from human nature, private property, and the free market. Though these views gained ascendancy in the US during the Reagan era, few historians subscribe to historical determinism based on human nature. In addition, this theory is utterly incapable of explaining how Soviet socialism survived the collectivization of agriculture and the German invasion of World War II, only to fall apart under the seemingly far lesser challenges of the 1980s. Nothing makes this clearer than Sovietological work from the 1980s, which in full confidence considers the USSR to be a force that's here to stay. For a deeper dive, take a look at these two videos here. The second theory suggests that popular opposition to the Soviet system brought it down. Although no one explicitly holds this opinion, it's frequently cited as a major reason. They include things like intellectual dissidence, protests, the rise of nationalists, and the relative electoral success of non-communist officials in the latter era. This line of thinking isn't entirely wrong, as many Soviet economists did favor market reforms, and these opinions influenced that of Gorbachev's. Other examples include the Georgian and Azerbaijani protests, the upheaval in the Baltic republics, miners' strikes, and the unopposed activity of non-communist officials in high government positions. The problem with this theory is that popular discontent came up towards the end of Gorbachev's reforms, not before. These upheavals occurred in response to Gorbachev's policies. In clearer terms, those policies caused these issues. In the final analysis, popular opposition acted as a dependent rather than an independent variable, a byproduct of Gorbachev's policies rather than their cause. This is further strengthened by the prevalent resistance of the Soviet people against dissolving the Union, as in Chapter 6 of this very book. Albert Szymanski's work too here is relevant if you're interested in further reading. According to the third theory, external factors rooted in the Cold War and the global economy caused the Soviet collapse. Extreme opinions even go as far as to say that the betrayal of Soviet socialism was due to the CIA's penetration of Soviet leadership. Now, the extent of this penetration was far worse than you may realize. According to one later report, by 1985, the CIA and FBI had developed the most impressive inventory of spies against Russia in American history, and had riddled the KGB and GRU, which was the military intelligence, with moles. Still, unless further revelation.
Important to note that a lot of the reasons for collapse of the USSR are not present factors in China as it stands currently.
Shows that Gorbachev or Yakovlev served as CIA agents, it stretches credibility to suppose that the CIA brought down Soviet socialism. Nonetheless, external factors, more powerful than the CIA ever could be, were most definitely at work. The intensification of the Cold War in the early 80s, followed by the world recession in 1979 that made American presidents Carter and Reagan increase military spending, caused the Soviet Union to do the same in return. To quote the book, Soviet society never enjoyed the luxury of internal development free of the threat of outside aggression. The cost of defending itself and aiding its allies escalated yearly and drained resources away from socially useful domestic investments. By 1980, Soviet aid to its allies cost $44 billion a year, and our spending consumed 25 to 30% of the economy. The strain of the Cold War increased during the late Carter and early Reagan years, the doubling of military spending by the US, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which is better known as Star Wars, the aiding of anti-communists in Afghanistan, Poland, and elsewhere, driving down the price of oil and gas on the world market, which was the Soviets' main source of hard currency used for trade, as well as engaging in various forms of economic and psychological warfare. Of course, all these played a significant role, but Francis Fitzgerald provides the most persuasive refutation of the supposed decisiveness of Reagan's policies at destabilizing the USSR. He argues that no clear cause and effect relationship existed between the external factors and internal crisis. For example, he states that increased US military spending under Reagan, for Star Wars for example, and other projects, didn't increase Soviet military spending directly. Many Soviet insiders likewise rejected the idea that the arms race caused either Gorbachev's reforms or the collapse. A Soviet official in military intelligence said, "The notion that Gorbachev's perestroika was started as a result of Reagan's Star Wars was concocted in the West and is completely absurd." A member of the Soviet Institute for the USA and Canada said, "I am deeply convinced that neither the Strategic Defense Initiative nor the arms race in general contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union." Regardless, all this misses the point. However great in whatever form, the external pressure coming from the United States represented less of an external threat than earlier economic sanctions, sabotage, and foreign invasion. More importantly, the external pressure did not dictate the particular shape and direction of the Soviet response. In the end, Gorbachev and similar forces' particular responses to the external pressures and internal problems provided the most decisive cause of the dissolution.
Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. For a lot of research that I do for my videos, I end up hitting pages that aren't available. In the link in the video description.
A fourth theory is that the cause was a bureaucratic counter-revolution. The idea being that the bureaucracy itself became the base for
Chat, it's like a fucking 2-year-old video. The ad is no longer relevant.
a capitalist restoration, or that transformed itself into a new possessing class. This is more or less the arguments of Kotz, Weyer, Azad, amongst others, though some in this group didn't regard this new group as a class. Kotz and Weyer argue that the reform course launched by Gorbachev unleashed processes that created new coalitions that favored replacing socialism with capitalism, with Boris Yeltsin becoming the leader of the anti-socialist bloc. With the support of the party-state elite, quote-unquote, he was able to push aside two rival groups, the Gorbachev social reformists and the CPSU Old Guard. Essentially, the argument goes that the breakup of the USSR as a multinational federation occurred because of the specifics of the power struggle between the Yeltsin and Gorbachev forces. Yeltsin's anti-socialists held power in Russia, while the Gorbachev social reformists held most of the Union institutions. The Yeltsin forces concluded that they could maintain power and pursue capitalist restoration only by withdrawing Russia from the Soviet Union, hence the USSR fell apart. The bureaucratic revolution from above thesis is, however, not completely convincing. Such officials were, according to the book, incapable of collective action to defend the system and incapable of consciously hastening its demise. The top bureaucracy, if it can even be said to have enough substance to be judged an authentic social group at all, was too heterogeneous and scattered to act as a cohesive political force. Moreover, if the elite was capable of conscious independent action in its own self-interest, why did it back Andropov's Marxism and Leninism in 1983, Gorbachev's revisionism in 1987, and Yeltsin's free market shock therapy in 1993? This discussion is continued in the book. Klam and Azad also supports the thesis that the bureaucratic elite fostered a counter-revolution. In his book, he offers a decent history of the accomplishments and limits of Soviet socialism, but argues that the real problems began with Khrushchev. The rapid consumption model and wage leveling adopted by the 20th Congress in 1956 sapped production incentives, created shortages, reduced economic growth, and fostered the black market and corruption. Khrushchev's ideas that the Soviet Union had begun the full-scale building of a communist society, adopted by the 21st Congress in 1959, was overly optimistic, sowed illusions, and led to further wage leveling and stagnation. The adoption by the 22nd Congress in 1961 of the idea that the Soviet state had become the state of the entire people and the CPSU a party of the entire people signaled a weakening of the party in regards to the state and a growing predominance in the party of intellectuals and bureaucrats. In short, Azad argues that the Soviet Union's problems and Gorbachev's policies were the aftershocks of the mistaken policies of the Khrushchev era. Azad treats the Gorbachev period as a footnote to Khrushchev's mistakes, a part of the hiatus of 25 years in failing to implement much-needed changes, as a direct quote. In the view of the authors who wrote the book, though, the real problem was not the bureaucracy as such, but the second economy that had corrupted sections of the party and state, fostered a petty bourgeois mentality outside as well as inside the bureaucracy, and turned some bureaucrats, along with the second economy and entrepreneurs, into a base for Gorbachev's opportunism. The fifth theory argues that the Soviet Union collapsed because of a lack of democracy and an over-centralized administrative system. In essence, a similar view to the first explanation, with the difference being that instead of a critical flaw in socialism generally, it's only Soviet-style socialism which can be faulted. These types usually claim that the so-called lack of democratic institutions and over-centralization derived either from Stalin or Stalin and Lenin, depending on ideological persuasion. This view is widely held by left social democrats, Eurocommunists, the Demsoc crowd, amongst others. Historian Stephen F. Cohen and the Soviet writer Roy Medvedev also reflect this view, and so do many contemporary communist parties. This explanation is superficially attractive as it doesn't require any defense of Soviet socialism. To quote the book, to blame the Soviet collapse on a lack of democracy and over-centralization thus serves as a psychological or political distancing mechanism. It is a way of asserting that the socialist ideal remains pure and untarnished in spite of what happened in the Soviet Union. It says history does not matter. The actual experience of a socialist country does not count. The only thing that matters is what we supposed socialists or communists say today. What happened in the Soviet Union was there and then. This is here and now. Those Soviet communists messed up, but we're different and smarter. They were too bureaucratic, undemocratic, and over-centralized, but we either knew it all along or have learned it from their mistakes. As convenient of a view as this is for those who wish to get their time on the next lecture, book promotion, or media interview, it leaves a lot to be desired as an explanation. It's unfalsifiable, has essentially zero explanatory value when applied to real events, and lacks so much precision that it cannot be either sufficiently proven nor categorically refuted to the taste of those that hold it as an opinion. To say that the Soviet Union collapsed because of a lack of democracy and over-centralization can mean only one of two things. Either the collapse occurred because the Soviet Union lacked the political and economic forms and practices familiar in Western social democratically governed countries like Sweden, i.e. a liberal democracy and a mixed economy, or it occurred because the Soviet Union failed to develop a new kind of socialist democracy and mixed economy hitherto unknown anywhere in the world. Both ideas fail as historical explanations because they rest on idealist constructs that attempt to explain history by the degree to which it conforms or fails to conform to an ideal. Modern historians, Marxists or not, believe that historical explanations must adhere to the actual details and contradictions of history. This precludes understanding history by measuring it against some outside standard. Furthermore, this train of thinking, where the Soviet Union collapsed because it failed to follow European social democracy, have another problem to deal with. It's clear that after a certain point, Gorbachev shared the same ideals as those theorists and tried to move the Soviet Union towards a liberal democracy with a mixed economy. Yet those exact moves are what led to a political and economic meltdown that has still not been overcome. This is an embarrassment that none of the lack of democracy theorists have been able to explain away. Furthermore, these theorists ignore the actual history of liberal democracy and socialist democracy.
The real has no Pizza Hut and Pepsi is what led to the collapse of the Soviet Union.
For whom and in what form, for example, economic, deepens the nuance but is rarely discussed. Refer to the book for this discussion. It's long to render here, but it's very good. Regardless, there was an active effort within the USSR from the earliest period to develop ways to increase the participation and control by the workers and peasants, including broadening membership in the Communist Party and developing Soviets, trade unions, and other mass organizations. Though the process of developing democracy was far from over, the Soviet Union had developed a variety of political institutions and practices designed to provide popular participation. The Soviet practices included using newsmen and ombudsmen as well as news sources, vesting trade unions with power over workers' rights, production norms, and the disposition of social funds. Mick Costello's book is great on this topic if you're interested. Creating Soviets, production committees, community assemblies, governing committees of living complexes, and other party and government bodies. To quote the book, though many of these populist institutions atrophied during the difficult years surrounding the Second World War, they revived in the 1950s and involved greater and greater numbers of working people. Even under Brezhnev, popular participation in government showed many signs of vitality. Writing in 1978, when the Soviet Union contained 260 million people, a group of Soviet writers gave the following figures on Soviet political activity. 16.5 million communists, 121 million trade union members, nearly 38 million young communists, over 2 million Soviet deputies, 35 million people who work with the deputies in the Soviet's People's Deputies, 9.5 million members of people's control bodies, and 5.5 million members of production conferences of industrial enterprises. Of course, participation in a socialist Soviet, just as participation in a bourgeois election, provides no conclusive proof of popular control, but it nonetheless represented, however imperfectly, the striving for a kind of socialist democracy. Many of the traditional Soviet political forms, the newspapers, the Soviets, and the Communist Party itself, were undermined by Gorbachev after 1985. Thus, while the majority of Soviet people remained opposed to privatization of property, the elimination of price controls, and the breakup of the Soviet Union, the traditional modes of expressing political views were evaporating. What this means is that the lack of democracy theorists could have been right, but definitely not in the way they wanted to be right. Relevant reading can be found in my book recommendations video on the topic here. The final theory is that the Soviet collapse was mainly due to Gorbachev. Unsurprisingly, almost all accounts give great weight to Gorbachev's role, with some accounts going further than others. According to the British historian Archie Brown, the dissolution of the USSR was greatly determined by a Gorbachev factor, as he called it, mainly Gorbachev's departure from communist orthodoxy, painting him as a heroic westernizer of sorts. Jerry Hughes thinks that Gorbachev was a free marketeer. Evgeny Novikov and Patrick Bashio suggest that Gorbachev was a Gramscian Eurocommunist. Anthony D'Agostino argues that Gorbachev was a Machiavellian wanting to maintain power by any means necessary. Though the authors of this book agree with the common elements of these views, that
Gramscian Eurocommunist
ideological deviations played a key role, they nonetheless disagree with several other elements. Accounts that overemphasize Gorbachev obscure the extent to which he was not alone but operated in a historical and social context. When he first departed from Andropov, Gorbachev represented ideas that nonetheless had precedent in the communist movement, namely in the ideas of Bukharin and Khrushchev. These ideas had some appeal in Soviet society. These included the weakening of the central power of the party and the government, the legitimizing of private property, and allowing more freedom for markets, which had potency in the 1980s because they palpably reflected the interests of a dynamic, if parasitic, sector attached to illegal private enterprise. Thus, Gorbachev was both a successor of a certain tradition and the product of his times, not just a lone factor making history. Moreover, for some writers, stressing Gorbachev leads to them seeing his actions as part of a long-standing preconceived plan. The evidence, though, seems to point towards a shallow leader who acted rashly, impulsively, and contradictorily. Though his policies eventually formed a pattern of capitulation to the petty bourgeois, liberal, and corrupt interests at home, and imperialist pressure abroad, this was not evident at the start. Opportunism was his primary guide. In the end, the story of the Soviet collapse was not the inevitable unfolding of a tragedy rooted in a impossibility of socialism, nor was it a defeat brought about by popular opposition or foreign enemies, nor was it due to Soviet socialism's failure to match up to some ideal of socialism that embodied liberal democracy in a mixed economy, nor was it primarily the story of the conscious betrayal of one man. Rather, it was the story of a triumph of a certain tendency within the revolution itself. It was a tendency first rooted in the peasant nature of the country that later showed up in a second economy, a sector that flourished because of consumer demands unsatisfied by the first economy and because of the failure of the authorities to appreciate the danger it represented and to enforce the law against it. It was a tendency that
treats, simply put, a lack of robust manufacturing of treats, and then bringing in treats when it's far too late, but only bringing it in the form of private enterprise and liberalization of markets.
And manifested itself in Bukharin and Khrushchev before Gorbachev.
The treat factor is still important to address.
It was a tendency that believed that prosperity, democracy, and its vision of socialism could come quickly and without sacrifice, without struggle, and without strong central authority. It believed in making concessions.
Also, I mean, it's not even a joke. I do genuinely say this. I've said this for years. If you are a super old school HasanAbi head, you've heard me talk about this before. Like, one mechanism of control under neoliberalism is the bounty, the abundance of treats, and the accessibility of treats. Whether it is a false choice, the notion of choice is in and of itself a false one because it's like still produced by like 8 corporations. Regardless, does not matter. The fact that you can get treats is a major contributor to people's defense of capitalism. You've never said that before? Well, you're a 2-month subscriber, so, and you've been following since 2021, so you've not heard me say this. I've said it quite a bit. Treats are an incredible, commodity consumption is an incredible mechanism of control, an incredible means to sedate the masses in a peaceful fashion. And it is a necessity because the government is supposed to do that in order to quash any sort of like serious popular uprising. You have to manage people's expectations. You have to make sure that they feel as though their conditions are improving. Accessible treats are a fantastic way of doing so.
To imperialism, liberalism, private property, and the market. Some adherents of this tendency believed that they were true socialists, though they allied themselves with others whose true sympathies were with money-making and private property. Not until Gorbachev had this tendency in the revolution held full sway and been carried to its logical conclusion. Only with Gorbachev was the full mistake of this course realized, when it led not to a new kind of socialism, but to a new kind of barbarism, to quote the authors. In the case of the Soviet Union, Fidel Castro said it best: socialism did not die from natural causes, it was a suicide. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please.
Cinnamon raisin bread and circus in your top 1%. Yes. You can either maintain control through authoritarian means and say, no treats for you. You can't demand treats. If you demand treats, that's counter-revolutionary behavior. Or you can maintain control by letting the treats flow. And then people think, oh my God, well, you know, cost of goods goes up every now and then. There's no upward social mobility. No means of having a better future. The American dream is such a dream and so unattainable that you must be asleep to even see it, or, you know, do the authoritarian thing. Demonstrably, capitalism has the abundance mindset on lock. What about climate change and industry of treats contributing to it? Yeah, I'm not a degrowth guy. I'm just gonna let you know. I've never been a degrowth guy, and I'm not a degrowth guy, and I will not be a degrowth guy. I think in terms of degrowth, the furthest I will push it is eradicating the planned obsolescence that's baked into the profit incentive. And I think that's valid. That is a necessity. Okay? In terms of how commodities are produced, or rather, what kind of energy that we use. Yes, I am always in favor of renewable energies, but I've never been a degrowth person. Anti-degrowth Hasan is the first time I've disagreed with you in literally 5 years. What bucket does China fall under when it comes to trees? China is the most treat abundant nation, dude. You kidding me? China loves its trees. That's why I say China has American mindset. Yeah, China literally learned the lesson of losing a treat gap, and the CPC decided to be the best treat-making nation of all time. What do you mean? China loves its treats, and the Chinese love their treats. Treats are an absolute necessity. I'm an advocate for better quality treats. Better quality treats that have more of a shelf life. That's my advocacy, chat. That's what I believe. But you will not stop the flow of treats. So would you consider Cuba to not be a socialist nation? They planned out a 100-year environmental response, especially considering the direct impact from natural disasters. Wait, when did I say Cuba is not a socialist nation? What? If Cuba was allowed to operate within the global market, I'm sure that they would be much more, they would have trees that are much more readily available. What? China also has a renewable energy initiative planned and mapped out and are focusing on sustainability. I'm not saying you need to, what part, like, do you guys think I'm talking about, destroying the planet? Like, I'm like, no, I want treats and I want it in the current mode of production, the way that it's produced currently, hyper exploitation of the global south. That's not what I'm saying. Better quality is inherently a part of degrowth. You're contradicting yourself. No, I'm not. I'm simply stating that toothpaste out of the tube. Okay. You can't tell people like you're just not going to consume. Degrowth is a scary concept for many for understandable reasons. I don't entertain it. I treat it in the same way as I treat, saying we must abolish the police force and abolish the prisons. We must abolish all prisons and the police force. It's like some semblance of policing as an institution will always exist and must always exist. I understand the theory, and I understand, as anarchists also agree on this process, that like there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get to that place. It's not like they want to abolish it tomorrow. Anyway, let's hear what this asshole has to say.
The parents of these incredible people, the young boy with cancer, serious cancer, wanted to be in a police department, would give anything to be a policeman someday. They refused to even applaud or acknowledge them. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. They sat, as the stories were explained, 2 young ladies savagely killed by illegal aliens. They came into our country and they killed these 2 young ladies, and the Democrats sat there. They didn't smile. They didn't clap. They didn't do anything. I think you frankly win the midterms. Just all you have to do is show a picture of these grieving parents, uncontrollably
He's fucking delusional,
grieving.
dude. He is out of his dang mind.
They didn't get one clap out of the whole group of them. They just sat there like stoic and disgraceful. And you show that in your commercials that you're going to be putting on, and you'll win every race that we have in this room. That was a bad night for them, and now they know it. They're trying to make up for it. But they're just, I don't know, something wrong with them. That's why every day from now until November.
I'm telling you right now, be for real, dog. Absolutely 0 people in the United States of America right now give a single fuck about your joint session to Congress and how the Democrats didn't clap. Shut the fuck up. Even you are not this delusional. This is just pure maximalist copium. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's going to overdose. He's going to overdose on stage off this copium, dude. Holy fuck. That's crazy.
They can get their confidence back, so you can't rely on that too much, I guess. Together we're liberating our country, reclaiming our wealth, unleashing our energy, protecting our children, rebuilding our military, repelling the invaders, deporting the criminals, destroying the gangs, and unlocking what history will know as the golden age of America. This is going to be the golden age of America. With your support, your commitment, and your help to elect more Republicans, we will finish the job that we have really brilliantly started. It's been a brilliant period of years, and we go back to 2016. It was brilliant. Then they stole it from us by illegally rigging the election, and we did great in that election, but we had to write it off, and we all went through hell. I went through hell in particular. Indictments. We what we had to go through is hard to believe. Impeachments, 2 impeachments over nothing, over a phone call that was perfect. They knew it was perfect. And they found out after they realized that the calls were essentially taped by the government because you were talking to a foreign leader. And when that was played back, they didn't know what the hell to do. But they went forward with it anyway because they're sick people. The American dream will come roaring back in our country. Together, we're going to make America greater than it's ever been before. And I just want to thank you and congratulations on your record evening. And I'm with you all the way, and I'm going to be campaigning with you, and we're going to win, win, win like we've never won before. And thank you to your leadership, and Mike, great job. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much.
So much winning. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that this guy has the capacity to single-handedly undermine global trade, and he's doing it. He's doing the damn thing. The mad lad is doing it. My MAGA dad makes this they didn't even collab argument too. It makes me feel insane. Yeah, tell your MAGA dad to look at his fucking stock portfolio. Hey, dad, you're never going to retire, dumbass dad. That's what you should talk to him about. And you know who's responsible for it? That fucking moron that you voted for. Have fun. Dude, I don't know how 104% is going to work. I genuinely don't know.
And retaliation on both sides. After midnight, China will face a 104% border fee on its goods to the U.S. China's foreign ministry calling it bullying and blackmail.
I think it was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation.
The Treasury Secretary urged countries not to retaliate if they want a deal.
Don't escalate, and then we will see where President Trump is after a period of days or weeks.
Tonight, most Republicans backing the president's efforts to bring back American jobs.
This has been a tilted playing field for a long time. The president's trying to even it out, and I think he's doing the right thing.
But Democrats warning the president's action could trigger a...
Dude, I'm closing my eyes and imagining the reverse situation where it's like socialist leadership has overtaken the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party is now the Democratic People's Labor Party. Okay, the Democratic People's Labor Party. We have workers' councils. The party is demonstrating utmost loyalty to the leader because they recognize his revolutionary vision. The leader says, "Listen, the economy is going to have a brief moment, a brief period of instability, but ultimately we will decouple America from the treacherous grips of capital piece by piece. We will rebuild this country in the vision of revolutionary figures that came before us. We are going to no longer have a dictatorship of the few, the dictatorship of capital and capital owners, but instead a dictatorship of the American population." And all of the party leadership is in unison saying this. Okay, they're like, no, you must trust the vision. You must trust the process. We are rebuilding the American infrastructure after far too many years of instability, far too many years of being servile to the parasitic nature of the capital class. We are going to do it. I'm just closing my eyes and imagining like it's not Trump doing this, but it's actually a socialist vision. It feels good.
Recession.
Donald Trump should immediately reverse his...
It's funny to think... Oh, God, here it is. Here's Chuck Schumer right after I said that. It's funny to think that, like, any kind of anti-capitalist initiative, any kind of socialization would unironically lead to market instability, okay, in the short term, because the system relies on profits being maximized every quarter. So even if they weren't doing a full-blown socialist revolution or something, even if it was like a Bernie-style social democrat, even if they're socialists, but they're a democratic socialist, so they're presenting themselves as a social democrat in the interim. And one of the many things that Bernie Sanders would do is, like, I don't know, socialize the healthcare system, right? Implement Medicare for all. There would be a lot of market instability. People would be screaming bloody murder on television day in, day out. But this kind of defense of the leadership would be an absolute necessity at that time. But that would never happen.
Reckless trade war.
And tonight, new signs of division in the administration after these comments from top trade advisor Peter Navarro about Elon Musk.
Elon's a car manufacturer, but he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler. He wants the cheap foreign parts, and we understand that. But we want him home.
Musk, who has voiced skepticism about tariffs,
I feel like everything that's happening is something you agree with, but because it's Trump, you don't like it. Are you fucking stupid? Wait, what? Socialism is a joke. It's not real. That's literally what's happening. I'm confused. Who wouldn't want this? I feel like everything that's happening is something you agree with, but because it's Trump, you don't like it. Yeah, dude. I don't actually want socialism. I just want rich people's stock portfolio to dip a little bit in the short term as they fucking recover and consolidate wealth further as the working poor get shafted. Who needs socialism? My anger and resentment was directly towards rich people like fucking Barstool's very own Dave Porkboy losing $10 million of value for the first week and then recovering in spectacular fashion. That's what I wanted. Yeah, my eyes are not on the prize of uplifting all working class individuals around the world and certainly in the United States of America. It's not about that at all. It's just like fucking over the rich for a brief period of instability as the working class loses their fucking jobs in a period of stagnation, in a period of mass layoffs and an affordability crisis like nothing you've ever seen before. What do you mean? The reason why I don't like the things that are happening right now is because they're stupid. There's no better way to describe it than that word. I know it sounds reductive, but the reality is that's how Trump moves. He moves stupid like. He moves in a stupid fashion. You can't do trade protectionism if there's no trade to protect at the domestic front. You can't break something before building the underlying basis for why you are breaking the global trade agreements. It's idiotic. That's why even people like Bernie Sanders, who were opponents of NAFTA and were long-standing defenders of American manufacturing and stood proudly against free trade, are literally also saying the same thing, where they're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is so dumb. The strats are about shafting those profiting from taking advantage of consumers who are the workers to begin with. What are you saying, dude? You're so fucking stupid. Every goddamn MAGA supporter is just too dumb to have a conversation with. Yeah, dude. You know who was shafting the American working class? Not the capital owners, but fucking third world slaves, dude. The Indonesian cotton mill worker was the one who was fucking you over. You absolute moron. You fucking baboon. How can I have a normal conversation with you when you go, you know who's really fucking the American working class? Not the American capital owners that willingly, voluntarily, and excitedly moved manufacturing overseas so that we could fucking literally use and abuse the third world, the global south. But it's actually the fucking Bangladeshi worker himself. That's who fucked me over. You are the biggest delusional moron of all time. Holy fuck. I can't have a normal conversation with you because you're too stupid to have a conversation with. What am I supposed to say to this? Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. Your disgusting, fat, Ameripig ass was able to get affordable treats in perpetuity at the backs of slave labor. That's what we did. That's the global marketplace. That's quite literally what happened in perpetuity. And now Trump's like, actually, that's not good. We have to enslave our own domestic labor force, I guess, or whatever the fuck they're planning to do, because no one knows what they're planning to do, because what these decisions they're making are so stupid because there's no underlying manufacturing base to actually improve, to actually do any sort of output that will be competitive with the global trade scheme that we have designed that once again has enslaved the global south so that you can eat a $5 jalapeno popper, you fat fuck. Correct. It's the decision makers. Fuck the corporate decision makers and capital class, like you said. That's not. Trump is a fucking real estate billionaire. His entire administration is filled to the brim with parasitic monsters. Are you fucking that stupid that you think he's not working at the behest of capitalists? Are you fucking dumb? The idea is to make it competitive. How? Do you have a factory that I was oblivious to? Is there a factory in your backyard? Have you already hired and trained tens of thousands of fucking workers? Is that what's going to happen? Are you going to ensure that they have their collective bargaining rights? Because Donald Trump just undermined the collective bargaining rights of 1.5 million federal workers just last week. It is not the fucking manufacturing jobs that people desire. It's well paid jobs that people desire. It's benefits that people desire. They don't give a fuck if you're working in a factory or a goddamn Starbucks barista. It's about how much money you make in the process. It's about being able to own a home. It's about being able to have upward social mobility for your fucking children. It's about an upward trajectory for the American working class. It's about being able to go to college for free. It's about being able to have healthcare for free. These are the things that people desire, not some fucking fantasy about sewing socks in a goddamn moldy ass fucking factory for 35 cents. That's not the dream. It doesn't matter what the manufacturing or the services that you offer are. That does not matter. That is completely irrelevant to this conversation. People are not like, oh, there's a lot of honesty and a lot of work in getting black lung at the fucking coal mine. No, it's because those are supposed to be the good paying jobs. The fantasy of going back to the 1965 standard of being able to have a single fucking, a family with two parents, okay, a two-parent household where only one parent works, and that's enough to get by. That's enough for you to get a house. That's enough for you to get a car. That's enough for you to have 2, 3 children. Okay, that's enough for you to take some time off work, go fucking travel elsewhere. I don't know, go to Galveston, Texas, or where the fuck you're gonna go to meet your inbred cousins. Okay, that's the dream. The dream isn't to just simply work in a factory and then things will fucking fix themselves. That's not how it goes. You're not gonna work in a factory, you lazy piece of shit. Shut the fuck up. There are empty factories everywhere and people want to work. Remember how base Detroit used to be? Oh my God. Oh my God. There are empty factories everywhere. I didn't realize that you could just restart manufacturing in a fucking factory that has been accruing dust for 3 decades. I didn't realize. How did I not think of that? There are so many empty factories because it's that simple. You just go back to the empty factory and you're like, okay, empty factory, no more. What are you saying? These are dilapidated buildings with these are dilapidated buildings collecting dust. You can't just restart industry like that. Oh my God. Thank you for saying I'm hot. But it makes me so mad when people make these stupid ass decisions, these stupid ass statements. You can't just, you think I haven't factored these things into my argument, by the way? This is what I've been talking about for the past year at this point, since Donald Trump started talking about these tariff initiatives. Industry is being industrious, you know. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people unironically think they could just like manifest like The Secret, a robust manufacturing hub here in the United States of America after literal multiple decades. This is before we even factor in automation and what that has done to global manufacturing in general, in terms of the labor force and the labor participation in manufacturing across the board. You don't know anything. How am I supposed to have a conversation with you? The worst part about it is the closest that we've ever arrived at like rebuilding American manufacturing is unironically still stunted because it's stunted by the lack of vision inside of the neat little confines of neoliberalism. The closest we arrived at rebuilding manufacturing in this country was not Donald Trump's tariffs initiative. It was actually Joe Biden with his fucking CHIPS Act. And the irony there is it's once again another fucking failure because it does not meet the necessity of the time to actually rebuild a robust infrastructure to make America a manufacturing hub of the fucking planet, because it's still stunted by the private-public partnership that the government holds on to because they're fucking capitalist morons. Oh my God. I've said this already. Even if the United States of America actually was serious and all of a sudden got hit with the fucking Marxist-Leninist beam, okay, and every single one of our leaders was like, we need to do central planning, Chinese style, okay, it would still take at least a fucking decade to build this robust hub of industry. You can't just like close your eyes and wish that there's a factory that you can use. That's not how this works. It takes years and years to build. It takes years and years of training too. That is also before we factor in the obvious issues. The obvious issues that is, there are already a fuck ton of jobs, and jobs are fake to begin with. Just make fake jobs. Who gives a fuck? Okay. But there's already existing jobs. The problem is not that Americans don't have jobs. 23% underemployment in this country is fucking criminal. It's that all the jobs that are available are fucking shit. They're gig economy jobs. They don't offer you steady pay. It's unsustainable. The issue is wealth disparity. The issue is that the existing jobs that we have do not allow us to be able to pay for rent, do not allow us to overcome the fear that if you lose said job, you are not going to be able to pay for your health care. God forbid something horrible happens. These are the real issues. It's not about some fucking fantasy about being able to rebuild factories, because what good would that do if there is no labor power and no union participation in this process? So the jobs that are readily available are still offering you fucking $7 an hour to go sew socks at a goddamn factory. You're fucked. You're fucked in that process. The problem still persists. You still can't pay your fucking landlord. You still can't pay for health care. Everything is so goddamn expensive now because it's being made in the United States of America. It sucks. Neoliberalism sucks, but we're talking about global markets and the mechanics they go off of. You're not wrong about the challenges. No, of course I'm not wrong about the challenges. You're just responding to the stock market, responding to the instability and going, but that's a good thing because rich people get fucked over in the short term. But they don't. They don't get fucked over. Wealth is relative, okay? They get fucked over and they lose a big chunk of their wealth, but you losing $10,000 is infinitely more consequential than Aiden Ross losing $10 million. Do you understand? You losing $10,000 to $35,000 from your 401k is infinitely more consequential to your life because it adds additional years to your fucking retirement plan where you won't be able to retire at 65, 66, let alone 68. Whereas Aiden Ross can retire tomorrow. It doesn't matter if he fucking loses $10 million or not today. He's going to make that up tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Breaking. Oil prices fall below 57 for the first time since February 2021 as markets price in a global recession. Great. Now oil prices are going down at least, so that's good. Yeah, why is it going down? Because they know demand is going to go down. That's the reason. Hasan, I need this clip because as a labor organizer, you'd be shocked at how many rank and file dipshits actually believe what this guy is saying word for word. I mean, look. Things are so dire that I understand why a shakeup. That's the reason why they voted for Trump. Okay, that's the reason why so many rank and file labor union members voted for Donald Trump, because they're like, this system that has been designed has fucked me over in perpetuity. So let's break it. After all, if we break it, the alternative can't be as bad as what I've experienced thus far. The irony, of course, is that Trump is not breaking it and then rebuilding it so that it's a little bit better for you. Trump is just simply breaking it and making it worse for you overall. That's the sad state of affairs. And I think because there is no counterbalance, because there's no rudder, there is no moral compass, there is no guidance from any sort of like alternative vision of how to rebuild society, because the alternative vision is, like I said, neoliberalism from the Democratic Party, who also want to unleash the markets, the freer the markets, the freer the people. Because of that, people are just going to be even more resentful, even more volatile. And the things that they will grab onto is even more reactionary sentiment. Perhaps we haven't killed enough trans people or Guatemalan people that it still feels like shit sucks. That's what's going to happen. This is why not having an effective counterbalance is incredibly fucking dangerous. Not having effective counter messaging is incredibly fucking dangerous in an unstable, treat-the-right society like the United States of America, where everybody's got fucking guns. And the moment that you take their burgers away, they will use those guns. Yeah, don't worry. The price of oil barrels will go back up. Trust me. When Donald Trump tries to fucking, I don't know, do a land invasion in Yemen, and then Iran and Yemen retaliate by lighting oil refineries in Saudi Arabia on fire, all of a sudden the supply of oil will go down, and yet demand will stay stable, and boom, prices skyrocket for oil again. Okay, just wait. We're literally not even, we're in the beginning, baby steps of the Trump shakeup, the liberation. And then meanwhile, roads in many countries aren't wide enough for Ford F-150s, non-trade tariff barrier right there. I've been saying this for so long. I've been saying it nonstop. 60% now disapprove of his handling of the economy. Huge drop since his inauguration, and 55% of independents have an unfavorable view of the tariffs. Yeah, Trump's honeymoon harakiri. He fucking Sudoku'd. I'll say this once again. Imagine how cool it'd be said if you said, after each sentence, like the one guy you showed us, and said you wanted to start doing, would have made the rant so much cooler. Yeah, I agree. I disagree with you because I'm wrong. Nice. Lamau, it's seppuku. You think I don't know? No, it's Sudoku. I always, whenever I visit Europe, you know what I think to myself? Oh, thousands of years of architecture and city planning that was designed for walkability in mind at the time because they simply did not have cars. We should fucking pave it and turn it into a massive highway. That's what we should do. That's what I think. I always think, Europe is fine, but you know what would make it better? If it was just one big fucking parking lot. We should turn Europe into Dallas, okay? We should turn every major European city into Dallas. We will not stop until every major European city is fucking Dallas. Hell yeah, baby. Yeah, Dallas Fort Worthify Europe. First Galveston, now Dallas. Bro, do you hate Texas? What the fuck? Do you like fucking Galveston? Do you think it's a hot spot to go visit? Oh, I can't wait to fucking shower myself in the grayest water you've ever seen in Galveston. That's what I think of all the time. I'm like, oh, where should I go? The River Thames of America, okay? Same fucking color and consistency.
You're inside Studio J, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Chuckster, Vince Carter here for Kenny the Jet Smith. What?
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston where that dirty ass water be washed up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all located. We gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water.
And they have a fucking measles outbreak. That's right. They also recently had a fucking measles outbreak. Can't wait to go there.
Water. Come on, man.
I fucking hate you. Enjoy your wildfires, bitch. Galveston, all we have. You're an asshole. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. What the hell is going on? Anyway, herd immunity, liberal. Yeah, exactly. The kids are doing great out here. Oh, yeah. I forgot to show this. Elon Musk tried to play Path of Exile, and it was fucking disastrous. One, he did it as a flex to show that Starlink is excellent, and he ended up doing it on his plane, on his private jet. One, he lost a bunch. I believe his character died. He restarted it, and then he died to the tutorial boss, demonstrating once again that he was not the gamer that he claimed to be. And more importantly than that, chat was trolling him the entire time. Elon Musk gets trolled while live streaming. Do you still feel like you embody Kekius Maximus? What would you do if you were a Kiwi? Imagine picking one gold, dog. You ruined the country just like you ruined your marriages. You ruined the country. Elon Musk is pathetic, says. You ruined the country just like you ruined marriages. These were also 4cent spammers, for the record, because they were spamming 4cent as well. And it's so funny that he was personally clicking to ignore each individual message instead of trying to fucking shut off any whispers that he could possibly get. That is how stupid this guy is. How is it possible to look this dumb and ugly? What happened, buddy? Why is your Tesla company failing? I watched this video and I wanted to. I wished so badly that he would accidentally misclick and invite someone to his team. You have no real friends and you will die alone. You have no real friends and you will die alone. Drowns out the hate with his Grimes, his ex. Elon, oh, this was really funny. Yeah. Elon, it's me, Ashley St. Clair. I have no other means of contacting you. So I bought PoE2 early access just for this. Please pay your child support. Thank you, Elon. From Jakub's worst creation. Israel killed JFK. I want a child from Asmongold and Elon. He literally does look like that emote. It's kind of funny. Die. Elon is a pedophile. Elon is a bum, spams trans rights.
Lost connection lost.
Like, how am I supposed to entertain the notion that a guy who doesn't know how to fucking turn off whispers altogether in an online game rose up the ranks, rose up the ladder to get to the 7th place in this fucking game? Yeah, he rage quit and then blamed it on Starlink. What a dumbass, dude. He died at the tutorial boss 3 times. Oh my god. I think he had a level 44 character on his select screen. The boosters are still going hard. Yeah. This is one of the only instances where, like, a man who's so pathetic will literally fucking end up shitting on his other property because he's so desperate to to blame anything else, he ended up shitting on Starlink.
Fired back, calling Navarro a moron, posting what he says here is demonstrably false. Tesla has the most American-made cars. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. The White House on the feud today.
Look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and
holding out hope for a deal soon.
Absolutely. Investors are desperate for this turmoil over tariffs to be resolved, and they will likely latch on to any kind of a sign, which is why sometimes they magnify even the smallest signals from this administration, Lester.
Christine Romans, thanks. And for more on the impact of the tariffs, I'm joined by Tom Yamas. And Tom, experts say the prices on everything from cars to toys could go up.
That's right, Lester. If tariff fees are fully pushed on consumers, the price tag for, say, sneakers made in Vietnam could jump 40%. An iPhone could spike $350. So tonight, we thought we'd take a closer look at a single product, Nintendo's hugely anticipated Switch 2 console, set for release June 5th. Nintendo has already sold 150 million Switches. The new version would be the first major gaming release since the tariff announcement. Pre-orders were supposed to start tomorrow, but instead the company hit the pause button. They've decided to assess the potential impact.
They got to figure out what they're going to get charged. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double? Do they even ship them?
The current price for the new Nintendo Switch, $449. Ironically, to keep prices down, Nintendo had moved some of its Switch 2 production to Vietnam because of earlier tariffs on China. But Vietnam is now facing its own 46% tariff.
How much of this is made in the U.S.? None of it.
None of it. The reality is, for these tariffs, it is a gut punch for every electronic. Nintendo being the first case because they're early in terms of the Switch. This is basically an economic Armageddon coming to tech.
Ives says moving production to the U.S. isn't a realistic option.
How much would it cost them to start manufacturing Switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars.
Billions? That's because of a supply chain that's been built over decades.
It would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly, the supply chain's in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where are you getting all the parts from? Still in Asia.
Nintendo says it remains on track for a June 5th release.
In your estimation, how much of what we buy is going to go up?
90% of what we buy as consumers living in the United States is going to go up. And I think the U.S. consumer doesn't realize the storm that's coming, but they'll be seeing it over the coming weeks and months in those prices.
Tom, this is fascinating, but there's a big caveat here.
Yeah, Lester, there is a big caveat, and that's that the president has the power to exempt companies from those tariffs. It happened in the first Trump term. It's unclear if it'll happen in this term. It hasn't happened yet, but he does have the power to impose tariffs, but also to exempt some companies.
All right, Tom Yamas, thanks. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Welcome to the Daily Show. My name is John.
I don't care about this. Let's look at the direct plans on the Iran nuclear deal. Donald Trump, once again, at first undermining Barack Obama and then rebuilding Barack Obama once again. Let's see.
Donald Trump is in the mood for a deal.
What is this? Don't worry. What the fuck did Top She say? You little pussy. What'd you say again? Come after me is one thing. Don't worry. Even with 104% tariffs, our t-shirts are still cheaper than what this Greek Arab sells. Yeah. Okay. Listen up, pussy boy. Okay. My products at ideology.shop, as a matter of fact, are made in the United States of America. Okay. And they're made with union manufacturing. If you don't like it, you can suck one. All right. How fucking dare you? They probably will still be impacted by tariffs to some degree because every part of manufacturing still touches the globalized economy. But I don't know. We'll see.
In the Oval Office, a timid Benjamin Netanyahu sat next to the president as he announced that the U.S. will hold high-level talks with Iran.
We have a very big meeting and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious.
In his second term, President Trump has repeatedly signaled his desire to secure a deal with his Iranian rivals. For weeks now, the US and Iran have been exchanging a series of messages and letters to resume talks. And if they don't, the message or menace from Donald Trump is Iran will be in great danger. The talks will mark a return to diplomacy after the same...
I'm confused. You not like Jon Stewart? No, I do. It's just that I see no reason to have Jon Stewart say the exact same things I've been saying in perpetuity for 15 minutes with a laugh track over it.
Donald Trump pulled the US out of the 2015 nuclear deal signed by Barack Obama, instead opting for a maximum pressure campaign that reinstated US sanctions to force Iranian renegotiations. But that hasn't seemed to work. In response to the US sanctions, Iran has since breached restrictions that were designed to limit its production of uranium. The nuclear watchdog warned that Iran has stockpiled 275 kilos of uranium, and if enriched to 90%, that could be enough for 6 nuclear bombs. The US and Iran will hold the indirect talks in Oman this Saturday. The busiest man in the Trump administration, Steve Witkoff, will lead the US delegation. Iran will be represented by their foreign minister, who says the ball is in America's court.
If the other side shows real intent, we believe a deal can be struck. So as the saying goes, the ball is in the US court. If they show up in Oman with genuine willingness, we'll certainly reach a result.
But the world has changed. Iran can no longer rely on the threat of deterrence from its regional allies, Hamas and Hezbollah. And after 18 months of turmoil in the Middle East, Iran's supreme leader and Donald Trump both know that this is an opportunity to de-escalate, as they say, or not. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Ali Vaez, the Iran project director at the security think tank Crisis Group. Thanks for coming back on the program, Ali. What do you think Donald Trump really wants out of all this?
It's good to see you, Matt. I think President Trump has the right instincts on Iran. He understands that there is really no military solution to the...
I don't know anything about this guy, but there are very rarely ever any analysts that speak on Iran that will talk about Iran on normal terms. So I don't know. Maybe he will be one of those guys.
Nuclear challenge with Iran, and a deal is much less costly and much preferable. I think he also, from an ego perspective, he believes that the Iranians are master negotiators, and if he can outwit them at the negotiating table, it will be the ultimate test of his mastery of the art of the deal.
Is it also about containing Israel and the possibility of probabilities at some stage of a military solution to the Iran problem, as they would call it?
Well, correct. If indeed Iran is now a virtual...
Check CNN. Check CNN. They're teasing your piece soon. Check CNN. Get off your telefono, bro. You're on CNN soon. This guy has literally been saying this for a week now, and I highly doubt it. Okay, I highly doubt it. Yeah, they're talking about IRS. Multiple senior IRS officials refuse to sign data sharing agreement with immigration authorities. They are not fucking teasing my piece at all. This guy is like, oh, my cousin works at Nintendo. That's what he's been saying. No sussy. My cousin said it's going live soon. They didn't reach out to me, which is terrifying. And I don't think this person is being for real. Yeah, I think this cousin is either fucking with him or something. I don't know. Poop sock incoming. Permaban if lying. Yes. Ban him if wrong. Yes, I will do that. Hassan's dump truck viewer is untrustworthy. No way. Okay, to be fair, a lot of you have crazy names. Oh, you missed it? I missed what? CNN non-Nintendo Capacita, tiny head in Spanish. Okay, it's not going to happen.
Nuclear weapon state, meaning that it is really one screwdriver turn away from being able to weaponize its nuclear program. Part of the reason it is at this point is because President Trump withdrew from the 2015 nuclear agreement.
What if he's writing as the most deranged hit piece of all time? I hope not.
In his first term, and that removed the restrictions on Iran's nuclear program. From the Israeli perspective, it appears that the real problem is not uranium enrichment in Iran, but Iranian enrichment. Any deal that benefits the Iranian regime is not attractive for Israel. But again, the alternative to no deal is an advanced nuclear program that Israel or the United States cannot tolerate. And I think President Trump is right in pursuing a diplomatic solution.
So the Iranians have been quite coy about these talks. Presumably what they're hoping to get out of them is that the sanctions will be lifted and their economy can get up and running again.
Well, that's right. But the Iranians are also very mistrustful of the United States because President Trump withdrew from the previous nuclear deal in 2018 and reimposed sanctions. And they've also seen some other deals that he has made with other countries where he has also moved the goalposts and either has abandoned or reneged on U.S.'s commitments under those deals. So they are reluctant.
Also, here is based Papa John Mersheimer upholding the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist Hasanist doctrine, also known as the nuclear doctrine. Let's hear what he had to say about Iran having nukes.
I think there's no question that a nuclear-armed Iran would bring stability to the region because nuclear weapons are weapons of peace. They're weapons of deterrence. They have hardly any offensive capability at all. And if Iran had a nuclear deterrent, there's no way that the United States or Israel, for that matter, would be threatening to attack Iran now. In the same way that if Saddam had had nuclear weapons in 2003, the United States would not have invaded Iraq. And if Libya had nuclear weapons in 2011, the United States would not have gone to war against Libya. So I think that if you had a Middle East where other states besides Israel, and this of course includes Iran, had a nuclear...
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean, he is wrong when he says nuclear weapons are weapons of peace. That's not correct. But yeah, in this day and age, if you don't have a fucking nuclear arsenal, you're cooked. Because other nations with nuclear arsenals will come and just fuck your shit up. I mean, Ukraine, dude. Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. Even liberals understand that, I think.
Deterrent, it would be a more peaceful region. Well, it's possible there'll be some proliferation. I wouldn't bet against the fact that maybe Turkey or Saudi Arabia would acquire nuclear weapons. But people have been predicting widespread proliferation for decades now, and it's never happened. But I think there are two reasons that it wouldn't happen. One is that the Iranians would not be able to blackmail anybody in the neighborhood with their nuclear weapons. We've created this myth in this country over the past few years in talking about Iran that any country that acquires nuclear weapons can blackmail other countries or use those nuclear weapons for offensive purposes. We have a lot of theory and
don't forget the age-old HasanAbi doctrine recently updated. Rule 1, get nukes. HasanAbi doctrine, a guide for nation building. Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. The rest of these are just, you know, silly stuff. The updated Rule 4, do not fly in a helicopter. Rule 5, do not swim in deep ocean water or go spelunking. Rule 6, if a defense contractor approaches you to provide assistance, disband immediately. Rule 7, if all else fails, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Rules 4 through 7 are also other rules that I have and abide by, but this is revisionist. Like these are like hadiths, okay? They added these after. This is not like in the original. This is not OG Quran, okay? They just added these later down the line, you know. Yes, I often have moments of wisdom, and it's understandable that you would look at that and add new texts, but this is not a part of the OG. This is not in the OG surahs, okay? Rule 6, if a defense contractor approaches you to provide assistance, disband immediately. Oh, that is simple. If someone says, I'm here from the United States of America, and I'm here to help you, okay? I'm here to help you. You got some goals that are aligned with our nation, okay? You have some goals that are aligned with America's interests in the region. Just drop it. Just drop it. Be like, nah, things are so much better, actually. Sorry. You're making fun of 4 and 7 as if 1 to 3 are totally serious. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And to be fair, 4 to 7 are serious too, but 1 to 3 are the most serious. In the absence of denuclearization from the United States of America and all the other nuclear superpowers on the planet, every other country has to get nukes ASAP. And what's even funnier is, what is this? I highly doubt my cousin's screwing around. She works at CNN where HasanAbi heads. Much love to all. Check last message. Love to all. Okay, I believe you. Now, one thing I will say is this. A lot of people will say, Hasan, these nations are unstable. These nations are unstable, except there's only one country on the entire planet that has ever actually dropped not one, but 2 nuclear weapons on a civilian population. And that country is the United States of America. So out of all of the nations with nuclear programs, there's been nuclear testing, there's been weapons testing for sure, but only one country has ever been insane enough to deploy said weapons on a civilian population. That country also, after doing that, has actively entertained the notion of dropping nukes on numerous occasions, including nuking China and also Korea. So just understand that if there is an unstable nation that cannot be trusted with nukes, it is us. It is the United States of America. Okay? We're the only fucking goddamn country that has ever used nukes. So it's really funny when motherfuckers will be like, hey, man, what if Iran gets a nuke? What if they use it? It's like, what do you mean, what if they use it? We used it. We are the one country that used it. We're also so hilariously bad in like, we're bad in a way where we would mythologize like the incompetence of the USSR. We're also, as far as I know, one of the handful of countries that has actually accidentally lost nukes. Not once, not twice, but I believe on 4 different occasions. So there's that part of the process too. We have quite literally also kept nukes in facilities that have no protection whatsoever. So much so that activists like Greenpeace activists and shit have infiltrated said facilities. That is how ridiculous this fucking country is. So please don't tell me what would happen if a country like Iran, a dangerous, unstable nation, got nukes. What then? What would happen then?
A huge amount of empirical evidence, 67 years now, which show that no country with nuclear weapons can blackmail another country as long as somebody is protecting that country or it has its own nuclear weapons. And this leads to the second reason. The United States is going to extend its nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia and over Turkey, the way it extended it over Germany and Japan during the Cold War. And we will make it perfectly clear to the Iranians that they cannot blackmail anybody. So there'll be no great incentive for Turkey or for Saudi Arabia to acquire nuclear weapons.
And as you know, when you're involved in contact sports, it can be very dangerous. And so they live in a dangerous world. And on top of that, nuclear weapons are the ultimate deterrent, right? It doesn't get any better.
As a resident of Japan, I feel this strongly. I get what you're saying, but banning all nukes starting with America is important as a message to get out. I mean, I of course agree with that. I'm not in favor of nuclear proliferation. I'm in favor of denuclearizing the planet, obviously. It's fucking insane. Speaking of nukes, one of the funniest and saddest things that ever happened was when the famous anti-nuke activist guy from Japan who like survived the atom bombs, who's like seen as a figure for peace, came out and spoke out against Israel's genocide in Gaza, saying that Gaza resembles Hiroshima. Israel got mad at him and said he was anti-Semitic. I don't know what else to say. You know, the world is a fucking joke, dude. Speaking of Israel getting mad at insane shit, let's cover 2 issues here, okay? Issue number 1, Miss Rachel, okay? Let's talk about Miss Rachel. You guys might know who she is. Miss Rachel is a wonderful beacon of light in a world that is otherwise very, very dark. She is a children's content creator, okay? A wonderful human being. Miss Rachel also has a conscience. And of course, as a human being with a heart who can demonstrate empathy, Miss Rachel is very much against Israel's genocide in Gaza. There are beautiful visuals from Gaza that the Gazan children have heard Miss Rachel's cries for help. And as a wonderful person, there's like children in Gaza that watch her content. Okay, this is all she does. She's just like a very nice person talking about don't dehumanize Do not dehumanize the Gazan children, the Gazan babies that Israel's killing. Please, can we not kill children in Gaza? That's, you might think I'm exaggerating, but that's unironically what she's saying. Like, she's not doing the fucking glory to the fighters, Intifada revolution. She's not doing any of that, which, by the way, I'm not even saying that that's a bad thing to do, okay? I'm not saying that at all. But she's not even doing that. She's just basically saying, can you please not kill little children in Gaza, okay? Yeah, this is like if Israel was like, Mr. Rogers is actually an anti-Semite and we must kill him. Like, basically the Mr. Rogers of our generation. So what did Long Island's very own psychopath Leora Rez do? The person responsible for the Stop Anti-Semitism account that is also obviously funded by the same front groups that funds parts of the Israel lobby and also parts of Canary Mission as well. Stop Anti-Semitism post. Stop Anti-Semitism is calling on Attorney General Bondi, Pam Bondi, to investigate if Miss Rachel is being funded by a foreign party to push anti-Israel propaganda to skew public opinion. Since 10/7, Miss Rachel has transformed into an amplifier of Hamas propaganda, broadcasting to 20+ million followers across her platforms. She's promoted a starving child from Gaza photo, which was actually cystic fibrosis case. Hamas false stat of 14,000 kids killed, 72% of death are combat-age men. That's fucking literally not true. Fake cold deaths in Gaza. Photos circulating at this time online were a frostbite taken from Wikipedia while the temperatures were warm. Claims Israel is indiscriminately bombing kids despite Israel taking extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties. No, you can't come over to my house to do a sleepover. What the fuck are you saying? Take a week off. Don't joke about shit like that. Jesus Christ. I can't tell if you're memeing or if you're being an actual fucking freak. Accusations of Israel blocking aid in violation of Geneva Convention despite 1.7 million tons delivered. Is someone funding Miss Rachel? File a FARA complaint and help us get answers. Now, what's really funny about a fucking demon talking about FARA violations when she is working for a fucking foreign nation and may or may not actually get funded directly, but certainly indirectly from said foreign nation, is the irony is not lost on me. It's not lost on me at all. If I'm a defender of Israel, I'm never talking about FARA. I'm not reminding people that FARA even exists, because if there's one fucking country whose defenders serially violate FARA, it's fucking Israel. Okay? So yeah, I quote retweeted it and said, Leora Rez, I think life would be so much better if you took your Klonopin while reading erotic fiction like the other bored Long Island housewives instead of becoming this Knesset-funded gang stalker for an apartheid you don't even live in. Monstrous fucking ghoul, dude. What is this? First this, and now anti-Semitic? Okay, well, I don't know what that is. I don't care about that. Yeah. This is the person behind Stop Anti-Semitism. She's the one calling Miss Rachel a Hamas sympathizer in the New York Post. Leora Reznichenko. This is what she replied to Ilhan Omar with. I am a fearless crusader for social justice and a proud Jewish woman. Yeah, New York Post article, by the way, talks about the propaganda that Miss Rachel has participated in. In a letter to Bondi, the group said Miss Rachel, who once focused solely on catering to children, has been incorporating Hamas-like propagated images and stories for her content. This is a prayer for children in Gaza. Please stop hurting them. Stop Anti-Semitism says the influencers' posts are anti-Israel. These people are such monstrous little fucking scumbags. But honestly, I don't want to course correct too much. I don't want them to recognize that they are perceived as monstrous fucking scumbags, because I do really think that these kinds of actions genuinely cause people to fucking despise them and genuinely cause the nation state of Israel to further become a fucking pariah. It is the Rabbi Shmuley phenomena. Every time someone sees Rabbi Shmuley and associates him with the nation state of Israel, therein lies another anti-Zionist. Okay? There is no way that you encounter Rabbi Shmuley being a repulsive little monster talking about how Hamas is cutting the titties off of Israeli women and playing soccer with the titties. Like, when you hear him say that, there is 0% chance you go, I'm with that guy. I'm defending whatever the fuck his cause is. And 100% chance you go, I'm literally opposing whatever the fuck you stand for. Tomorrow, you could come out and be like, I actually love drinking water. Everyone should drink water. I'd be like, I'm never touching that shit ever again. Okay? He is such a repulsive fucking monster that I think he is a loyal soldier in the anti-Zionist cause. By the way, the thing that I said about Hamas cutting titties, that he literally did say that. He made that false claim directly on the Piers Morgan show. That is a direct quote, verbatim. Like, I'm not even paraphrasing. He said exactly those words. The sequence of words that I just said, he said exactly. But it doesn't end there. Here, we'll also cover this. Evidence is piling up. Pew poll found more than half of U.S. adults, 53%, including 69% of Democrats now express an unfavorable opinion of Israel, up from 42% in March 2022. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's crazy. Oh, my God. You know what we should do? Defend Israel harder. That's what our politicians should do. That's what they should keep doing. This seems like a good cause. It's over. The project is done, okay? It will be more violent than you could ever imagine, and it has already been insanely violent, but it's over. There is a lifeline. There's a shelf life to this, and it's at its end. Okay, what does the percentage look like among our politicians? 100%. 100% of politicians offer unconditional loyalty to the nation state of Israel, and 53% of all Americans have an unfavorable view of the fucking apartheid state. At a certain point, this contradiction will worsen to such a degree that Americans are going to start despising their politicians even further. Okay? There's also this kind of dumb shit happening. Jake Wallace Simmons post. This advertisement is actually really sad and disturbing. It shows the bigotry that Israelis have to deal with all around the world. Good people need to stand up. Let's watch. Trigger warning, okay? It's a really shitty ad. Trigger warning, self-victimization of Israelis, Zionists in particular.
Where are you from?
Greece. Italy. Sweden.
עם ישראל חי אבל בינתיים זורמים עם התרבות המקומית איך בכל מקום אני אורח מכניס איזו תפנית בינלאומית בתחבולות עושים שיהיה נוח
אנחנו מספרד, אתה שותק
עד שפתאום בורחת
מה אמרתי לך? מה אמרתי לך? Are you from Israel? Yes. יאללה בלגן! יאללה בלגן!
אך יאוול יאוול מרגישים בבית כמו בישראל גם סוף סוף אפשר
בבקשה.
תודה לך
תודה
להיות פשוט ענק מלהתנצל
Thank God we can be ourselves not apologizing, okay? Oh my God. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? This is an entire nation experiencing collective psychosis. Like, it's worse than America, which is shocking because America's pretty fucking fashy, all right? But the level of perceived victimhood that is self-imposed directly in the heart of every Israeli person is so psychotic to me. Like, the victim mentality of an oppressive force that is doing almost exclusively evil in the process of doing crimes against humanity that are in history books, crimes against humanity that are damn near identical to those that the Jewish population faced throughout history, okay? And then simultaneously turning around and being like, you know, I just can't even defend my apartheid state without people looking at me and being like, you're fucking gross, dude. You're a fucking gross, monstrous piece of shit. Incredible stuff. Now, what's really funny about this, what's really funny about all this, by the way, yeah, it's really a national pathology to be brazenly carrying out blood-curdling war crimes on a daily basis and yet somehow still see yourself as the eternal victim. Straight up. That is precisely what the fuck's going on here, okay? Now what's hilarious about this, despite the psychosis that we're talking about, is like every American, no matter how fucking right-wing they are, okay, kind of understands that there is a decent reason for why some countries might not fuck with us, okay? Like every single American in this chat knows exactly why if you go to a country and you say you're American, people might go, oh, ew, yuck. Every single one of you kind of understands why that is the purpose, okay? And even like right-wing people who love America will still be like, yeah, we did some fucked up shit. Like at least in the rear view mirror, you know what I mean? Like established that it was a universal wrong that is now established in American society, like the Iraq War, you know what I mean? Most right-wingers, most Republicans are like, yeah, that wasn't good, okay? What's fucking hilarious about this, and that's why a lot of Americans joke and say that they're Canadians when they travel, you know, around the world. But what's hilarious about this is the consciousness, the collective consciousness in Israel, and the collective attitude in Israel is like, everybody hates us because we're Jewish and not because we are coming from the apartheid state that is doing a live streamed baby murder genocide. Okay? That's why. That's what it is. It's just like, oh, it's not the actions of the state that I'm repping that people have issue with. Okay? It must be because they're anti-Semitic. Now, this isn't to say that anti-Semitism isn't real or doesn't exist or whatever the fuck. Obviously, it is. It very much is real. The problem here, however, is that these guys are saying directly that as Israelis, we are being oppressed. We are victim to other people because they have a conscience and they don't like that we are doing a live streamed baby murder genocide. We will always be there for you. El Al, more than an airline, is Israel. Now, of course, this is a fucking airline commercial, chat. Just also understand, like, this isn't like, the Israeli government put out an ad to talk about, like, how anti-Semitism is skyrocketing in Europe or whatever the fuck. This is just a way to sell airplane tickets. Like, what level of collective hallucination do you have to be at where everybody gets exactly what the point you're making here and agrees with you and goes, oh, I can't wait to fly El Al. It is insane. It's actually fucking insane. Wait, what? Another ad by them? Okay, I can't stand these motherfuckers. I'm not going to watch it. I said, quick solution, free Palestine, offer reparations, a right to return, punish the war criminals, and then maybe one day the world will forget Israel's crimes against humanity. I'm sorry, the apartheid ethno-religious supremacist settler colony you want to defend so bad is doing a live stream genocide of mostly women and children, which can be often repulsive to people with a conscience. No one thinks you're a victim in this. And of course, every single fucking blue check mark came into the replies to be like, you are Hamas. One day we will kill you too. You are Hamas. And it's good. It's good that it's a live stream genocide. I like seeing the live stream genocide. Hamas, typical Hamas. How is that working out for Gazans? Imagine if Jews demanded the same of Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Egypt, and refused statehood and peace until they got it. Baghdad was 25% Jewish. Oh my God. Oh my God. Propping this up is going to get increasingly expensive. The $100 million AIPAC spent last election will look like a bargain compared to the cost of winning when you're this badly underwater. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, 2 reasons why that's hilarious. He literally said, oh, Baghdad was 25% Jewish, so it should be a part of Israel, which is once again an insanely weird ultra-Zionist, like supremacist attitude to have. That's the problem, dog. That's not how this works. You can have a nation where, yeah, you can have a nation where there's 25% Jewish people and not have it be the Jewish nation. Like, what a fucking psychotic attitude to have. That's number one. Number two, Iraq is the worst example to use because Iraqi Jews did not want to fucking leave Iraq. Israel literally started bombing fucking synagogues to tell them that, like, there was great instability for Iraqi Jews. You are not free here. You should be afraid here. Come to Israel instead. They literally did that. Mossad bombed fucking synagogues. Anyway, the last part of this, what is this? Something I've noticed about Israel defenders that they cling to early post 10/7 responders when you push them on the military occupation that's still ongoing 2 years later. They have largely not moved past their initial flimsy rhetoric and are wondering why people aren't as swayed anymore. Yeah. Now, the other side of this story also is that, you know, no disrespect, but accept all disrespect. Israeli tourists can be really fucking annoying, okay? And I'm sorry, this is not anti-Semitism. Don't be like, oh, the Jewish state. You're saying, no, like, it's the same. If Saudi tourists, by and large, had the exact same fucking attitude, I'd be like, yeah, Saudi tourists are insanely fucking annoying. And some Saudi tourists are fucking annoying, to be fair, okay? Israeli tourists will literally go everywhere on the planet and act like it's fucking Israel there, okay? They'll be like, oh, where is the IDF? We need to eliminate this Hamas person. No politic here. No politic. So yeah, I'm sorry if you think it's if you think that you're in fucking Jerusalem spitting on the person, but instead you're in fucking Tokyo spitting on Japanese people who are demonstrating in favor of Palestine. Yeah, people are gonna eventually go, you suck, dog. I don't want to be around you. Okay, Israel and its defenders are Israel's worst fucking enemy, okay? It reminds me of the two Israelis that were in Miami, and the one Zionist Miami guy who was also Jewish fucking shot at them because they were Arab Jews and they look like they might be Palestinian. Both parties came out of that process and turned around and said, it's actually the fucking Arabs that are at fault here. The guy who shot at them thought he was shooting at Palestinians, which is psychotic. The guys who got shot, on the other hand, also were like, yeah, we thought it was fucking Palestinians shooting at us. How insane. Collective delusion. Yeah, here.
Get out!
Yeah, screaming at fucking Japanese elderly people that are demonstrating in favor of Palestine in fucking Tokyo, dude. What are you talking about? The world is not your oyster, okay? Not everywhere is Tel Aviv. You can't behave like this. The fuck do you think you're doing?
Yourself! Shame on you, you murderer!
Murderer, rapist.
I don't want to see your kid and your wife! Your kid and your wife! Your kid and your wife! Disgusting! They don't understand. I'm not a real team. They don't understand. Shame on you after I said it.
It's so crazy. It's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. It is literally fucking mental illness. Like, being in defense of Israel is a genuine mental disability where you just start behaving in this way. And the more you defend Israel, the more mentally ill you become. And it's like transphobia. Really. Like, there are different levels of insanity that you reach. And the highest stage of this for transphobia is when you start transvestigating people, you know? The highest stage of this is when you just assume everyone and anyone is Hamas and is directly responsible for doing Hamas. But that's what it is. It's just fascism. It's not this. There are historic examples of this. Okay? Think about your dumb hog relatives that like are hopped up on American exceptionalism. They behave in a way that's not dissimilar to this when called into question. I guess like you have to be a little fucking brain broken to defend Israel's actions, especially at this stage. So it's expected. But god damn, dude. Like, they're doing a BDS to themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally just, they're so fucking repulsive in their behavior that they unironically do a self-imposed BDS. I literally know an Ashkenazi anti-Zionist Israeli, and he's had Mizrahi counterprotests to tell him to go back to Poland. Yeah, no, that's the funniest part. And it's also funny because they align themselves with like non-Jews that are also deeply anti-Semitic. And that's how you create a fucking attitude where Josh Hawley, who is a fucking right-wing Christian Republican who will then go yell at fucking other Zionist Jews in a congressional hearing because they're not sufficiently on board with the mass deportation policies. Like literally liberal Zionist Jews that are like, okay, maybe the deportations are a bridge too far for me. It's giving Nazi Germany. And you got fucking Josh Hawley being like, shut up. He's like, shut up, Jew. I know better than you about how to defend Judaism in this country. It's like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Anyway, you're kind of being problematic with all these stereotypes. I don't know, Hasan, you're being kind of problematic right now. Okay, dude, you know what's problematic? Fucking defending genocide. Suck my dick. Anyway, why are leftists so angry about multiple progressive candidates in New York City? Seems like people will vote for who they think are better because it just splits the votes, even though there's ranked choice. I've said this before, but you have no idea how fucking depressing it is to watch direct descendants of Holocaust refugees supporting modern-day Nazi tactics in America like one-to-one. There's not even an air of plausible deniability anymore. Yeah, I don't understand. I also don't understand how they don't... I don't understand how they don't see how this will fucking inevitably explode in their faces. It's so dumb. The association of... this is not the main point that I choose to make. It's certainly not like the most consequential harm that's happening right now. But the reality of the matter is, especially because, not because like anti-Semitism rising is not harmful, but because that in and of itself, while there's still institutional defense against anti-Semitism, is greatly escalating Islamophobia in the short term and in the long term, right? Like there's direct fucking deportations happening. It is just, it's still shocking to me that like liberal Zionist Jews and ultra Zionist Jews alike, like all Jews living in the Western world, not recognizing that that they're on borrowed time in this like dangerous allegiance that they're entertaining at this moment. That the notion that they think that they're not going to inevitably be in the crosshairs is so fucking stupid. They are so stupid. Muslims and Arabs are directly under attack, so are brown people in general, more so than Jewish people, to be honest. Yes, of course, 100%. There is still no institutional allowance for anti-Semitism, whereas Islamophobia is not only permissible, but entertained and also promoted. White supremacy, Adam Friedland jokes about this. He says, Jews are still considered white. I am terrified of Jews losing white status, right? He's like, Israel is fucking up the bag because now us Jews are going to lose white status. Like we're going to lose our white status soon because of these guys. And he's right. I mean, he's joking, but he's kind of right. Where like there's a lot of resentment towards Israel, and people associate Israel with Judaism because of defenders of Israel and haters of Israel alike. Like the anti-Semites say Israel is for the Jews, and so do the lovers of Israel and even Jews themselves. So as someone whose name is Hasan, living in a post 9/11 universe in the United States of America, I will never understand the personal association that American Jews have with ISIS, okay? With literally the Jewish ISIS. It's fucking insane. They're like, imagine if Israel was like, we are ISIS, okay? And we're doing this for Judaism. This is what we're doing. We love doing this for Judaism. This genocide we're doing for Judaism. Remember, and if you ever criticize it, you're actually against Jews in general. And this is all we care about. And this is the only thing we care about over and over and over again. It's like me running around being like, dude, are you kidding me? The Islamic Caliphate? It's fucking awesome. Why would you ever criticize ISIS? You are so Islamophobic. Like, it's like that. It's like if I was running around saying that shit. Like, it's insane. It blows my mind. Anyway, I actually saw this part while I was in the shower. Majority Report had a caller today whose brother went from being pro-Israel to misunderstanding history and reading Mein Kampf when they found out about the actual genocide. The conflating of Israel to Judaism is so fucking dangerous. They're making the dumbest people unironically become Nazis. Yeah. Her brother was also a fucking Trump supporter, of course. So I think he's no stranger to like dangerous reactionary ideology to begin with, especially considering that he was pro-Israel to begin with. But yeah, that shit will flip so goddamn quick. I keep saying it, but seemingly people are too fucking busy complaining about people like myself. Anyway, on that note, as we await the end of the terrorist regime or potentially the continuation of the terrorist regime tomorrow, I leave you on that note. I'm going to go hang out with my family. I'm tired. I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace. And free Palestine.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction. A mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find